Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Wan Kang, who held little regard for Zhao Fengxian, who served through his beauty, maintained his respectful demeanor. Indeed, that man is Hueco. The very Hueco whom Wan Ke wanted to invite to join our Wan family, but whom I refused. He added with a trace of bitterness. Hueco, capable of slaying even a mid-Nasan soul cultivator, was initially set to be invited as a family honorary elder, but Wan King refused him. This was likely to become well known throughout the righteous Dao city. He, the head of the Wan family, might be seen by many as a man who could not recognize talent. Wan Zhiyu exclaimed, "Foolish! How could you turn away such a powerful individual?" Wan King sighed, "Elder ancestor. Well, perhaps it was for the best. This person is audacious to the extreme, daring to kill a cultivator of the upper sect. If he had become an elder of our Wan family, we might have been implicated as well." Wan Zhiyu found some sense in these words and nodded. That might indeed be so. Zhao Fengxian suddenly said, "To find out where Hueco is, we need to find Wan Ke. Wan Ke and Hueco are close friends, he must know." Wan Zhiyu agreed, "Find Wan Ke immediately." Wan King forced a smile, "Elder ancestor, that's the second matter I needed to report. I've already sent people to find Wan Ke, but he has disappeared." Wan Zhiyu stood up abruptly. "What?" His complexion changed rapidly, reflecting his turbulent emotions. "Find Wan Ke. At all costs." Wan King inwardly sighed, "Yes." After Wan King left, Zhao Fengxian sat in silence, his mind a tumult of shock and fear. That Hueco. To think he had the power to slay a mid-Nasan soul cultivator. He couldn't believe he had once dared to be so disrespectful to Hueco. "Master. Please don't come looking for me." Zhao Fengxian prayed silently, fearing that Hueco might bear a grudge and come specifically to kill him. On the road from the righteous Dao city to Lei Family City, a middle-aged cultivator with a lush head of hair slowly made his way. He looked back towards the righteous Dao city with a resigned smile. Hueco, you've really put me in a tough spot," he murmured. "How was I to know you were so capable, even able to kill an upper sect cultivator? Thank goodness I fled quickly, or by now I'd probably have been captured by the reincarnation divine sect and subjected to a soul search." He lamented. "As for the Wan family, I'm better off without them. What should I call myself now?" Wan Ke pondered for a long while. "My mother's surname is Ning, I think I'll go by Ningke." Ningke, what a good name. With a joyful smile, Wan Ke headed towards Lei Family City. Wan Wuiying, Zhao Wuya, and Huang Yuanwu were also making their way to Lei Family City during the day. After walking a short distance, Huang Yuanwu couldn't help but speak up. "Hey, do you guys think? Who exactly is this Hueco? Is he really from the Mystic Azure Star's Golden Dragon Temple?" He wondered aloud. Wan Wuiying shook his head. "Stop talking about it. The reincarnation divine sect is definitely looking for him. If we expose anything, we'll be captured and subjected to a soul search." Zhao Wuya nodded in agreement. Better not to speak. The trio fell silent. After a while, Zhao Wuya couldn't help himself. "Honestly, I want to know who he is. Old Wan, do you have any guesses? You've been very pensive." Wan Wuiying gave a wry smile. "I really don't know. At first, I thought he might be my junior brother, Chujuan. But when he displayed the 3 layers merit wheel, I had to abandon that thought." He continued. "My junior brother's character. Both of you know well. His negative karma definitely outweighs mine by far. How could he possibly possess the 3-layer merit wheel?" Zhao Wuya and Huang Yuanwu nodded vigorously in agreement. That point they never doubted. Chujuan, a major demon like him, possessing the 3 layers merit wheel? That would be as unlikely as the sun rising from the west. Chapter 206, Millennium Tortoise Technique. The fire had consumed at least 1 million zombies but still hadn't produced the stronger blood evil yin fire. What could be the problem? Chujuan shook his head repeatedly. The invincible power of merit seemed to fail him when he needed it most. Wasn't this supposed to be his forte? Casually, Chujuan took a sip of tea. He had planted numerous spiritual teas on Blue Star. After enriching them with a spirit gathering formation, They grew even faster than those on Mystic Azure Star. Since he had some spare time, why not enjoy them? Chujuan thought back to the battlefield beyond the realms and shook his head again. Yunzana was, after all, a prodigy of the reincarnation divine sect. His sudden death would surely incite the sect's fury. By now, the name Hueco must have spread across that perilous battlefield. The reincarnation divine sect was undoubtedly searching for him intensively. He wondered how Wan Ke was faring. The Wan family might just sell him out. But given Wan Ke's intelligence, he likely fled at the first hint of trouble. The extraterritorial battlefield is perilous. I'll lie low on Blue Star for a few decades, wait for them to nearly forget about this, and then return. Chujuan decided as he sipped his steaming tea. It was incredibly bitter as life itself. Wasn't it supposed to be bitter before turning sweet? Yet, this cup was bitter through and through, with no hint of sweetness. This batch of Kumao Feng isn't good, I'll pour it out. Chujuan said, tossing the teacup away. Just then, his divine sense detected a figure rushing towards the Houtai Hotel. The person was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a rugged appearance and a robust physique, his expression filled with joy. That man looks like Wang Gangjian's second son. Chujuan recalled. Wang Gangjian and his peers had long since stopped handling the affairs of the Black Blade. They now lived like retired elders, gaming, fishing, and tea tasting, thoroughly enjoying their days. Black Blade had become the dominant force ruling over the entirety of Blue Star. Naturally, a restructuring was necessary to govern such a vast planet efficiently. The original leadership was transformed into a 9-member council. Simply put, 9 core members were chosen to decide on all matters concerning Black Blade. Wang Gangjian, Wang Yong, Tang Jichuan, and Song Dei each designated one person. Other significant powers like the Free Alliance, the Arctic Forces, and the Holy Light Theocracy nominated 5 representatives each. However, the true core of Black Blade's power still lay in the 4 individuals designated by Wang Gangjian. The other 5 were mostly there to observe and learn, getting a taste of the decision-making process but hardly expected to intervene directly in Black Blade's affairs. The middle-aged man named Wang Zhengxu, Wang Gangjian's second son, possessed considerable skills, which led to his appointment as the chairman of the 9-member council. Wang Zhengxu was well aware that immortals were the true puppet masters behind Black Blade. He was utterly loyal to Chujuan. Each time he reported intelligence, he made the trip personally. As a level 9 superhuman, running there was not difficult. The real challenge was doing it consistently, day after day. Such dedication over time was a true display of loyalty. At this moment, Wang Zhengxu stood outside the array, recording his message into a transmission jade, then waited respectfully outside. This was a privilege granted by Chujuan to the 9-member council. They could transmit information directly through transmission jades instead of writing it down on paper. However, Wang Zhengxu still preferred making the journey in person. Since he had seen the immortal once in his childhood, he had never again glimpsed that majestic presence. His personal visits were fueled by the hope of seeing the immortal just once more. Even a fleeting glance would suffice. The fog churned quietly around him, yet no figure appeared. Wang Zhengxu sighed lightly. Perhaps this piece of intelligence hadn't caught the immortal's attention after all. He turned to leave when out of the corner of his eye, he saw the fog roil intensely. Suddenly, a figure materialized. Wang Zhengxu was astounded. Dressed in black, with black hair and eyes, and an expression of extreme aloofness, it was the immortal. He looked just like the figure Wang had seen decades ago as a child. Without hesitation, Wang Zhengxu knelt on both knees, bowing deeply. Chairman of the Black Blade 9-member council, Wang Zhengxu, pays his respects to the immortal. Chujuan said casually, "Rise." "Thank you, immortal." Wang Zhengxu said, overwhelmed with emotion. Chujuan smiled. "Wang Zhengxu, I do remember you. Wang Gangjian's second son, right? You were very young back then." Wang Zhengxu nodded repeatedly. "Yes, that's me. But immortal, truly, you haven't changed at all in all these years." Chujuan remained composed. "Your report, is it true? Has someone really managed to merge 2 body refining techniques?" Wang Zhengxu replied respectfully, "Indeed. The boy is an orphan from our Black Blood Central City branch. His name is Liu Mengde. As soon as I heard the news, I had him brought from the Central City branch to the East Lake headquarters. Naturally, the headquarters of Black Blade was located in East Lake City. Branches had been established in various cities, with the most remote ones even reaching the Antarctic and Arctic circles." Chujuan nodded. "Bring him to me." "Yes." Wang Zhengxu nodded vigorously and immediately departed. Chujuan felt a sense of joy. He had planted seeds without much thought, and surprisingly, they had borne fruit. Indeed, among the billions of people on Blue Star, there were those with exceptional talent. The body refining techniques he had bestowed included the defensive turtle shell technique, the speed-focused white horse chapter, the aggressive blood fury technique, and the health-preserving life-nourishing scripture. According to Wang Zhengsu's report, Liu Meng had initially practiced the turtle shell technique. With his extraordinary talent, he had progressed quickly, mastering 3 levels of the technique within just 2 months. After hitting a major bottleneck moving from the 3rd to the 4th level and having nothing else to do, he began practicing the life-nourishing scripture. Incredibly, he managed to merge the turtle shell technique with the life-nourishing scripture, creating a new body-refining technique called the Millennium Tortoise technique. This breakthrough instantly resolved his bottleneck, and his cultivation progressed smoothly. This child is quite talented, Chu Zhuan mused. Soon after, Wang Zhengsu returned with a young teenager to the Houtai Hotel. Liu Meng was awestruck as he looked at the swirling black mist. He had never been to East Lake City before, nor had he ever seen an immortal, though he had heard of them. Just seeing the exterior of the formation was enough to astonish him. Wang Zhengsu led Liu Meng to kneel down, saying respectfully, "Immortal, I have brought him here." Chapter 207, A Minor Issue with Cultivation. Chu Zhuan flicked a strand of spiritual qi into Liu Meng, which gradually dissipated his fear. No spiritual root, no spirit body, at the 4th level of body refining. Chu Zhuan mused. The humans of Blue Star were indeed peculiar. He had expected Liu Meng to possess some unique spiritual body, but there was nothing of the sort. Yet, he had the talent to merge 2 body refining techniques into one. Liu Meng then managed to stammer, "Liu Meng, greets the immortal." Chu Zhuan casually asked, "Your surname is Liu. Are you from the imperial family of the Han Empire?" The royal family of the Han Empire bore the surname Liu. However, since the core members of the royal family had all perished, the empire had existed in name only for some time. Now, the military camps throughout the empire had almost all been incorporated into Black Blade, becoming a formidable force under its command. Liu Meng scratched his head, not from the royal family, just a collateral branch, too distant to have any claim to the palace. Chu Zhuan smiled faintly, "Would you like to become my disciple?" Liu Meng was overjoyed, his face flushing with excitement. Wang Zhengsu was also surprised. The immortal had actually considered taking a disciple. Could it be that Liu Meng might also become an immortal one day? He quickly said, "Why don't you kneel and call him master?" Only then did Liu Meng, as if waking from a dream, hastily kneel and address Chu Zhuan as his master. Chu Zhuan smiled slightly. "From now on, you don't need to practice your Millennium Tortoise technique anymore. I will teach you a superior body refining technique. If you can integrate it as you did with your previous techniques, I will help you extend your life and achieve longevity." Liu Meng was ecstatic, bowing deeply. "Thank you, master." "Thank you, master." Chu Zhuan casually instructed, "Wang Zhengsu, continue searching for talents around the world. We need more individuals with exceptional gifts like Liu Meng." "Yes." Wang Zhengsu responded respectfully. Chu Zhuan did not have Liu Meng stay with him. Instead, he sent Liu Meng back to the Black Blade residence. The meat necessary for Liu Meng's cultivation practice was delivered every few days by one of Chu Zhuan's corpse puppets. By now, Chu Zhuan no longer relied on zombie flesh as a source of meat. The flesh of the nether crocodile was much superior. Simply placing a Zhnik cube inside the flesh of the nether crocodile allowed it to grow into a robust and rosy piece of meat. It could be harvested daily and would regenerate immediately, proving to be entirely sufficient. Soon, talents from all over the world were brought to the East Lake headquarters. Chu Zhuan adopted a laissez-faire approach with these nominally his disciples. Naturally, if anyone created enough value, Chu Zhuan did not mind bestowing some rewards. After all, as a golden core cultivator, even the slightest trinkets from him were infinitely valuable to mortals. "I think I understand now." Chu Zhuan mused, "The reason the corpse refining blood fire has not yet birthed the blood evil yin fire is due to a lack of living souls. The corpse refining blood fire can damage the body, but the blood evil yin fire can harm both the flesh and the soul. Living souls. Living souls are the key." With this realization, Chu Zhuan immediately activated the soul transmission matrix of the Zhnik cube and traveled to the soul star. Without hesitation, he drew 1,000,000 living souls from the Yellow Springs soul refining array. Upon returning to Blue Star, he injected these souls into the corpse refining blood fire and continued his observations. Sure enough, he noticed a change. The originally orange-yellow corpse refining blood fire suddenly started to darken. At this rate, the blood evil yin fire will form one day. Chu Zhuan nodded in satisfaction, inwardly cursing the author of the blood evil demon refining scripture. He suspected that the original author of the blood evil demon refining scripture merely assumed that continuing to devour corpses would lead to some change and thus named the stronger flame the blood evil yin fire. In reality, they likely never managed to produce it themselves. Otherwise, why would they lead others astray? Now, Chujuan understood that to advance the corpse refining blood fire to the blood evil yin fire, it was necessary to devour a sufficient number of living souls, and the souls needed to be of high quality. Perhaps it was due to the unique environment of the soul star, where the souls of living beings were generally of higher quality, that the transformation of the corpse refining blood fire into the blood evil yin fire was accelerated. Regular souls likely wouldn't achieve the same effect. Time passes as swiftly as a white horse flashes across a gap. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had gone by. Chujuan stepped out of the soul-nourishing evil formation with a furrowed brow. His cultivation had naturally progressed to the 9th level of the golden core, but he now faced a minor complication. He had succumbed to cultivation deviation. Simply put, he was practicing too many techniques simultaneously. Over these 10 years, the geniuses gathered from across the Blue Star region had played their expected roles. Some chose to improve body refining techniques. Others invented new chi cultivation methods. A few focused on integrating multiple techniques. The brightest minds and most insightful talents of Blue Star had spent a decade devoted to these studies. They had achieved many breakthroughs, but many were impractical, and some were downright lethal, resulting in instant death from practicing them. Nonetheless, a few ideas proved valuable. A girl from the Holy Light Theocracy modified the body-protecting Golden Wheel Decree after feeling it was inadequate. She ingeniously incorporated the Church's cultivation methods into it, creating a powerful synergy. The defensive capabilities of the body-protecting Golden Wheel Decree were significantly enhanced. Liu Meng, dreaming of practicing the giant elephant body refining technique, had an epiphany. Upon waking and practicing it himself, he found it incredibly smooth and promptly presented it to Chujuan. These two techniques were products of individual creativity, containing some flaws naturally, but they were more than sufficient for Chujuan. He could easily correct these errors during his own practice. After modification, the body-protecting Golden Wheel Decree had become powerful enough to rival lower-tier Golden Core techniques. With Chujuan's accrued merit, its defensive capabilities could even match top-grade Golden Core techniques. Chujuan renamed it Great Protective Golden Wheel Scripture, seeing potential for further advancement. As for the follow-up to the giant elephant body refining technique, Chujuan personally named it Thousand Refinement Dragon Elephant Technique. During these 10 years, he practiced multiple techniques concurrently. However, the Great Protective Golden Wheel Scripture and the Yin Thunder Evil Technique were clearly in conflict. At first, the conflict was manageable since the Yin Thunder Evil Technique was at a higher level. Chujuan's entire spiritual chi, cultivated from this technique, carried its signature. The Great Protective Golden Wheel Scripture, just beginning to be practiced, was still relatively weak. But as the levels of the techniques increased, the spiritual chi formed by each began to clash and erode each other, causing mutual hindrance. This conflict now affected Chujuan's cultivation. If he had not ceased his practice in time, his cultivation level might have decreased instead of increasing. Chapter 208, Another Meal Delivered? Chujuan shook his head, wondering if anyone had managed to develop a technique for harmonizing breaths, which was essential for resolving the conflicts between different cultivation methods. Breath harmonization techniques are suited for smoothing over such conflicts. Essentially, these techniques involve introducing a large and balanced quantity of spiritual chi, making the conflicting spiritual chi from various techniques a minority, thus significantly reducing the conflict. Considering potential future conflicts between techniques, the solution was simple: cultivate another harmonization technique. As a demonic cultivator, solutions were always more abundant than difficulties. Chujuan specifically summoned Wang Zhangsu to inquire about the progress of the breath harmonization technique. It had been 10 years since their last meeting. Wang Zhangsu, once vigorous, now sported a few strands of white hair at his temples, perhaps due to his continuous management of Black Blade's vast array of affairs. Nonetheless, he arrived promptly at Chujuan's summons. Immortal, I have kept an eye on everything at the Enlightenment Institute, but sadly, there has been no progress with the breath harmonization technique. Wang Zhangsu reported somewhat awkwardly. 3,000 of Blue Star's most talented geniuses had been gathered at Black Blade's headquarters in East Lake. Their primary task was to research cultivation techniques, and their daily needs were managed by others. Wang Zhangsu had even constructed a massive building complex specifically to accommodate them, which Chujuan had personally named Enlightenment Institute. Chujuan dismissed him with a wave of his hand. I see, you may go. Yes. Chujuan sighed lightly. The Enlightenment Institute could serve as one approach, but he couldn't rely solely on it. He also needed to make his own attempts. After a brief period of cultivation, he found himself succumbing to cultivation deviation once again. Perhaps it's best not to cultivate for a while. I should take a trip to the Soul Star. Chujuan thought, smiling wryly. Maybe someone will come along offering a high-level soul technique. Soul Star. A throng of Soul Star natives fled in desperation. Behind him swarmed soul clans, akin to locusts in their numbers, including formidable specters. Leading them were two mighty specter kings. The Soul Star people, burdened by physical bodies, could not match the speed of the Soul Clan. Periodically, some fell behind and were easily captured by the pursuing Soul Clan. The two Spectre Kings advancing closely behind them cast mocking glances. "Stop running. You can't escape. The caverns nearby have long been occupied by our husbandry faction. Not a living soul remains. Why flee our city built by the husbandry faction? Every day is carefree, with no worries of food or clothing, and the chance to mate daily. Isn't that a good thing?" These various voices invaded the minds of the Soul Star people, slowing them involuntarily. The leader of the Soul Star people, a man of striking perfection, growled, "They're using soul techniques. Protect your spirits immediately." The fleeing Soul Star people, their expressions grave, each employed defensive soul techniques. The voices, akin to demons whispering through their brains, began to gradually fade from their minds. The handsome man looked at his fellow Soul Star people, his heart filled with bitterness. They were the ones confined by the husbandry faction, just as the Spectre King had said. No worries about food or clothing. Able to mate every day. But the husbandry faction never treated them as humans, merely as livestock. The male Soul Star people were required to mate at least 5 times a day to spread their seed and produce new Soul Star people. If one could mate with a beautiful female each day, it would not be so bad. But the attractiveness of their mating partners was not theirs to decide. The Soul Clan's only standard for valuing female Soul Star people was their fertility. The more fertile, the more valuable. If a male Soul Star person failed to achieve 5 matings a day, they faced the lash of the husbandry faction Soul Clan. However, if they exceeded the daily quota and reached 10 times, then they could rest for a day. Many Soul Star people, after being reared for a long time, lost their reproductive ability, both male and female. A few days ago, they seized an opportunity and escaped from the husbandry faction city through the sewers. But they had not gotten far before they were discovered by the husbandry faction Soul Clan and relentlessly pursued. Initially, there were over 100 of them. Now, only 20 or 30 remained. They had reached a point of utter desperation. It seemed they would soon be overtaken. Damn it. Those Soul Star nobles, truly deserving of death. The handsome man cursed inwardly. He was known as Yun Shen, one of the great nobles of Soul Star. He profoundly detested those nobles of the past. Not out of newfound conscience, nor because he thought the nobles had gone too far. Using souls as fuel was no issue at all. They were just the lower classes, after all. But why hadn't they completely erased the consciousness within those souls? In the end, it allowed the Soul Clan to overturn the tables. Damn it. I am a descendant of nobility. I was meant to live a life of luxury and privilege. Now, I've been reduced to nothing more than a beast of burden. And it's foreseeable that soon, I'll be a dead beast of burden. At that moment, Yun Shen suddenly noticed the sky ahead was unusually bright. The vengeful spirits and wraiths that usually haunted the sky had vanished. He was astounded. He wasn't born within the husbandry faction city. Instead, he was captured as an adult and turned into a breeding machine. During his youth, he lived in an underground city, venturing to the surface several times a year. In his memory, the sky was always dark, swirling with endless vengeful spirits and wraiths. Yet now, beams of light pierced through that sky. What was that? The legendary sunlight? Sunlight. It must be sunlight. Yun Shen pointed toward the distance and shouted, "If we can reach the sunlight, we'll be saved." The Soul Clan can't step into the sunlight. The other Soul Star people saw the light too, and their spirits lifted. The pursuing husbandry faction Soul Clan looked particularly grim. The Soul Clan had an innate fear of sunlight. Originally, the Soul Star nobility used sunlight to confine and punish them, forcing them to stay in cages. Increase speed. Capture them all before they reach the sunlight. The leading 2 Spectre Kings roared. The chase intensified. Yun Shen and the Soul Star people, with 4 more succumbing to exhaustion and captured by the husbandry faction Soul Clan. But the sunlight was now within reach. Yun Shen roared and dashed into the sunlight. Warm sunlight enveloped his entire body. This pleasantly warm sensation was something he had never experienced before. Behind Yun Shen, 8 others also charged into the sunlight. They were equally astounded. Is this sunlight? Think you can escape my husbandry faction's grasp just by entering the sunlight? The Spectre King sneered. With a wave of his hand, the specters behind him immediately dispersed. Clearly, they intended to completely encircle the area. He could encircle them for 10 days, half a month, fearing not that these folks would refuse to emerge. Seeing this, Yun Shen's expression immediately darkened. Temporarily safe. But what next? More food delivered to my door? A voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 209, Caution and carefulness are the foundations of safety. Two Arms looked at the large group of Soul Star people and souls in bewilderment. It had been a long time since anyone had approached them. How could it be that suddenly, such a large crowd had appeared? Father. This isn't because I haven't been properly guarding the Yellow Springs Soul Refining Array. It's been over 20 years since anyone came here. It just so happens that you arrived today, and they came too. Two Arms said to Chujuan behind him, his voice carrying a tone of grievance. Chujuan nodded. He had just transferred his spirit through the soul transmission matrix to Soul Star. Stepping out of the Yellow Springs Soul Refining Array, he witnessed this strange scene. I know, you must have performed your duties well. Chujuan said casually. Let's get to work then, it's about time for a meal. 4 Arms, come out too. 2 Arms chuckled and swiftly dashed out. 4 Arms barked twice and immediately followed. 2 Arms charged forward and, before the 2 Spectre Kings could react, he effortlessly tore them into shreds. Then, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, he plunged into the rest of the Husbandry faction's souls. In the blink of an eye, all members of the Husbandry faction were annihilated. Not a single one was left. Yun Shen and the other surviving Soul Star people watched this scene in shock. It was incredibly fierce. Those were 2 Spectre Kings, soul entities only second to the Great Spectre King in strength, and they had been killed in an instant. What faction did they belong to? The Slaughter faction? But wasn't the Slaughter faction composed entirely of madmen, especially known for their hatred of Soul Star people? Logically, if these 3 spirits were from the Slaughter faction, then they should have attacked them first. Yet, their targets were the members of the Husbandry faction. Yun Shen swallowed hard. Bowing his head respectfully, he said, Greetings, Senior. I am Yun Shen, a Soul Star person who has been kept by the Husbandry faction. I was fortunate to escape a few days ago. Thank you for extending your help. Chujuan glanced at Yun Shen, keep this one, kill the rest. In an instant, the remaining Soul Star people were torn to pieces. A smile had just begun to form on Yun Shen's face, but it froze instantly. Senior. Before he could continue, Chujuan employed the soul search technique, swiftly scouring through all of Yun Shen's memories. After a moment, Chujuan nodded slightly. There wasn't much of value in Yun Shen's mind. He harbored no remorse for the actions of his noble ancestors towards the lower classes. Instead, he resented them for not having acted thoroughly enough, leading to a spectral uprising that cost him his privileged life. Indeed, as I suspected, all Soul Star people bear the original sin. Chujuan muttered, shaking his head. The only useful information he extracted was about the city controlled by the Husbandry faction, governed by 3 Spectre Kings and home to countless great specters and lesser specters. Capturing them could significantly bolster his sky-shielding umbrella, possibly leading to the emergence of new ghost commanders and even uncovering advanced soul techniques of the Husbandry faction. Chujuan left 2 Arms to guard the formation while he, accompanied by 4 Arms, headed towards the city. His knowledge of Soul Star's history was already extensive. Now, it was time to ascertain the true strength of these factions. The Slaughter King of the Slaughter faction had been growing stronger since his inception. Chujuan guessed it was now comparable in soul strength to a ghost commander. The Husbandry faction surely had its own king. Chujuan planned to probe the memories of the 3 Spectre Kings to gain a more detailed understanding of the Husbandry faction's king's power. The next day, Chujuan stood amidst the ruins of Yellowstone City, one of the 12 largest cities of the Husbandry faction. The city was now enveloped in his strategic formation, ensuring no spectral being could escape. 5 Spectre Kings had been captured and confined within the sky-shielding umbrella. The more elusive Great Spectres were left for 4 Arms to pursue. The sky-shielding umbrella behind Chujuan rippled with layers of suction, absorbing every spectral being within the city. As for the Soul Star people kept here, their physical bodies and souls had also been dispatched to their destined places. At that moment, Chujuan held 2 dark purple crystals, nodding in satisfaction. These crystals, spoils of his victory, contained 2 high-level spectral techniques bestowed by the king of the Husbandry faction. Rubbing his chin, Chujuan recalled the memories extracted from the 3 Spectre Kings' minds. The king of the Husbandry faction, known as the Greedy King, resides perpetually within the opulent Greedy City. He mused. Ever since surviving an assassination attempt by the Slaughter King, the Greedy King has never left his palace in Greedy City. Chujuan frowned slightly. Since the Greedy King rarely ventured out, the 3 Spectre Kings knew little more about him. But 50 years ago, the Greedy King could effortlessly tear apart any errant Spectre King, a testament to his unmatched power. Feasting day in and day out, his soul power might now be equivalent to that of a Ghost King. Chujuan speculated. This is no trivial matter. His concern deepened. He had initially assumed that a great Spectre King might be slightly stronger than a regular Spectre King, perhaps at most at the level of a ghost commander. He thought he just needed to locate the Greedy King and the Slaughter King and could simply overpower them. However, if both the Greedy King and the Slaughter King truly possessed the strength of Ghost Kings, he would need to carefully strategize. There could be no room for errors or mishaps. Every potential issue had to be preemptively addressed. 2 arms and 4 arms have reached the level of second-tier Ghost Kings. Advancing them further would not only be minimally beneficial but would also consume excessive resources. He pondered. However, now I should start raising some lesser specters. These need not be meticulously cultivated, they can serve as cannon fodder if necessary. 2 arms and 4 arms were his key enforcers, and their well-being was crucial. Though his own soul form was merely a tenth of his true form, losing it would still be a significant loss. Thus, he decided to cultivate more expendable forces to absorb the enemy's strength at the forefront. Moreover, gathering intelligence about the enemy was crucial to truly know oneself, and one's enemy ensured victory in every battle. Back on Blue Star, I was the strongest. Chuzyan reflected. Subtly, I grew complacent and arrogant. I even brought this arrogance to Soul Star. Now, I realize I neglected the constant vigilance required in an alien battlefield. I must never let my guard down again. Being always cautious and careful is fundamental to securing one's existence. He reminded himself, recalling how complacency had led to others' downfall. Chuzyan sighed deeply, engaging in a moment of self-reflection. Just then, 4 arms approached enthusiastically, his arms full of specters. Chuzyan glanced over. Any misses? 4 arms shook his head and barked, woof, woof, woof. 2 arms translated, 4 arms says a few specters almost hid from him, but he found and devoured them. Chuzyan nodded in approval. Not a single one should be spared. The disappearance of all spectral and soul star beings in this city had nothing to do with him. Let's go. Chuzyan commanded, rising into the sky. He scattered a handful of blood beads, then released a stream of corpse-refining blood fire. With a roar, the fire exploded, engulfing the entire city. Soon, the Yellowstone city was reduced to nothing but charred ruins. Even if the husbandry faction investigated later, they would find no trace of what had transpired. Chapter 210, Spiritual Solescence. A month later, 2 Spectre Kings of the husbandry faction stood atop the ruins of Yellowstone City, their expressions grim. The taller one was named Han Bao, and the shorter, Han Shang. They governed Echo City, another major city of the husbandry faction located close to Yellowstone City. The 2 cities often exchanged populations of Soul Star people to ensure genetic diversity and reduce deformities among offspring. This practice made the consumption of Soul Star people more reassuring and breeding plans more sustainable. However, several months after sending a batch of female Soul Star people to Yellowstone City, there was no return shipment of male Soul Star people. The Spectre Kings of Echo City initially suspected the Spectre Kings of Yellowstone City of double-crossing them by withholding the Soul Star people. Enraged, they came to confront them, only to discover that the entire city of Yellowstone had vanished. All its buildings had been reduced to ashes. Han Shang furrowed his brow. Yellowstone City ranked among the top 4 in strength among our 12 great cities. Who could possibly destroy it so easily? Moreover, he continued, they should have at least been able to send out a message. How could it just disappear without a trace? Han Bao snorted coldly. Do we even need to think about it? It must have been those madmen from the Slaughter faction. It has always disapproved of our actions. Haven't they attacked us covertly numerous times? This time they've just brought their grievances out into the open. Han Shang frowned. But the Slaughter faction typically hacks bodies and souls into pieces. They've never used fire before. Han Bao scoffed, who knows? There are plenty of lunatics in the Slaughter faction. It wouldn't be strange for some of them to enjoy arson. Han Shang thought it over but still felt something was amiss. However, he couldn't think of any other faction with the power to obliterate all traces of the Yellowstone City's spectral and Soul Star inhabitants, especially without allowing 5 Spectre Kings the chance to call for help. We can't determine this on our own. We should report this to the Great King. Han Shang suggested quietly. You report it. Han Bao grumbled. I'm going to find those Slaughter faction bastards and settle the score. With that, he gathered his great specters and immediately flew off into the distance. Han Shang sighed deeply. Han Bao's temperament had always been volatile and uncontrollable. But given the long-standing enmity between the Slaughter and Husbandry factions, Han Bao seeking revenge, even without the destruction of Yellowstone City as a pretext, wasn't unusual. Why do I have this ominous feeling? Han Shang mused, taking one last look at the remains of Yellowstone City before leaving. A sense of foreboding lingered in his mind as he departed from the desolate scene. Mist surged upwards, shrouding the sunlight once more. Chuzyan nodded in satisfaction. He had set up a mist array and an illusion array outside the Yellow Springs soul refining array. With these in place, unless a nascent soul cultivator arrived, it would be impossible for anyone to see through the veils of his formations. Reflecting on his arrival at Soul Star, Chujuan realized that initially setting up the Yellow Springs Soul Refining Array without any concealment was exceedingly arrogant. Had the Slaughter King or the Greedy King noticed the array and led their forces against it, he would have had no choice but to abandon the formation and flee. Such a scenario would not only result in the loss of the precious array but potentially provide the enemy with a means to increase their power, a truly disastrous outcome. These few are good. Chujuan remarked as he selected several strong ghost commanders from within the sky-shielding umbrella. He personally named them. You, with your robust stature, shall be called Soul 1. You, with your swift evasion, shall be called Soul 2. You, with your substantial soul power, shall be called Soul 3. You, clever and agile, shall be called Soul 4. Chujuan nodded slightly, approving of his straightforward naming method. Soul 1 and Soul 2 were dispatched to infiltrate the Slaughter faction, while Soul 3 and Soul 4 were sent to the Husbandry faction. Under their aliases, they would gather intelligence for Chujuan, blending into their respective factions. As for gathering intelligence on the Soul Star people and the Descent faction, that too needed attention. However, compared to the Slaughter and Husbandry factions, these other powers were significantly weaker and unlikely to cause much disturbance. There was no immediate rush to collect information on them. If an opportunity arose, Chujuan planned to simply control a Soul Star person to infiltrate them. Seated outside the Yellow Springs Soul Refining Array, Chujuan took up the two advanced soul techniques he had acquired for study. The techniques, named Great Devouring Palm and Inner Furnace Soul Refining Method, complemented each other superbly. Great Devouring Palm involved condensing the soul into a massive palm that could seize an enemy's soul during combat and refine it for one's own use. Inner Furnace Soul Refining Method condensed the soul into a furnace to rapidly melt down captured souls, assimilating them efficiently. Together, these advanced soul techniques offered extraordinary utility, promising to significantly enhance Chujuan's prowess in both offense and defense. The soul of a cultivator is known as the spiritual soul. Chujuan mused. The sea of spiritual sense holds the spiritual soul, while the spiritual sense protects it. Spiritual sense essentially functions as the limbs of the spiritual soul, allowing for its manipulation and application. Chujuan chuckled lightly. The Soul Clan's utilization of the soul still appears somewhat rudimentary. The two advanced soul techniques, although based on the manipulation of the soul, could be modified slightly to be executed through the spiritual sense instead. As a Golden Core cultivator, such minor modifications were well within Chujuan's capabilities. In less than a day, he had completely transformed the Great Devouring Palm and Inner Furnace Soul Refining Method into techniques that operated via spiritual sense. Chujuan estimated that these new versions of the techniques would reach high grade of the Golden Core stage. The Inner Furnace Soul Refining Method in particular would remain useful even after advancing to the Nascent Soul stage. Time to cultivate. I must master these two spiritual sense techniques as quickly as possible. Chujuan resolved. He focused intently, beginning his cultivation. From time to time, he randomly selected a lucky spectator from the Yellow Springs Soul Refining Array to serve as a sparring partner for his practice. Of course, after serving their purpose, Chujuan kindly ensured that these spirits were sent to their final resting place, the Inner Furnace. Under the earnest tutelage of these partners, Chujuan quickly mastered the Great Devouring Palm and the Inner Furnace Soul Refining Method. His spiritual soul grew rapidly in power. Already possessing another soul core, his spiritual soul's capacity far exceeded that of his peers at the same cultivation level. With the Inner Furnace Soul Refining Method, his spiritual soul's capacity increased yet again. Although still far from reaching the nascent soul stage, a remarkable transformation occurred. His spiritual soul became exceedingly condensed and began to manifest a unique essence. When this essence was integrated into the spiritual sense techniques, it immediately enhanced their power. Chujuan was both amazed and delighted by this discovery. Considering its function, this essence bore a resemblance to the nascent soul essence typical of nascent soul cultivators. He decided to call it spiritual soul essence. Chujuan surmised that the vastness of his spiritual soul was so extraordinary that it had led to the emergence of this spiritual soul essence, a phenomenon unlikely to occur in most Golden Core cultivators. This was undoubtedly a boon. Going forward in battle, he could harness the spiritual soul essence to strengthen his spiritual sense techniques, often catching his enemies off guard with its unexpected power. Chapter 211, The Queen's Command 5 years later. On the surface of Soul Star, near the city of Torrential Flow, Yun Qi and Mon Anshan, paired together, were scouring the dark and desolate land in search of fuel. Unlike the Soul Clan, who could directly absorb souls for sustenance, these ascenders, possessing physical bodies, needed to consume biomass. Typically, the ascenders fed on tuberous starch plants and insect protein. Underground, where no sunlight could provide illumination or warmth, they had to produce their own energy for light and heat. The Ascendant faction utilized what was once the Soul Star nobility's soul furnace, using souls as fuel to generate light and heat. However, the nobility had used the souls of the lower classes, whereas the Ascenders now used wild soul beasts as their fuel source. Most of these soul beasts had indeed been wild animals before, but a small portion were formerly members of the Soul Clan. Without the constraints of a physical body for too long, they had gradually become aggressive and murderous, eventually turning into soul beasts. Ma Nanshan scratched his head. Leader Yun, we've been out for 4 days and have only caught 3 soul beasts. How are we supposed to report back like this? Yun Chi gave a wry smile. I wish I knew. The underground city's fuel supply was depleting rapidly. The Queen had no choice but to send out teams of Ascenders to capture soul beasts. The Dragonfly Squad had performed well. In just 5 days, they had captured over 100 soul beasts. In contrast, their own Dark Cloud Squad had not only encountered the Slaughter faction, suffering heavy losses, but had also managed to catch only 3 soul beasts. They would pale in comparison to the accomplishments of the Dragonfly Squad. This time, we'll probably face the Queen's punishment. Yun Chi sighed lightly. The Queen's temperament had changed drastically, becoming increasingly tyrannical and erratic. She would fly into a rage over trivial disagreements. Many of the Ascenders serving her had been executed for minor offenses. Ma Nanshan pondered for a long while before whispering, Leader Yun, what if we leave the Ascendant faction? Stop serving the Queen. Yun Chi smiled bitterly again. Ma Nanshan's suggestion was not something he hadn't considered himself. He had thought about leaving many times. But if they left the Ascendant faction, where could they possibly go? The Slaughter faction's Soul Clan members were madmen who killed any living person on sight. The Husbandry faction's Soul Clan was somewhat rational, but being caught by them meant the life of a slave. And if they encountered any of the remaining Soul Star nobility, as outsiders, they would be even less welcome. After much consideration, the only place they seemed to fit was the Ascendant faction. Yun Chi sighed softly and tried to counsel, Nanshan, we outsiders. However, before he could continue, he sensed a strong threat looming behind them. Instinctively, Yun Chi pulled Ma Nanshan to the left. Boom. The spot where they had just been standing was instantly blasted into a large pit. Both Yun Chi and Ma Nanshan were shaken, looking back in alarm. Yun Chi, you're truly worthy of being the highest-ranked captain of the Dark Cloud Squad. TSKS, my long-planned ambush, and you dodged it just like that? A strange laughter echoed. Following that, 10 figures appeared one after another, surrounding Yun Chi and Ma Nanshan. Yun Chi, upon seeing the leader, was shocked. It was Long Yuan, the captain of the Dragonfly Squad. The others were also members of the Dragonfly Squad. Ma Nanshan furrowed his brows. Long Yuan? What are you up to? Using a sneak attack and disregarding martial ethics? Long Yuan burst into laughter. Ma Nanshan, you really are naive. I can't understand how someone like you unites the Pegasus Star. You probably still don't know that your revered Captain Yun is a member of the Golden Horse Empire's royalty. Ma Nanshan looked at Yun Chi in shock. What? Yun Chi, you're part of the Golden Horse Empire's royalty? Yun Chi sighed. Yes, but I am only from a collateral line. Ma Nanshan's eyes blazed with fury, roaring, my family was killed by the Golden Horse Empire. I cannot coexist under the same sky with the royal family of the Golden Horse Empire. I will kill you. His palm surged with soul power, forming a long spear, ready to strike Yun Chi. Yun Chi's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly mustered his soul power to defend against the attack. Long Yuan crossed his arms, sneering. He King, a slender woman beside Long Yuan, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. This Ma Nanshan really is foolish, easily provoked to turn against Yun Chi. The others laughed scornfully, reveling in the chaos. However, in the next moment, Ma Nanshan's spear of soul power suddenly blasted towards the 2 nearest people. Yun Chi's hands, initially forming a soul shield, swiftly changed and transformed into a soul-powered bow and arrow in the blink of an eye. 2 twanging sounds. The soul-powered arrows flew from the string at high speed towards 2 members of the Dragonfly Squad. In just an instant, 4 heads were pierced through by the soul spear and soul arrows. Their faces, frozen in mockery, instantly stiffened. With a thud, 4 bodies fell to the ground. Ma Nanshan sneered, did you really think I was foolish enough not to know that Leader Yun is from the Golden Horse Empire's royalty? Yun Chi felt a sense of relief. He had noticed the change in Ma Nanshan's expression earlier and knew Ma Nanshan's true intentions. The 2 men, perfectly coordinated, acted in seamless unison. The cold sneers on the faces of Long Yuan and his group instantly turned into raging fury at that moment. They had never expected that Ma Nanshan, always regarded as a talkative and straightforward man, would feign an attack on Yunqi to strike the unguarded members of the Dragonfly Squad. Yunqi, pretending to defend against Mon Anshan, also aimed his real attack at the members of the Dragonfly Squad. In that instant, 4 of the 10 members of the Dragonfly Squad were dead. Long Yuan's heart bled with grief. He roared furiously, "Yunqi! You damned traitor!" He King also shouted in anger, "Mon Anshan, you dare kill my sworn brother, prepare to die." The remaining 6 members of the Dragonfly Squad quickly closed in. They relentlessly unleashed soul techniques, bombarding Yunqi and Mon Anshan with a frenzy of attacks. Yunqi and Mon Anshan fought while retreating, using the terrain to their advantage and continuously inflicting injuries on Long Yuan and his team. However, after a prolonged chase and battle, except for Long Yuan and He King, all other members of the Dragonfly Squad were dead. Even Long Yuan and He King were severely wounded, with their soul power nearly depleted. The look in their eyes when they gazed at Yunqi and Mon Anshan had shifted from furious anger to fear. These two were exceedingly difficult to kill. Yunqi was truly the most experienced of the Ascenders. Mon Anshan was truly the strongest in soul power. No wonder the Queen had secretly ordered their elimination. With a thud, a soul spear pierced through He King's heart. The slender woman fell to the ground in disbelief. Yunqi and Mon Anshan, dragging their heavily scarred bodies, stood before Long Yuan. Long Yuan was overwhelmed with fear, desperately shrinking back. His earlier arrogance had completely vanished. Mon Anshan growled, "Speak, why did you ambush us?" A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Long Yuan's face. Yunqi, with a complex expression, said, "You don't need to say it, I can guess. It was the Queen's command, wasn't it?" Chapter 212, Always look on the bright side. Long Yuan clutched his chest, his eyes wide open, and he snorted coldly, "It seems you already knew. The Queen planned to use human souls as fuel, and you refused. You defied the Queen's orders, but your experience is too vast, likely to inspire other Ascenders, so the Queen ordered us to eliminate you." Yunqi took a deep breath. "Was it you who leaked the information about my Dark Cloud Squad to the Slaughter faction?" Long Yuan gave a sinister laugh. "It was the Queen's command." Yunqi sighed deeply. He had came to Soul Star long ago, among the first batch of Ascenders to follow the Queen. Of those earliest Ascenders, he was the only one left. He had not expected the Queen to turn against him. At that moment, Yunqi felt something being torn from within him, shattering. His body shook, nearly causing him to fall, but Mon Anshan quickly steadied him. Long Yuan, seizing the moment, mobilized the last bit of his recovering soul power, blasting out the enveloping mist. Then, with a forceful push, he attempted to flee. Mon Anshan's eyes widened. "Who said you could leave? Come back here." His soul spear flew from his hand, striking Long Yuan's heart with unerring precision. The latter, clutching his chest in disbelief, fell forward with a thud. He should never have accepted the Queen's task. Yunqi and Mon Anshan were too strong. Long Yuan's consciousness quickly succumbed to the encroaching darkness. Yunqi and Mon Anshan sat back to back, both wearing bitter smiles. Yunqi had came to Soul Star out of curiosity, having encountered a Geonic block. Mon Anshan, having no rivals left on Pegasus Star and carrying the ideal of saving Soul Star, had arrived here as well. But now, everything was shattered. The Ascendant faction wanted them dead. There was no going back to Pegasus Star. Surviving in the desolate wilderness of Soul Star was akin to self-destruction. Since death was inevitable sooner or later, they thought it might be better to die sooner and find release. Yunqi extended his hand, gazing at the same hand that had slain countless souls, and felt an urge to end his own life. Mon Anshan grabbed his hand and pointed ahead. "Leader Yun, I know you want to die, but hold off on dying for a moment. Look ahead." Yunqi lifted his head and was startled to see a soul entity with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake speeding toward them. The soul entity was massive. At first glance, it was evident that it rivaled the Spectre King in stature. Yunqi scrutinized the soul entity a few moments longer. It seemed familiar, perhaps from a long-ago encounter. He tried hard to recall, but couldn't bring it to mind. Deciding not to dwell on it, Yunqi chuckled instead, unexpectedly running into a ghost king. "Now I won't have to do the deed myself." Mon Anshan shook his head. "Leader Yun, you must think positively. What if it's the husbandry faction's Spectre King?" Yunqi's face twitched, and he swiftly raised his hand. "Then I might as well kill myself. Being captured by the husbandry faction to serve as a breeding stallion, day in and day out, would be worse than death." The two armed figure standing before them fiddled with his divination tools for a while before saying, "You two are quite interesting. Father might take an interest in you. Would you like to come with me?" After hearing this, Yunqi and Mon Anshan were stunned. Father? Although the Soul Clan had genders, since they lacked physical bodies, they naturally couldn't reproduce. New members of the Soul Clan were created by two Spectre Kings slicing parts of their souls and merging them. Lower-level beings like the Great Spectres and Spectres lacked any capability to produce new souls. Newborn members of the Soul Clan wouldn't refer to their creators as parents but would still address them as kings. Upon reaching the rank of a Spectre King, they would refer to the ones who produced them as equals. What was this Spectre King's deal? Could there be a fourth secret faction beyond the slaughter, husbandry, and ascendant factions? Yunqi and Ma Nanshan exchanged a glance. Having been abandoned by the ascendant faction, they decided to see what this was about. There was no harm in just looking. Seeing their agreement, Two Arms scooped them up under his arms and flew towards the Yellow Springs soul refining array. The high-speed flight left Yunqi and Ma Nanshan dizzy and disoriented. Before they could clear their heads, they were already standing on solid ground. Chu Zhuan raised an eyebrow and withdrew his great devouring palm, eyeing the two men. He could tell at a glance that their souls and bodies were not perfectly aligned, a clear sign of ascenders. Dad, while searching for powerful soul beasts outside, I found these two interesting individuals and brought them back," said Two Arms. "I think they might be useful to you." With a chuckle, Two Arms recounted everything he had observed. Chu Zhuan glanced at the two men. Yunqi, astonished, exclaimed, "Senior, it's you." Chu Zhuan raised an eyebrow, recognizing the man. He had just arrived on Soul Star and set up the Yellow Springs Soul Refining Formation. Intent on eradicating any threats around the formation, he had planned to clear out the husbandry faction entrenched near the city of Torrential Flow. He had accidentally encountered an Ascenders squad attacking the city, finding themselves encircled by the husbandry faction. At that time, Yunqi had invited him to join the Ascenders, but he had outright refused. Chu Zhuan hadn't expected that, after more than a decade, he would meet this man again. Indeed, it seemed they were fated to cross paths again. Chu Zhuan casually asked, "Were you betrayed by the Ascendant faction?" Yunqi replied with a bitter smile, "Senior, you are correct." Chu Zhuan spoke indifferently, "Do you want to avenge your fallen comrades?" Yunqi and Ma Nanshan looked at each other, then simultaneously knelt down. "Yes. Please teach us, Senior." Chu Zhuan stated calmly, "Work for me, gather information about the Ascendant faction." Both responded earnestly, "We are willing." Chu Zhuan nodded and casually released two streams of spiritual sense, which entered their bodies. Suddenly, he transformed these into spiritual sense brands, imprinting them deep within their souls. The two felt their souls enveloped by an intense chill, nearly losing consciousness. However, after the brief cold sensation passed, they realized their souls were gradually growing stronger as if being nourished by something. Both were elated. Currently, both were level 9 Great Soul Masters but had always been unable to break into the rank of Soul King. If nourished by this substance, might becoming a Soul King be imminent? Chu Zhuan remarked softly, "That is both a gift and a shackle. Reaching what you call the level of a Soul King will be easy. But from now on, you cannot betray me." Yunqi and Ma Nanshan responded solemnly, "We will never betray you." Ma Nanshan scratched his head, "By the way, boss, do you also have a genetic block? I feel like your soul aura seems familiar." Chu Zhuan smiled but remained silent. Ma Nanshan knew better than to ask further, promptly shutting his mouth. He had recognized Chu Zhuan's aura. It was the one who always remained silent. Chu Zhuan said lightly, "Change your accent before you speak again." Yunqi respectfully said, "Master, we are probably now considered traitors by the Queen of the Ascendant faction. We are willing to gather intelligence for you, but how can we return to the Ascenders now?" Chu Zhuan snapped his fingers, "Simple. I'll turn you into someone else." Chapter 213, Mixed Origin. Infinite Heart. In the blink of an eye, Yunqi transformed into the visage of Long Yuan, and Ma Nanshan took on the appearance of He King. With Chu Zhuan's abilities, altering someone's appearance was effortlessly done. Ma Nanshan was almost in tears. "Why do I have to be the woman?" Yunqi coughed lightly. "Long Yuan and He King are a couple, and He King often initiates flirtations with Long Yuan. Remember that well, Nanshan." Ma Nanshan. Chu Zhuan casually produced two transmitting jade slips and taught them how to use them. "Take these, and transmit any information you gather through them." "Yes." Yunqi and Ma Nanshan both nodded solemnly. "Go, you are Long Yuan and He King from now on," Chu Zhuan said with a smile. The two bowed and departed. From that moment on, Yunqi and Ma Nanshan were considered dead. Yet, being formidable in strength, they had severely wounded the Dragonfly Squad before their supposed deaths. Of the 10 members of the Dragonfly Squad, only the leader Long Yuan and the vice leader He King survived. "You seem to recognize the master?" Yunqi asked quietly. Ma Nanshan nodded. "It was a long time ago. I encountered the master through a genetic block. But he never spoke. I didn't expect the master's soul power to be so immense. Now I understand why the master never spoke. He probably saw through it as a trap all along. Yunqi nodded in agreement. He couldn't help but look back toward the direction of the Yellow Springs soul refining formation, feeling that their new master was profoundly mysterious and utterly inscrutable. Working for him seemed like a wise choice. Chu Zhuan pondered thoughtfully. These two were merely pawns in a larger game. After all, the Ascendant faction was now barely a few cats and dogs. Even without gathering their intelligence, it wouldn't significantly impact his plans. However, the intelligence gathered from Soul 1, Soul 2, Soul 3, and Soul 4 was crucial. It related to the scale of measures Chu Zhuan would need to employ against the Slaughter King and the Greedy King, whether he needed no preparation at all and could strike directly at the heart, or if he should slightly enhance his power before acting, or even reveal his full hand and proceed as if it were a prolonged war. Is there good news from Blue Star? Chu Zhuan perked up upon receiving new information from Wang Xingxu. Deciding to leave a small portion of his soul on Soul Star, he immediately stood up and summoned Wang Xingxu. Moments later, the chief of the Black Blade 9-person council knelt before Chu Zhuan, his expression barely concealing his excitement. Immortal. The harmonization technique was successful. He presented a stack of thick papers to Chu Zhuan. With a simple gesture, Chu Zhuan levitated all the papers in midair. He skimmed through the text swiftly, absorbing every word. After a brief moment, Chu Zhuan showed a slight hint of surprise. He had read through the technique and found it entirely viable, so much so that it could be practiced immediately without any modifications. Who developed this harmonization technique? Chu Zhuan inquired. Wang Xingxu replied respectfully, an elderly man from a place called Mabago. He has a keen understanding of this matter, so I had him brought to the Enlightenment Institute from the Holy Light Theocracy branch. Chu Zhuan nodded slightly and flicked a large blood pearl toward Wang Xingxu. Reward this to Mabago. Tell him to keep up the good work. Yes. Wang Xingxu, holding the large blood pearl, nodded solemnly. What's the matter? Chu Zhuan frowned slightly. Wang Xingxu gave an awkward smile. Immortal, Mabago has a condition. He hopes you will use the name he has given to the technique. Oh? What name did he choose? Let's hear it. Chu Zhuan asked curiously. Wang Xingxu said earnestly, Mixed Origin Infinite Heart. Chu Zhuan raised an eyebrow. Mixed Origin aptly reflected the essence of the harmonization technique. The words Infinite Heart reminded him of the old demonic sex. This name is good, I'll use it. Chu Zhuan nodded. Mabago will be very pleased to hear this. Wang Xingxu said respectfully as he began to retreat, I take my leave. After Wang Xingxu left, Chu Zhuan immediately began practicing the Mixed Origin Infinite Heart. This harmonization technique's main benefit was the vast amount of spiritual chi it could generate, enough to mitigate the conflicts between other mutually contradictory techniques. The Mixed Origin Infinite Heart was divided into 9 levels, corresponding to the Golden Core's 1st through 9th levels. It took Chu Zhuan only 3 days to grasp the basics of the technique. A year later, he had cultivated the Mixed Origin Infinite Heart to its highest, the 9th level. Upon reaching the 9th level, he sensed that the technique might still have potential for further enhancement. Maybe giving Mabago more opportunities could lead to a grander achievement, possibly developing a nascent soul stage harmonization technique. The conflicts between the techniques within my body have finally lessened. I can continue my cultivation now. Chu Zhuan immediately sat down to meditate. Now at the 9th level of Golden Core, he urgently needed to find nascent soul spiritual materials. Thus, he planned to cultivate the Great Protective Golden Wheel Scripture to its highest 3rd level, from which he could learn a new spell called Protective Dharma Body. This technique required the condensation of merit and was incredibly durable. Additionally, he aimed to cultivate the Yin Thunder Evil technique to its 9th level to learn the Yin Evil Thunder Shadow spell. As time swiftly passed, 5 years had elapsed on Blue Star. Chu Zhuan's body radiated intense golden light. Suddenly, he conjured a magnificent golden Dharma body. This majestic form exuded compassion and benevolence, embodying all that was true, good, and beautiful in the world, instilling a sense of humility in those who beheld it. Chu Zhuan's thoughts stirred, and a shadow bursting with lightning suddenly leaped from his own shadow, sprinting around him 3 times in the blink of an eye. For the first time, Chu Zhuan gazed into the eyes of this shadow, his own reflection, and found the experience profoundly intriguing. These 2 spells were naturally the Protective Dharma Body and the Yin Evil Thunder Shadow. With these, he had a reliable means of self-protection. Additionally, the substantial expansion of his spiritual soul had naturally condensed into the essence of his spiritual soul. Alongside the Ghost King's 2 arms and 4 arms, Chu Zhuan's current power was such that if he were to confront Yun Zhang again, unlike the perilous battle of last time, he could easily counter and defeat him. Calculating the time. I've spent about 20 years on Blue Star, and 2 years have passed in the extraterritorial battlefield. Chu Zhuan mused. For 2 years, we've failed to locate Hueco, so the efforts of the Reincarnation Divine Church should have significantly diminished by now, likely just going through the motions. Taking this opportunity, I should hasten to gather the remaining nascent soul spiritual materials. If I can step onto the nascent soul path, I will have more opportunities across the extraterritorial battlefield. With no time to waste, Chujuan activated the blood mirror and set off for the extraterritorial battlefield, poised to gather the necessary materials and ascend to the next level of his cultivation journey. Chapter 214, Where is Lei Family City? In the extraterritorial battlefield, on a desolate plain devoid of life, remnants of ancient walls and the bones of ancient beasts scattered about created a scene eerily unsettling. Suddenly, a figure appeared seemingly out of nowhere. He surveyed the surroundings and nodded slightly. Good, no trace of the nether crocodiles. Chujuan observed, looking around at the largely identical landscape. He randomly chose a direction to proceed. There was no point in trying to discern one area from another, wherever he went would suffice. As he continued, it wasn't long before he actually encountered another person. However, this person's body was swaying as if on the verge of collapse, seemingly severely injured. The man noticed Chujuan and showed a look of relief, rushing towards him. Chujuan's instincts cautioned him. The man called out, "I am Zhang Xingshan, a nascent soul cultivator of the Reincarnation Divine Church. Fellow Taoist, do you have any healing elixirs? I shall repay your kindness abundantly in the future." Chujuan was quite surprised and responded respectfully, "So, it is Senior Zhang. I am He Liang, a cultivator from the Majestic Sword Sect, and it's an honor to meet you, Senior." By now, Zhang Xingshan had closed the distance, allowing Chujuan to see the man's condition. The nascent soul cultivator from the Reincarnation Divine Church was covered in wounds, and his once dignified elder's robe was tattered, hardly befitting his esteemed status. His body was full of scars, and his spiritual chi was nearly depleted. Chujuan retrieved several bottles of healing elixirs from his storage bag. "Senior, I only have healing elixirs suitable for golden core cultivators here, which might be of little effect for you." Zhang Xingshan approached swiftly, a flicker of sharpness in his eyes. "No matter, your willingness to offer healing elixirs is commendable." As Chujuan looked down, Zhang Xingshan suddenly raised his hand. The scant spiritual chi left in his body surged out, forming a gigantic maw that lunged at Chujuan. Chujuan's eyes flickered coldly. The next moment, 2 arms and 4 arms burst out from his shadow. The 2 Ghost Kings, each equipped with their life-bound ghost weapons, attacked from both sides. With a loud crash, a sound of unbearable breaking came from within Zhang Xingshan's body. He writhed in agony, utterly shocked. A mere golden core cultivator had 2 Ghost Kings bursting out from within him. You! Zhang Xingshan wailed, attempting to flee by releasing his nascent soul. However, 2 arms and 4 arms were not about to let him escape. In the blink of an eye, they seized his dimly lit nascent soul figure, tore it in two, and devoured it on the spot. Chujuan reached out, catching Zhang Xingshan's physical body and tossed it into the corpse-nurturing tower, while securing his storage bag at his waist. He then cast a corpse-refining blood fire spell, cleansing the area of any remnants of battle, ensuring no traces were left behind. Only then did he deploy the Mahayana swift escape, quickly fleeing the scene. When Zhang Xingshan had first spotted him, his excitement was palpable, as if he had seen a piece of walking meat. At that moment, Chujuan knew that the man's intentions were not to seek healing elixirs, but rather to capture him. Healing elixirs for golden core cultivators were of little use to a nascent soul cultivator. However, devouring the flesh and soul of a golden core cultivator could be transformed through secret methods into a surge of spiritual chi and vitality, likely improving Zhang Xingshan's grave injuries significantly. Clearly, that had been his plan in approaching Chujuan. Had it been any other golden core cultivator, they might have indeed fallen prey to Zhang Xingshan's scheme. After all, the Reincarnation Divine Church was a 6th-tier cultivation sect, revered as the upper sect by most cultivators in the extraterritorial battlefield. Zhang Xingshan, despite being an nascent soul elder of the Reincarnation Divine Church, was severely wounded and fleeing towards desolation, a sign he likely harbored some secrets. His storage bag might contain treasures, but I'll need to find a safe place to examine them. Chujuan thought as he continued to hasten forward. Then, as expected, he got lost. After aimlessly wandering the barren plains like a headless fly, Chujuan stumbled upon a massive, deep ravine, a sight that sparked a sense of familiarity within him. The Great Chasm. Finally, he had found a landmark. This time, instead of heading to the Righteous Tao City where he had resided as monk Hueco, Chujuan decided to go to Lei Family City. The Reincarnation Divine Church's search efforts would be most intense in Righteous Tao City, so it made sense to change his destination. Lei Family City was a good choice. A day later, he arrived outside Lei Family City. However, the grand characters carved over the city gates had changed. Heavenly Sword City? Chu Juan raised an eyebrow in surprise. What had happened to the Lei family city? He looked towards the gate guards, clad in the robes of the majestic sword sect, golden core cultivators. Had the city's allegiance shifted? Chu Juan didn't ponder much before following other cultivators into Heavenly Sword City. Upon entering, he made his way straight to a tea house to partake in some tea. Naturally, drinking tea was secondary. His primary intention was to eavesdrop on the conversations of the other cultivators. By the time Chu Juan stepped out of the tea house, he had gleaned knowledge about the majority of significant events that had occurred over the past 2 years. The nascent sole patriarch of the Lei family, Lei Minyang, had been gravely injured by Yun Zhongyu and had been forced to flee, releasing his nascent soul. This weakened the Lei family's power considerably. Seizing the opportunity, Shang Wenhao of the Majestic Sword Sect led a faction of cultivators from Majestic Sword City to invade Lei family city. They ousted the Lei family, seized control, and renamed it Heavenly Sword City. With this acquisition, the Majestic Sword Sect nominally possessed 2 large cities and 7 smaller ones, making their territory the largest on this battlefield. However, it seemed Shang Wenhao had some conflicts with other nascent soul cultivators of Majestic Sword City. Rather than being the sect's second major city, this place seemed more like a private domain of the Shangwen family. Intent on keeping a low profile, Chu Juan had already altered his appearance and concealed his aura. To outsiders, he appeared to be nothing more than a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Chu Juan rented a second-tier cave dwelling, set up his protective formations, and then returned to Blue Star. He had a gut feeling that Zhang Xingshan harbored secrets. Therefore, he approached the task of opening the man's storage bag with caution. Nascent soul cultivators' spiritual imprints are formidable. Despite Chu Juan's soul being far more advanced than that of his peers in the golden core stage, it still took him 5 full days to completely erase the spiritual imprint from the storage bag. Quite a few medium spiritual stones, about 2,000 pieces. All the pills, talismans, and magic treasures are gone. This guy was broke, wasn't he? Ah, but there is a soul-breaking spike, not bad at all. Chu Juan couldn't help but shake his head, though he could guess the circumstances. The man must have been through a fierce battle of life and death, likely consuming all his pills, talismans, and magic treasures during the fight. As for the soul-breaking spikes, Chu Juan had already obtained 2 from Yun Zhong's storage bag. With this one, he now had 3. Ah, what's this box? Chu Juan noticed a wooden box placed in the most secure compartment of Zhang Xingshan's storage bag. A look of curiosity flashed across his eyes. Opening the box, he found an ancient seed emitting a grey aura. The more he looked at it, the more ominous it seemed. What is this? Chapter 215, Tatty Tree Seed. The more Chu Juan scrutinized the seed, the dizzier he felt, an unmistakable sign that this was no ordinary object. He decided to err on the side of caution, carefully resecuring it within his storage. Without knowing its true purpose, it was best not to tamper with it recklessly. Given that Zhang Xingshan, despite being an nascent soul elder of the Reincarnation Divine Church, had met such a dire fate, the seed might very well be related. It seems I need to investigate what this seed really is. Chu Juan mused, turning back to the extraterritorial battlefield. At the heart of the perilous battlefield stood a black and white colossal tower. The Reincarnation Tower. This was the stronghold of the Reincarnation Divine Church in this war zone. The tower stood aloof from all conflicts. Even the Feather Transformation Heaven Palace, Majestic Sword Sect, Celestial Sound Zine Temple, and other such powers would not dare to encroach within 100 miles of it. This was the suppressive power that a 6th-tier sect held over 5th-tier sects. At that moment, on the highest floor of the Reincarnation Tower, 2 figures stood opposite each other. One was a tall, elderly man with white hair and beard, exuding a powerful and vigorous aura, clearly a formidable being of the deity transformation stage. The other, a slender, ice-cold, and beautiful woman, had reached the late stages of the nascent soul. The elderly man had his eyes closed, his eyeballs moving rapidly under his lids. The woman waited beside him, her expression gradually turning impatient. After a long while, the elder opened his eyes, looking significantly aged. The woman quickly asked, "Uncle Master Tan Kang, have you divined the approximate location of the Tatty Tree Seed?" True Master Tan Kang gave a wry smile. "Just a moment ago, I sensed the aura of the wooden box being opened. Yet, when I sat down to divine its location, I found it to be impossibly far from the Reincarnation Tower, almost as if..." The woman furrowed her brows. "As if what?" True Master Tan Kang sighed lightly, "As if it's in another world, which seems impossible." The woman thought for a moment. Zhang Xingshan stole the seed, and his only escape would have been to seek help from the heaven-shaking divine sect. "Please, Uncle Master, order the sealing of all teleportation arrays in this battlefield and dispatch trustworthy individuals to discreetly search for the seed." My master instructed that this matter must not be publicized. We must proceed with caution. We'll catch the traitor Zhang Xingshan sooner or later, like catching a turtle in a jar. Yes, I obey, Holy Maiden. Take care. True Master Tan King nodded. The woman then promptly departed. As the woman departed, True Master Tan King's face grew increasingly cold. A young man entered from outside, chuckling. This Li Han Shuang, relying on her status as the Holy Maiden, doesn't even show the master respect. She even showed impatience while master was divining. True Master Tan King responded calmly, disrespecting elders will lead her to a great downfall someday. Let's not talk about her now. Mingru, choose trustworthy people to start both overt and covert investigations for the seed. As he spoke, he cast a beam of spiritual light into Mingru's mind, imprinting the appearance of the seed. Mingru nodded immediately. I will follow your teachings closely. By the way, have we found any clues about Hueco? True Master Tan King suddenly asked. Mingru shook his head. Hueco seems to have vanished. It's been 2 years with no trace, and even the master's divination powers can't locate him. We can't find him if he doesn't want to be found. True Master Tan King sighed lightly. Enough, enough. Your senior brother brought this upon himself. Alas. As Mingru turned to leave, he couldn't help but ask, Master, what exactly is this seed that even the elders of our sect are alarmed and sent Li Han Shuang here to ask you to consume your lifespan to divine? True Master Tan King looked at him steadily. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Knowing too much isn't good for you. Mingru instantly recoiled. Yes, Master, I was wrong to ask. I'll have my confidants search for the seed. With that, he quickly left, lest he face further reprimand. Mingru, your cultivation is too lax. If this continues, I might have to harvest early. True Master Tan King watched his departing figure with a hint of regret in his eyes. What a pity. If only I had the complete tome of the body seizing technique created by my junior brother, I wouldn't need to find a superior grade spiritual body every century to extend my life, alas. Where is that technique, after all? A few days later, Chu Zhuan walked out of an auction in Heavenly Sword City and entered a tea house. Sipping his tea, he shook his head repeatedly. Nascent soul spiritual items were indeed rare. To this day, Chu Zhuan had only acquired 3 soul-breaking spikes. If he was to break his golden core and advance to the nascent soul stage, his ultimate grade thunder spiritual root might only increase his chances of success by 10%. Relying solely on his spiritual root to attempt the nascent soul stage was almost like seeking death. A 10% chance of success was far from acceptable to Chu Zhuan. That's why he needed to rely on nascent soul spiritual items. Soul-breaking spikes were one option, but they weren't the best available. In addition to the spikes, there were also items like the core transformation gel and gold crumble mud. Ideally, he should have several types of nascent soul spiritual items for a combined effect, which might increase his chances slightly. If he only had 3 soul-breaking spikes, Chu Zhuan estimated his chances at about 60%. That definitely wouldn't do. With such assets as the Blood Mirror and Blue Star, and Soul Star as his back garden, if he followed the correct cultivation protocols, he should be able to ascend from one major realm to another. 60% was far from sufficient. Even 99% wasn't enough. He would only choose to break his golden core and advance to the nascent soul stage if his chances were a full 100%. Otherwise, if he were to capsize in the gutter, to whom could he possibly complain? Chu Zhuan wandered the auction house deliberately, hoping to purchase additional nascent soul spiritual items. After all, having slain the nascent soul cultivators Yunzanu and Zhang Xingshan, his storage bag was quite flush with spiritual stones. Yet, despite the abundance of spiritual stones, nascent soul spiritual items remained elusive. This was a significant predicament. Rarely would anyone who acquired such items put them up for auction. They would either use them or save them for their descendants unless there was a dire need for something else, at which point they might consider selling. This really is a headache. Chu Zhuan sighed deeply. If only he knew who possessed nascent soul spiritual items, he could handle the situation straightforwardly. Storm their residence, claiming they had first stepped with their left foot, which violated his taboo, and then proceed with the usual methods. However, he did not even know who might possess such items. Just then, from the corner of his eye, Chu Zhuan noticed 2 cultivators from the Reincarnation Divine Church, one following the other, entering the residence of Shangguanhao in the main thoroughfare of Heavenly Sword City. Members of the Reincarnation Divine Church? What are they doing in Heavenly Sword City? Soon after, Shangguanhao's trusted cultivators posted notices throughout the city. A reward was offered for the traitor Zhang Xingshan of the Reincarnation Divine Church. Anyone who could provide a lead that was verified and confirmed by their specialists would receive a reward from the Reincarnation Divine Church. Rewards included 3 nascent soul spiritual items such as soul-breaking spikes, core transformation gel, and gold crumble mud. The bounty would be even greater for those who captured or killed the traitor, with the highest reward being 3 bottles of deity nurturing elixir. Chapter 216. Another betrayal. Chu Xuan stood among the crowd in Heavenly Sword City, his eyebrows raising as he read the posted notice. The bounty for Zhang Xingshan was higher than the reward of Hueco. What secrets did Zhang Xingshan harbor, or rather, what was the true nature of that seed? Silently, Chu Xuan retreated from the crowd, lost in thought. The appearance of reincarnation divine church cultivators in Heavenly Sword City indicated they were seeking Shangguan Hao. This implied that Shangguan Hao might know what the seed was. To the current Chu Xuan, Shangguan Hao, merely at the early stage of nascent soul, was not a formidable opponent. Yunzong had posed little challenge, and thus Shangguan Hao would be even easier to handle. However, Chu Xuan had already discerned Shangguan Hao's habits. The man kept to his abode, rarely venturing out, with his subordinates handling nearly all affairs. How could Chu Xuan gain control over him? If he were to storm the residence, he doubted he could break through the dwelling's protective formations quickly. If Shangguan Hao had time to react, the situation would deteriorate. Chu Xuan could imagine his whereabouts becoming known soon after, leading to a perilous state of being hunted. The worst outcome would be the necessity to reveal the blood mirror, using it to escape right under the watchful eyes of many. That would be troublesome. He might never be able to return to the extraterritorial battlefield, as there could always be someone waiting on the other side of the blood mirror, ready to catch him as he emerged. Rash actions are unwise. Chu Xuan concluded. I should lie low in Heavenly Sword City. Surely, Shangguan Hao cannot stay secluded in his dwelling forever. Chu Xuan calmed his mind and made a plan. He spent some effort to bribe a low-level golden core cultivator residing above Shangguan Hao's mansion, claiming he wished to meet Shangguan Hao and inquiring about the times he might emerge from seclusion. The other party, suspecting nothing amiss, agreed immediately. After all, Shangguan Hao was the lord of Heavenly Sword City, a prestigious nascent soul cultivator. Many sought an audience with him, and Chu Xuan's actions did not draw any particular attention, mostly thanks to the substantial sincerity he had shown with his bribe. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed on the extraterritorial battlefield, while 5 years had elapsed on Blue Star. Chu Xuan spent most of his time on Blue Star practicing the 1000 refinement dragon elephant technique. But he never allowed himself to become too immersed in it. Periodically, he would return to Heavenly Sword City to check on Shangguan Hao's movements. Despite his intermittent training schedule, supported by the substantial flesh of the nether crocodiles, Chu Xuan had elevated his physical cultivation to the 31st level. This realm was now comparable to the combat power of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Furthermore, when Chu Xuan had time to spare, he would stroll around Heavenly Sword City, purchasing anything he needed on a whim. He took an interest in several poison scriptures and bought them all in one go. Additionally, he acquired a breath concealment technique from the auction house. Previously, he had cultivated the turtle breath technique, a foundation establishment stage method that allowed him to freely alter the strength of his aura. However, this technique was less effective now that he was beyond the foundation establishment stage. He had since upgraded to the abyssal return method, a top-tier golden core breath concealment technique with only 3 levels. If cultivated to the highest level, one could even learn a secret art of feigning death, embodying the essence of the path of survival. Although cultivating the abyssal return method did not significantly increase his overall power, it substantially enhanced his survivability. During his wanders, Chu Xuan also encountered several old acquaintances. For instance, there was the middle-aged cultivator Wan Ke, who had changed his appearance and even his name to Ning Ke. His once bald head was now covered with thick black hair, making one suspect he had experience in fleeing. Others, like Wan Wuiying, Zhao Wuiya, and Huang Yuanwu, were conducting their cautious small businesses in Heavenly Sword City, which mostly involved occasional assassinations and treasure robberies. Yet, they were clearly still troubled by the scarcity of nascent soul spiritual items. Like them, many other robbers did not receive much attention from Shangguan Hao, who seldom expended effort to manage the robbers around Heavenly Sword City. Moreover, the trio knew well whom they could provoke and whom they could not, and thus they never attracted any formidable enemies. Life was relatively comfortable for them. Chu Xuan recognized them, but they could not recognize him. His skill in disguise was not quite at the pinnacle, but it was certainly masterful. Even some nascent soul cultivators might not see through his disguise. Chu Xuan had no desire to reveal his identity to them, as that could potentially invite unnecessary trouble. As Chu Xuan patiently waited, an opportunity finally presented itself. Shangguan Hao emerged from seclusion. Surprisingly, though he nominally entered the Shangguan family estate, he actually changed his appearance and secretly slipped out the back door, leaving the city. Interesting indeed, who could he be meeting so secretly? Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. He remembered that Shangwen Hao once had an affair with his female disciple, and he was known for being under his wife's strict control. It was very likely that this outing was for a clandestine rendezvous with a woman. With a smack of his lips, Chu Xuantu left the city. However, no sooner had he mingled with the crowd and passed through the gates than he noticed two figures also discreetly leaving Heavenly Sword City within the throng. He recognized their faces instantly. They were the two Reincarnation Divine Sect cultivators who had visited Heavenly Sword City that day. One was at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, and the other at the early stage. It appeared they were following Shangwen Hao as well. Chu Xuan's interest grew stronger. Could it be that catching a cheater now required the involvement of the upper sect? Since when had the Reincarnation Divine Sect been so strict about the personal conduct of its disciples? Something didn't add up. Silently, Chu Xuan followed them. 600 li south of Heavenly Sword City, there lay a region riddled with numerous caverns known as Thousand Caverns. The dark grottos within could suddenly erupt with thousands of nether crocodiles. It was common for cultivators from Heavenly Sword City to come here to clear out ancient beast remains. From a distance, Chu Xuan saw Shangwen Hao enter one of the caverns of Thousand Caverns. The two from the Reincarnation Divine Sect followed him inside. Chu Xuan was puzzled, but then, the cavern erupted with earth-shattering explosions. Boom! 4 figures suddenly flew out, engaging in pairs. Shangwen Hao, you dare to leak the sacred secrets of our sect to the heaven-shaking Divine Sect, you deserve death! Roared the younger nascent soul cultivator of the Reincarnation Divine Sect. Shangwen Hao said nothing and fought while retreating, clearly outmatched by the younger nascent soul cultivator. The other combat scene was not so one-sided. It saw the Reincarnation Divine Sect's nascent soul cultivator being overpowered by a figure in black. Hidden in the shadows, Chu Xuan realized his mistake. It turned out Shangwen Hao was meeting with someone from the heaven-shaking Divine Sect, betraying the secrets of the Reincarnation Divine Sect. How misleading. Yet as he pondered, Chu Xuan recalled information about the heaven-shaking Divine Sect. This sect was a formidable 6th-tier cultivation sect, on par with the Reincarnation Divine Sect. The two had been at odds for thousands of years, a rivalry marked by intense animosity. 2,000 years ago, the Reincarnation Divine Sect had even seized 2 resource-rich cultivation stars from the heaven-shaking Divine Sect. But now, the heaven-shaking Divine Sect was rising, ready to turn the tables. Shangwen Hao's actions were nothing short of treachery against the Reincarnation Divine Sect. What awaited him was a fearsome crackdown. What benefits had the heaven-shaking Divine Sect offered to tempt Shangwen Hao into such betrayal? Chapter 217, How long do you intend to hide? Boom, boom, boom. The battle among the 4 nascent soul cultivators was truly earth-shattering. The aftermath of their fight alone was enough to alter the landscape. The noise and fury of their battle soon caught the attention of some bandit cultivators in the vicinity. As word spread, it drew more attention from other wandering bandit cultivators. Their gazes locked onto Shangwen Hao and the others like hyenas watching a group of lions, ready to pounce at any sign of weakness. To these cultivators, nascent soul ancestors were usually lofty figures. Yet, should these elders be gravely injured in battle, they too would face nothing but death if confronted by bandit cultivators. The bandit cultivators waited patiently. They awaited the fall of the mighty lion so they could swarm and feast on the remains. Among them, Wan Wuang and his companions, also bandit cultivators, had also noticed the battle among the 4 nascent soul cultivators from a distance. Huang Yuanwu was tempted to join and claim his share of the spoils. However, Wan Wuang cautioned him, the strife of nascent soul cultivators is not something we can meddle in. If you wish to take a share, first assess if you have the means to do so. After some deliberation, Huang Yuanwu and Zhao Wuai nodded repeatedly, suppressing their restless thoughts. Chu Xuan, unlike most bandit cultivators who were drawn close to the Thousand Caverns, kept himself well hidden. He could see that Shangwen Hao was no ordinary cultivator. Throughout the confrontation, Shangwen Hao had remained silent amidst the Reincarnation Divine Sect cultivators' roars and curses, possibly holding back a trump card, perhaps reinforcements or a strategic formation. Thus, Chu Xuan refrained from indulging in the fantasy that the others might wound each other grievously. As expected, the fight among the nascent souls had barely lasted a moment when an agent from the heaven-shaking Divine Sect, dressed in black, seized an opportunity. With a fierce punch, he penetrated the skull of the early-stage nascent soul cultivator from the Reincarnation Divine Sect. His nascent soul barely escaped the body before the black-clothed man casually captured it and tossed it into a bag. During the battle, this agent had not revealed his cultivation in bodily refinement. Instead, he struck in an instant when a flaw was exposed, demonstrating admirable judgment and timing. In the blink of an eye, the situation shifted to 2 against 1, encircling the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator from the Reincarnation Divine Sect. Shangwen Hao spoke indifferently, "Don't bother trying to send the information out. Around these 1,000 caverns, I've already laid out a formation well in advance. Once inside, no one can leave. As for the transmission jade, it's equally incapable of sending out even the slightest bit of information. Mingru, you might as well surrender here. With that, he took out a formation disc and suddenly activated it. Mingru's gaze sharpened as he immediately surveyed his surroundings. As expected, a protective barrier had risen around the 1,000 caverns. Sword chi surged endlessly around them, attacking anyone attempting to leave the area. The bandit cultivators showed signs of fear and desperately tried to escape, only to be sliced into countless pieces by the fierce sword chi in an instant. Chu Zhuan noticed the soaring sword chi as well and raised an eyebrow in response. Shang Wenhao had set a deep trap for Mingru to fall into, inadvertently ensnaring the marauding bandit cultivators who plagued the vicinity of Heavenly Sword City as well. Fortunately, Chu Zhuan had remained cautious and kept a significant distance from the 1,000 caverns, thus he was outside the range of the formation. A quick glance was enough for him to recognize the formation as one of the Nasan Soul level, with the controlling disc still in Shang Wenhao's hands. Had he been too greedy and ventured closer, he might have been caught inside the formation. With his current strength, even though he might have been able to break free, it would have forced him to reveal many of his hidden capabilities. Praising himself for his cautious nature, Chu Zhuan continued to watch the unfolding events from beyond the formation. Meanwhile, the black-clothed man from the heaven-shaking divine sect let out a sinister chuckle. He. You must be a disciple of true Master Tan Kang, right? Today, another one dies by my hand. Mingru's pupils contracted. Senior brother Yan Zanu was killed by you? The man in black only laughed strangely. I would have liked to kill him, but alas, he didn't die by my hand. He continued, true Master Tan Kang loves to cultivate disciples with spiritual bodies, nurturing them for hundreds of years before slaughtering them to extend his own life, claiming their deaths as accidents. You must be still in the dark, right? He taunted. Mingru's pupil shrank drastically, his mind deeply shaken. Die. Shang Wenhao took this opportunity to burst forth, attacking in tandem with the black-clothed man from left and right. Despite being a direct disciple of true Master Tan Kang, Mingru could not withstand the combined assault. He tried several times to break out from the encirclement of Shang Wenhao and the black-clad man, but the sword chi formation forced him back each time. Soon, he was gravely wounded and on his last breath. In a final act of desperation, he roared, I only ask one thing, is what you said true? Did my master really slaughter my senior brothers? Tell me, so I can die with some understanding. The man in black sneered, I was once a disciple of true Master Tan Kang myself, and I barely escaped with my life. At this point, I have no reason to lie to you. With a furious roar, Mingru died from exhaustion, his body plummeting towards the ground. Within the formation, Shang Wenhao and the black-clothed man had nearly annihilated all the bandit cultivators, claiming their storage bags for themselves. The two bandit cultivators knelt before Shang Wenhao, pleading for mercy. Master, we have always served you loyally, plundering loose cultivators on your behalf. It was also at your behest that we spread the word to lure these bandit cultivators here. Please grant us a chance to live. Before they could finish their plea, Shang Wenhao unleashed a slash of sword chi. Their heads soared into the air, and they died without understanding why Shang Wenhao had killed them so readily. The man in black let out a strange chuckle. Fellow Taoist Shang Wen, you're quite decisive in killing your disciples. Shang Wenhao gave a slight smile. They were merely deeply malevolent bandit cultivators, deserving of death. These two were once my disciples, but long ago we lost any master-disciple affection. It is only right that I eliminate them for the greater good. The man in black smiled silently. Shang Wenhao looked around to make sure no one else had survived. He nodded in satisfaction. With no third party left alive, there was no one to know they had met. Turning to the man in black, Shang Wenhao bowed respectfully, Emissary, the disappearance of Mingru will sooner or later attract the attention of that old ghost Tan Kang. He has the ability to divine the future. If he suspects that Mingru is dead, he might trace it back to me. I intended to remain in this extraterritorial battlefield to seek out the Tati tree species for the sect, but I am not strong enough on my own. The man in black chuckled softly. He could clearly hear what Shang Wenhao was implying. He wanted the protection of the heaven-shaking divine sect. The man in black pulled out a blood-colored gem and tossed it to Shang Wenhao. This gem contains a drop of true Master Tan Kang's blood essence. I refined it specifically to counteract his divination. The personal imprint on the blood has been removed, so it cannot be sensed by Tan Kang. Even if Tan Kang uses a significant portion of his lifespan to divine the future, at most he can discover that Mingru died in the 1,000 caverns, but he won't be able to trace it back to you. Keep this gem with you and continue your search for the Tati tree seeds without worry. Shang Wenhao was overjoyed. Yes. Thank you, emissary. I will certainly devote himself entirely to the sect, heart and soul. The man in black let out a strange laugh, and with a light step, his figure vanished like a gust of wind. Shang Wenhao did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked around carefully. After a long while, he suddenly spoke, his face showing a cold expression. "How long do you intend to hide?" Chu Zhuan sneered silently, remaining hidden in his spot. After a while, Shang Wenhao nodded in satisfaction. "It seems there really is no one else around. Very good." Chapter 218, Everything Can Be Discussed. Shang Wenhao's face beamed with joy as he made his way toward Heavenly Sword City. This journey could indeed be described as killing 3 birds with 1 arrow. Firstly, he had connected with the formidable heaven-shaking divine sect, securing the promise of a bottle of deity-nurturing elixir, which would aid in his soul transformation. Secondly, by eliminating Ming Rue, he was no longer hindered nor worried about being discovered by true Master Tan Kang. Thirdly, he had eradicated most of the marauding cultivators around Heavenly Sword City. It was a triple victory. Shang Wenhao could hardly contain his pride at his own cleverness. However, he had barely escaped a few dozen zhong when a chilling sensation prickled at his back, and an immense sense of foreboding arose within him. Without hesitation, Shang Wenhao immediately cast a defensive spell and activated his protective magic treasure. Boom! 2 ghost kings, one in front and one behind, swung their 5 life-bound ghost weapons furiously, smashing down with terrifying force. Boom! The power of the second-tier ghost kings was indeed formidable. In an instant, they shattered Shang Wenhao's defensive spell. His protective magic treasure let out a mournful cry, its light dimming instantly before plummeting to the ground. Shang Wenhao's pupils constricted sharply. He recognized these 2 ghost kings. They were the very ones who had slain Yan Zongyu under the command of a golden core monk. Shang Wenhao was petrified. He knew all too well that his own strength was no match for Yan Zongyu's. If that golden core monk could kill Yan Zongyu, he could certainly kill him with ease. With no grudges or grievances, why would you attack me so unprovoked, fellow Taoist? Shang Wenhao yelled, retreating rapidly while urging another protective magic treasure in front of him, hoping for a peaceful negotiation. Chu Zhuan suddenly appeared, his hair standing on end and eyes wide with fury. "Shang Wenhao, I am He Liang. Do you remember me now?" he roared. "Your majestic sword sect annihilated my entire sect. This enmity cannot coexist under the same sky, die now." He Liang's voice thundered. Shang Wenhao's heart skipped a beat. His most beloved female disciple had died at the hands of someone named He Liang. He had searched long and hard for him but never found his whereabouts. The majestic sword sect had destroyed many sects, making it difficult to trace which one He Liang belonged to. As time passed and new disciples came, the matter faded from his mind. Today, with He Liang revealed himself, Shang Wenhao suddenly remembered. He also realized something. The golden core monk Hueco and He Liang were the same person. It was likely that the battle at Great Chasm that night was intended for him. Fortunately, Yan Zongyu had confronted him instead, otherwise, it would have been him facing death. Relief washed over Shang Wenhao as he acknowledged his narrow escape. "Fellow Taoist, please hold." Shang Wenhao called out as he retreated. "There's room for discussion. Within the majestic sword sect, there are many factions, and it's likely that another faction's cultivator destroyed your sect. If you're willing, we can join forces against those responsible." His words were earnest, filled with a plea for understanding. Chu Zhuan's expression wavered with hesitation upon hearing this. Sensing an opportunity, Shang Wenhao pressed on warmly, "I understand your concerns. Even if you've slain one of my disciples, it's of no consequence. She was spoiled and arrogant, likely she provoked you, and you had no choice but to act. This is a trivial matter, merely a single disciple." Chu Zhuan hesitated again, momentarily easing the assault of the 2 ghost kings with a casual gesture. He moved closer to Shang Wenhao, skepticism mixing with curiosity. "Is that true? You would cooperate with me?" With a reassured heart, Shang Wenhao praised his quick wit silently. "Of course. I, Shang Wenhao, have always been upright and honorable. I would never renege on a promise," he declared confidently. "Rest assured, fellow Taoist. Just give me some time, and I will help you uncover exactly who was responsible for annihilating your sect." Patting his chest with a vow-like sincerity, Chu Zhuan seemed swayed by his words and moved even closer. "If so, I demand you make an oath bound by your inner demons. If you fail to help me eradicate my enemies, may your cultivation stagnate." Cursing internally at Chu Zhuan's cunning, Shang Wenhao knew he was outmatched and had no choice but to comply. He raised his right arm, beginning to swear an oath. Before he could finish, a massive palm formed from a concentrated spiritual sense slammed down. With a booming sound, it smashed directly into Shang Wenhao's sea of sense. Shang Wenhao's own spiritual sense instinctively formed into a massive shield to counter, but his defensive secret technique was far inferior to Chu Zhuan's. Moreover, Chu Zhuan's attack was long premeditated and enhanced with a strand of his soul essence, nearly doubling its destructive power. In just an instant, Shang Wenhao's spiritual sense shattered like glass. The great devouring palm erupted with a powerful suction force, sweeping away his spiritual sense in one swift motion, continuing unabated into his sea of sense. At this critical moment, his spirit suffered severe damage, and even his nascent soul had no chance to escape. Shang Wenhao's eyes went blank as if his system had crashed. Chu Zhuan swiftly employed a soul search technique. Normally, soul search could only be used on those with weaker spirits, and as a golden core cultivator, it should have been difficult for Chu Zhuan to search the soul of a nascent soul cultivator. However, with Shang Wenhao's spirit severely compromised and Chu Zhuan's own spirit far surpassing most golden core and even some false soul cultivators, he faced no resistance. Quickly, Chu Zhuan perused Shang Wenhao's memories clearly. He then snapped Shang Wenhao's neck, tossing his body into the corpse tower for puppets to feast upon. Afterward, he cast a corpse refining blood fire to obliterate all traces of the battle from the area before vanishing without a trace. Blue Star. Chu Zhuan sat comfortably in a soft chair, sipping on steaming spirit tea while recalling everything he had seen through the soul search technique. The Tati Tree Seeds. Under mysterious orders, Zhang Xingshan stole them. Consequently, the sect has set a substantial bounty to capture him alive and retrieve the seeds. The sect's holy maiden, Linghan Shuang, even enlisted True Master Dan King to locate the Tati Tree Seeds. Yet, they could not pinpoint their exact location. Another disciple of True Master Dan King, Ming Rue, was tasked with secretly finding the location of the seeds. Trusting Shang Wenhao as a friend, Ming Rue confided in him, hoping to jointly discover the whereabouts of the seeds. However, witnessing the dismal fate of the Feather Transformation Heaven Palace and swayed by the lucrative offers from the heaven-shaking divine sect, Shang Wenhao decided to side with them instead. Chu Zhuan clicked his tongue. Everything was connected now. As the men in black from the heaven-shaking divine sect had said, once the Tati Tree Seeds grow, they could consume an entire cultivation planet, leaving nothing behind. This rare and uniquely terrifying entity had been universally condemned by the top-tier cultivation sects, including both the Reincarnation Divine Sect and the Heaven-Shaking Divine Sect. An extermination order was issued. Should the Tati Tree Seeds or saplings be discovered, everything within 1,000 li would be annihilated, leaving no living being behind. This was because the seeds could parasitize a living host, lying dormant until the opportunity to sprout anew arose. Chapter 219, Devour. The elder of the Reincarnation Divine Sect, unbeknownst to others, had acquired a seed of the Tati Tree, aiming to use it to break through to a higher realm. Now, he has gone missing. Given this knowledge, the heaven-shaking divine sect could not stand idly by and watch the Reincarnation Divine Sect engage in such cruel and inhumane deeds. It's mostly because we cannot bear to see the Reincarnation Divine Sect use the Tati Tree Seeds for such destructive purposes. They argued, not to prevent their elder from ascending to a higher realm. I understand. Chu Zhuan chuckled lightly. After a brief laugh, he stroked his chin, contemplating the uses of the Tati Tree Seed. At first glance, it seemed to be an immensely terrifying and evil entity, untouchable by all. Yet even the nascent soul elder of the Reincarnation Divine Sect had planned to use it to overcome his own cultivation hurdles. Perhaps, Chu Zhuan mused, he could also use it to break through some of his difficult bottlenecks. Let's first check what's inside Shang Wenhao's storage bag. He decided. As a nascent soul elder of the Majestic Sword Sect and the patriarch of the Shangwen family, he surely had a substantial treasure trove. After meticulously erasing Shang Wenhao's spiritual imprint on the storage bag, Chu Zhuan opened it. Over 200,000 small spiritual stones. He exclaimed. More than 10,000 medium spiritual stones. A jade pendant of essence blood. 2 bottles of core transforming elixir. 2 jars of gold fragment mud. Chu Zhuan marveled at the wealth. It seemed Shang Wenhao had amassed quite a fortune after swallowing up the Lei family's assets. Chu Zhuan had spent a considerable amount of his spiritual stones on acquiring the abyssal return method and several toxicology scripts. Shang Wenhao's timely delivery had significantly replenished his resources. The core transforming elixir and gold fragment mud were likely intended for the younger generations of the Shangwen family. It was unfortunate, however, that there was no deity nurturing elixir. But then again, it made sense. Even Yang Zhongwu, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, didn't possess such deity transformation level items in his storage. Being only at the early stage of nascent soul, Shang Wenhao wouldn't have much use for such high-level spiritual objects. He likely would have offered them to stronger nascent soul cultivators in exchange for items he needed more immediately. Moreover, even if Chu Zhuan had received a bottle of deity nurturing elixir now, it would essentially be useless to him. Holding such a potent item was akin to holding a hot potato, difficult to wield and even harder to trade. When the time came for its use, who knew how many years might have passed? These nascent soul spiritual items are more than enough for my breakthrough into the nascent soul stage. Chu Xuan noted with certainty. The success rate is absolutely 100%. He nodded in satisfaction, counting the treasures before him: 3 soul-breaking spikes, 2 bottles of core-transforming elixir, and 2 jars of gold fragment mud. Probably only the 2 holy sons of the reincarnation divine sect could expect such generous provisions. But, considering they were qualified to be holy sons of a 6th-tier cultivation sect, their talents must be extraordinary. Likely, they possessed what were called heavenly spiritual roots and probably didn't even need that many nascent soul objects. Chu Xuan estimated that the nascent soul spiritual objects he had could be enough for 4 late-stage golden core cultivators to attempt their breakthrough into the nascent soul stage. Of course, if one was truly fearless, even a single nascent soul spiritual item might suffice for the advancement. Carefully stowing away the nascent soul objects, Chu Xuan had no plans to rush his progression to nascent soul. While he had ample resources, his own mental state also played a significant role in the process. If one were anxious or panicky at the time of advancement, the likelihood of success would definitely be compromised. A tranquil and steady mind was essential for a true breakthrough into the nascent soul realm. Chu Xuan then took out the jade pendant containing the essence blood. He pondered over it. The black-robed men from the heaven-shaking divine sect had given this item to Shangwen Hao, claiming it had the power to counteract true Master Dan King's divinatory abilities. Currently lacking the materials needed to craft acquired miraculous jade, there was no immediate need to destroy this treasure to extract the essence blood. He decided to wait until he had a suitable cauldron that could extract an acquired spiritual body before proceeding. For now, the jade pendant would serve to shield against divination. Chu Xuan pulled a wooden box from his storage bag and flew toward the distant horizon. Soon, he arrived above the East Sea, to the east of the Han country, where he found a small island. He descended there and began to set up an array of formations. Mist, defense, attack. Chu Xuan employed intricate methods like layered and nested formations. He laid down 8 different formations in total before he finally allowed himself a sigh of relief. Given the terrifying nature of the Tati Tree Seed, he had to prepare thoroughly before attempting to harness its power. Only after all these preparations did Chu Xuan solemnly take out the Tati Tree Seed. He didn't handle it directly with his hands but instead used his spiritual sense to carry it, ensuring every precaution was maintained against such a dangerous entity. Chu Xuan was concerned that exposing the Tati Tree Seed to spiritual chi might trigger horrifying effects. According to the description from the black-robed men of the heaven-shaking divine sect, the Tati Tree Seed thrived on cultivation stars rich in spiritual chi, showing disdain for those devoid of it. Perhaps, to the Tati Tree, stars lacking in spiritual chi were like distasteful food. At that moment, the dull gray Tati Tree Seed hovered in midair, seemingly harmless. Chu Xuan took out a blood pearl and flicked it towards the seed. Upon contact, the seed dropped towards the ground. Instantly, 2 slender tendrils extended from the seed, wrapping around the blood pearl and absorbing it in the blink of an eye. After devouring the blood pearl, the tendrils quickly multiplied from 2 to 3, and they writhed as if seeking more. Pondering this, Chu Xuan continued to toss more blood pearls. Before long, the area around the Tati Tree Seed sprouted a dense mass of slender tendrils, which was quite unsettling to behold. As Chu Xuan flicked another blood pearl, the seed seemed less interested, even actively repelling the pearl. "It's getting picky now," he noted. He then threw a larger blood pearl. True to his prediction, numerous tendrils surged forward and devoured it instantly. In just a moment, one of the tendrils thickened significantly, growing almost 3 times its original size. Chu Xuan extended his spiritual sense to make contact, hoping to perhaps communicate or understand it better. However, within the Tati Tree Seed, there was only a pure, insatiable desire to consume. No matter how Chu Xuan tried to connect, the only response he received was a singular, overwhelming impulse: eat. "I'll just keep eating." The seed seemed to proclaim with its actions, relentless in its hunger. Chu Xuan's mouth twitched involuntarily. He had initially thought that the Tati Tree Seed might be akin to a demonic beast, one with which he could possibly forge a soul contract. However, this creature was entirely resistant to such notions. It knew only hunger, making it impossible to establish any soul pact. At this moment, having not consumed anything for a few seconds, the seed's tendrils began to thrash about more frantically, as if intending to destroy everything in their vicinity. Chu Xuan snorted coldly. His spiritual sense condensed into a needle-like spike, which he thrust sharply at the seed. The Tati Tree Seed emitted a piercing scream of fear, retracting all its tendrils back into its shell, remaining motionless like a turtle. "This thing is truly sinister," Chu Xuan muttered. "Currently, there seems to be no way to control it. Perhaps only those higher-ranked cultivators know how to truly master it." Shaking his head, Chu Xuan acknowledged the failure of his attempt. Nevertheless, it didn't particularly bother him. He decided to just keep the seed as it was. As long as he didn't feed it too much, it wouldn't grow. He had already set up multiple layers of formations around the area. With a few corpse puppets and ghosts left as guards, he could ensure absolute security. Chapter 220, Where can one find the top-tier nascent soul technique? After securing the Tati Tree seed, Chu Xuan returned to his main base. With the nascent soul spiritual substances already in hand, the only thing missing was a suitable nascent soul technique. Finding a nascent soul technique is actually easier than acquiring nascent soul spiritual substances. He mused. Families that have produced nascent soul cultivators generally possess such techniques, and they are often available at auction houses. However, finding the most suitable technique for myself is crucial. Chu Xuan returned to Heavenly Sword City on the extraterritorial battlefield, where 3 days had passed since the grand battle involving 4 nascent soul cultivators. The sudden disappearance of Shangwen Hao had left Heavenly Sword City leaderless. Seizing the opportunity, the Majestic Sword Sect sent a new nascent soul cultivator, Ziman Chinking, to take control. The city's name remained unchanged, and while the Shangwen family still existed, their power had significantly diminished. Now, monks from the Majestic Sword Sect managed Heavenly Sword City, effectively turning it from the private domain of the Shangwen family into the second major city of the Majestic Sword Sect. The newly appointed nascent soul cultivator took vigorous action against the marauding cultivators around the city, which suited Chu Xuan well. This would likely attract more people to Heavenly Sword City to do business and auction treasures acquired from the extraterritorial battlefield. Chu Xuan did not enter the second-tier cave dwelling he had previously rented but instead re-entered Heavenly Sword City with a new identity. Identity, name, and purpose of visit. A cultivator from the Majestic Sword Sect asked calmly. Chu Xuan replied with a smile, He Liang from the Mystic Azure Star's Heavenly Seal Sect. I have some knowledge of alchemy and am here to conduct some small-scale business. The expression of the Majestic Sword Sect cultivator immediately turned more respectful. He handed over an identity jade slip, saying, Alchemist He, please, you are most welcome. In the world of cultivation, formation masters were held in the highest regard, followed closely by alchemists. To many cultivators, alchemists were highly sought after. Chu Xuan, having absorbed the acquired miraculous jade and developed the true blood elixir body, indeed had a fair understanding of alchemy. With his current abilities, he could casually produce any pill below the nascent soul stage. Even if the quality was subpar, adding a drop of essence blood could forcibly enhance the pill's quality. However, he would never add his essence blood to pills intended for others, as it could potentially leave evidence that could be used against him. Upon entering Heavenly Sword City, Chu Xuan first rented a second-tier cave dwelling and then leased a shop in the city's pill pavilion. He then began to operate under the genteel guise of Alchemist He, focusing solely on acquiring a suitable nascent soul technique without stirring up trouble. Of course, if someone insisted on causing trouble, he wouldn't mind hastening their journey to the afterlife. In Heavenly Sword City, 1 month later, Chu Xuan was earning the respect and gratitude of many for his alchemical skills. A golden core cultivator, almost in tears and on the verge of kneeling, praised him. Alchemist He, several alchemists in this city have tried and failed, yet you succeeded in creating the pill. I cannot thank you enough. Chu Xuan helped the cultivator up, saying modestly, creating medicines is simply my duty. No need for excessive thanks, just focus on your cultivation with this pill. Chu Xuan advised. Yes. The golden core cultivator replied gratefully. After the cultivator left, Chu Xuan reviewed his earnings and couldn't help but marvel at the lucrative nature of being an alchemist. He had access to precious pill recipes for free, retained any excess pills he produced, charged a fee for his services, and still received heartfelt gratitude. When Chu Xuan initially hung out his shingle for alchemy, few sought his services after all. Cultivators prefer alchemists they know and trust. However, as word of his abilities spread, more and more cultivators began seeking him out. Now, he was as well known as the long-established alchemists in Heavenly Sword City. Too much attention can be a bad thing. Chu Xuan mused. A couple of failures aren't enough, it seems I might need to botch a few more batches to avoid envy from the other alchemists. Lounging in a wicker chair, stroking his chin thoughtfully, Chu Xuan noticed 2 individuals watching him. He pretended not to see them, continuing to browse through alchemical texts. Despite his enhanced talents due to the true blood elixir body, he understood the need for constant study and practice to truly master the art of alchemy. After the 2 onlookers left, Chu Xuan's suspicions grew. He had been observed covertly several times recently. Initially, he thought his disguise might have been penetrated and kept his spells at the ready when returning to his cave dwelling. Yet, there had been no confrontation, it seemed they were just watching. Chu Xuan also realized that not just he but other alchemists in Heavenly Sword City were being watched. It appeared someone was targeting alchemists, but since there had been no direct action, Chu Xuan chose to play ignorant. That evening, after closing his shop, he attended an auction before returning to his cave dwelling. This routine had defined his days over the past month. During this time, he had acquired several nascent soul techniques, mostly of medium quality, with only one considered superior. Where can one find the top-tier nascent soul technique? Chu Xuan sighed in resignation, the search continuing to elude him. That day, as Chu Xuan casually strolled through Pill Pavilion, searching for alchemical ingredients he needed, he noticed two cultivators standing outside his rented shop, seemingly waiting for someone. His gaze lingered on them briefly, sensing something unusual about the pair. The male cultivator had a distinguished and handsome appearance, his robes fluttering elegantly. The female cultivator was robust and vibrant, resembling a blooming peony. His junior, who was helping at the shop, spotted Chu Xuan from a distance and hurriedly called out, "Alchemist He. You're finally back. This is Zhao, Senior Xun, he specifically came to see you." Chu Xuan looked at the two with a hint of surprise. After Shangguan Hao's mysterious disappearance, Heavenly Sword City had been left without a leader, plunging into disarray. The Majestic Sword Sect quickly seized the opportunity and appointed a nascent soul cultivator, Shendu, to take charge of the city. Most nascent soul cultivators spent their time in seclusion, striving for higher realms of cultivation. The day-to-day management of Heavenly Sword City was actually handled by Shendu's two capable disciples, his fourth disciple Wu Shang, and his sixth disciple Zhao. Shendu's other disciples had either died in magical duels or disappeared on the extraterritorial battlefield. Wu Shang, with his seniority and strength, oversaw most of the city's affairs. Only minor matters were left to Zhao, the sixth disciple. Wu Shang was no ordinary cultivator. As soon as he took charge, he immediately dispatched people to search for Shangguan Hao. He seemed very diligent, as if determined to see the living or find the dead. However, Chu Xuan, having resided in Heavenly Sword City for a month, observed these developments clearly. He could tell that Wu Shang's search for Shangguan Hao was merely for show, a tactic to project diligence and responsibility. This facade was likely maintained to stabilize the city's situation and assure the local cultivators and citizens that everything was under control. Chapter 221, Giving You a Chance, Yet You Prove Useless. Shangguan Hao dominated alone, plotting to turn Heavenly Sword City into the private domain of the Shangguan family. Such actions had undoubtedly stirred discontent among many nascent soul cultivators. Shangguan Hao's mysterious disappearance was, paradoxically, a stroke of luck for the Majestic Sword Sect. However, appearances still had to be maintained. After all, Shangguan Hao was a nascent soul elder of the Majestic Sword Sect. The sudden disappearance of such a distinguished elder demanded an explanation, from top to bottom. Chu Xuan greeted Zhao with a formal bow. "He Liang, greets fellow Taoist Xun." Zhao chuckled, no need for such grand gestures. He introduced, "This is Zhao Qian, fellow Taoist Zhao, also an alchemist." Chu Xuan also bowed to her. Zhao Qian, if he remembered correctly, was once the Tao companion of Shangguan Hao. But now, she seemed quite close to Zhao, her attitude clearly warm and intimate, indicating she had moved on. This was normal among cultivators. After all, cultivators lived much longer than mortals. If a Tao companion died, one simply found another. Chu Xuan bowed again. "May I know why fellow Taoist Xun has graced my threshold today?" Zhao smiled. "This place is not suitable for speaking. Please, Master He, let's move to the third-floor private room in the Pill Pavilion. I have prepared it already." Moments later, in the private room on the third floor of Pill Pavilion, the three of them sat facing each other. Zhao then spoke. "Master He, are you familiar with the Heavenly Lifespan Pill?" Chu Xuan nodded slightly. "Of course. The Heavenly Lifespan Pill is a pill of the deity transformation stage, which can extend one's lifespan by 300 years. It is indeed a precious elixir that prolongs the life of great deity transformation beings." Zhao continued, "Do you know how to concoct this Heavenly Lifespan Pill?" Chu Xuan smiled, continuing, "The process of making the Heavenly Lifespan Pill is extremely intricate. First, one must concoct the Lifespan Pill of the Golden Core stage, then reforge the Lifespan Pill to make the Earth Lifespan Pill of the Nascent Soul stage. Only after reforging the Earth Lifespan Pill can one finally concoct the Heavenly Lifespan Pill. On average, 100 Lifespan Pills yield only one Heavenly Lifespan Pill." Zhao clapped his hands. "Exactly. I have come in person to request that you, fellow Taoist He, concoct the Heavenly Lifespan Pill. Of course, as a Golden Core stage alchemist, you only need to complete the first step, which is the concoction of the Lifespan Pill." He smiled. "This is a task assigned by the Reincarnation Tower. Should you do well, Nascent soul spiritual items, soul transformation techniques, and various magic treasures are yours to choose from. Chujuan raised an eyebrow. The Reincarnation Tower? From Shangwen Hao's memories, he knew that the Reincarnation Divine Church controlled an extraterritorial battlefield, where a Reincarnation Tower was established. The tower housed cultivators from the Reincarnation Divine Church, possibly nascent soul or even deity transformation cultivators. This particular extraterritorial battlefield's Reincarnation Tower was guarded by the True Master Tan King deity, a transformation cultivator. Is it True Master Tan King who needs the heavenly lifespan pill? Chujuan pressed. Zhao smiled affirmatively. Indeed. All alchemists must go to the Reincarnation Tower, with materials supplied by True Master Tan King, so there's no need to worry about failing the pill concoction. He explained. If you handle this well, you're certain to win True Master Tan King's favor. You might even be taken as a direct disciple by that deity transformation grand cultivator. True Master Tan King's disciples, like Yanzanu and Mingru, are they not among the elite of the nascent soul cultivators? Fellow Taoist Zhao Qian here has already planned to join. Would you, fellow Taoist He, be willing to contribute? Chujuan appeared troubled. I indeed wish to make an appearance before True Master Tan King, but unfortunately, my skills in the Tao of alchemy are mediocre, not yet sufficient to concoct the lifespan pill. Hearing Chujuan's words, Zhao was somewhat surprised. Such a golden opportunity to appear before a golden core cultivator and Chujuan was declining? He had visited several alchemists who were all very eager. Zhao invited him several more times, but seeing Chujuan still hesitant and worried about his insufficient alchemical skills slowing down the progress of the heavenly lifespan pill, he eventually gave up. Zhao Qian looked at Chujuan with a hint of disdain, though she hid it well and did not show it on her face. In her view, Chujuan was overly cautious, missing out on such a great opportunity. Such chances were rare, once in 100 years. Giving you a chance, yet you prove useless. Zhao sighed lightly. It's a pity. Fellow Taoist He, perhaps you do not realize, but you just missed a great opportunity. Zhao Qian did not say much. In her view, she and Chujuan were clearly on different paths. As long as she did well in the task, she would soon become a favorite by True Master Tan King's side. Perhaps she could even receive the true teachings of Master Tan King's alchemy, and become a disciple of that grand cultivator. By then, she would truly be a phoenix that has ascended from a sparrow. Chujuan gave a bitter smile. I really am insufficient in my skills and dare not undertake such a heavy responsibility. I must take my leave. With that, he turned and left. After his departure, Zhao took a sip of tea and casually asked, Qianer, how do you rate that man's skills in alchemy? Zhao Qian tapped the table thoughtfully before responding. I have seen his pills. He seems to have not long embarked on the path of alchemy, with many failures. His skills are average, but his talent is decent. In at most 20 years, he will surpass those old fellows in Heavenly Sword City in the Tao of alchemy. Give him 50 years, and he will definitely surpass me. She sneered, but this man is overly cautious, letting such a great opportunity slip by. With such an attitude, how can he achieve greatness? Senior brother Xun, you thought too highly of him. There was no need for you to visit him personally today, we could have just sent someone casually. Zhao sighed lightly, I didn't expect him to be so timid. Well, no matter. We have already gathered 3 alchemists, plus the personal contacts senior brother has drawn in, so we have indeed completed the task. Zhao grinned, Qianer, would you like to discuss alchemy with me? Zhao Qian covered her mouth and giggled, naturally, let's go to my place. We'll discuss on the cold jade bed that old geezer Shangwen Hao bought for me. Laughing heartily, Zhao, with an arm around Zhao Qian's slender waist, also left the pill pavilion. Blue Star. Chujuan lay on a soft chair, his understanding now clear. Recently, there had always been those who covertly observed him among other alchemists, likely gauging their talent in the Tao of alchemy. Memories of Shangwen Hao flickered through Chujuan's mind, causing him to shake his head repeatedly. The concoction of the heavenly lifespan pill seemed merely a pretense. Those alchemists who went to the Reincarnation Tower would probably soon become fodder for True Master Tan King. Previously, True Master Tan King had only consumed those with superior spiritual bodies. Why would he now target alchemists? Nevertheless, True Master Tan King was a notorious cannibal. How could Chujuan concoct pills for such a person? Moreover, he had stolen the Tati Tree seed and killed Yanzong and Mingru. Although he possessed the Essence Blood Jade Pendant, which could conceal his destiny, being so close to True Master Tan King in the Reincarnation Tower risked exposure. No matter how he thought about it, he should not go. As for nascent soul spiritual items, soul condensation techniques, and various magic treasures, he would eventually obtain them without taking such risks. Wait a bit longer, and a top soul condensation technique will come without haste. With a calm mind, Chujuan continued his cultivation of the Great Protective Golden Wheel scripture and other practices. Chapter 222, The Auction in Heavenly Sword City, at the Pill Pavilion. Early morning found Chujuan as usual, arriving early at the shop he had rented. After brewing himself a pot of tea, he lay back in a wicker chair to browse through alchemical texts. A young figure hurried over. "Master He. I'm here." The young cultivator chuckled. "Master He is always so early." "Just in time, little Z." Chujuan said casually. "I'm going to stroll around other parts of Pill Pavilion. You can mind the shop for me." "Yes." The young cultivator replied respectfully. Chujuan's reputation as the cultured and elegant master he was well established. Coupled with his first-rate alchemical skills and exquisite techniques, many cultivators desired to serve him in exchange for some medicinal pills. Chujuan did not choose mid- or late-stage golden core cultivators as they were strong and difficult to control. He only selected from those at the early stage of golden core, ultimately choosing this young early-stage golden core cultivator named Hizi. Hizi hailed from Holy Sound Star, where the Celestial Sound Zen Temple was located, and was a golden core cultivator from a minor sect called Longevity View. When the Reincarnation Divine Church distributed battlefield tokens, Hizi was extremely lucky. A token had appeared hundreds of jong away from him. He obtained the battlefield token effortlessly and thus came to the extraterritorial battlefield. However, in this extraterritorial battlefield, golden core cultivators were common, and early-stage golden core cultivators were at the very bottom of the hierarchy. Since arriving in Heavenly Sword City, Hizi had always been cautious, never venturing too far from the city. Even when going out to clear ancient beast carcasses, he always went in the company of trustworthy cultivators. He was exceptionally prudent and careful. Chujuan valued him for his weak strength and cautious nature, assigning him to handle tedious affairs. For instance, when Chujuan went out to purchase alchemy materials, he would have Hizi mind the shop. Moreover, Chujuan's fame had spread widely, attracting cultivators from cities like Righteous Tao City, Majestic Sword City, and Celestial Sound City, all of whom came specifically to request his alchemical services. With so many cultivators visiting at different times, Chujuan couldn't possibly handle each request personally. These requests were taken care of by Hizi. Since Hizi's arrival, Chujuan had become even more leisurely, something he quite enjoyed. "Master He. Do you know there's been a major event recently?" Hizi suddenly exclaimed. Chujuan raised an eyebrow. "What's the matter?" Hizi excitedly reported. "It seems you haven't heard yet. I heard from others that in a few days, the Heavenly Sword City is going to host a large-scale auction. Elder Zeman of the Majestic Sword Sect will personally preside over it." Chujuan's interest was piqued. "What kinds of items will be auctioned?" Hizi thought for a moment. "Nascent soul spiritual items. Top-tier soul condensation techniques. High-grade magic treasures. Premium cultivation manuals. A lot of things, really. Do you have an interest as well, Master He? I'll go and gather some detailed information for you and bring it back soon." Chujuan's eyes lit up. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. Finally, there was news about a top-tier soul condensation technique. Although acquiring it through auction might cost more spirit stones, that was not a concern. He had some savings, and if he could directly purchase the technique, there would be no need for further conflicts. He mainly disliked strife, not because it might lead to injury, reveal his secrets, or bring unwanted trouble, but simply because he preferred peace. His identity as Master He was perfect for making money, and few would question where his spirit stones came from. After all, an alchemist was synonymous with wealth. Chujuan smiled and nodded. "Little Z, I appreciate it." Hizi thumped his chest. "Don't worry, Master He. You are my patron, and I am happy to serve you. I'll go and ask the cultivators from the Majestic Sword Sect about what will be at the auction." Chujuan nodded and watched him leave. As time passed, the number of cultivators in Pill Pavilion gradually increased, and Chujuan heard many of them excitedly discussing the upcoming grand auction. Indeed, for golden core cultivators, nothing could draw their attention more than nascent soul spiritual items. As for soul condensation techniques, those were secondary. Even if it was a lower-tier technique, what did it matter? As long as one could advance to nascent soul, they could dominate over golden core cultivators. And as for comparisons with other nascent soul cultivators, if he didn't compare, there was no issue. In such an atmosphere, the whole of Heavenly Sword City came alive. Chujuan, lounging in his wicker chair, even saw many monks from the Celestial Sound Zen Temple arriving at Pill Pavilion. Clearly, the news of Heavenly Sword City hosting a grand auction had spread like wildfire to Celestial Sound City under the control of the monastery. Presumably, before the auction even started, the news would spread across the entire extraterritorial battlefield, drawing a massive gathering of golden core cultivators to Heavenly Sword City. Soon, Hizi returned, his face beaming with joy. Master He. I've got it. Here's the list of auction items I wrote down. He handed over a piece of paper with both hands. Chujuan took the list from Hizi and quickly scanned it. A hint of joy flickered in his eyes. There were as many as 3 top-tier soul condensation techniques listed for auction. Additionally, there were 6 high-grade techniques, several of which seemed particularly suited to Chujuan's needs. Chujuan nodded with a smile. Thank you for your trouble. I need to save all my spirit stones for the auction. How about this? Tell me what pills you need, and I'll concoct some for you. Hizi, thrilled, rubbed his hands together. I know my talents are modest, and it would be a great fortune to advance to the mid-stage of the Golden Core in this lifetime. I would be content with that. Could you, Master He, concoct a batch of thick earth pills for me? They are most suited to the cultivation technique I practice. Then he seemed a bit embarrassed. Don't worry about the materials, I've prepared them all. It's just that I'm a bit short on spirit stones and am somewhat embarrassed financially. Chujuan laughed heartily. Don't worry about it. I'll waive the fee for concocting this batch of pills for you. Hizi was overjoyed and deeply moved. Others have said you are cultured, generous, and a truly good person. I, Hizi, am truly fortunate to serve you. He quickly presented the materials for the thick earth pills with both hands. Chujuan chuckled lightly. Then I will go back to concocting pills. I'll leave the shop in your hands. Yes. Please rest assured. Hizi responded with utmost seriousness, treating the rented shop as if it were his lifeblood. Thick earth pills were not particularly precious or rare, and Chujuan, with his alchemical expertise, could easily concoct them. Since Hizi was loyal to him, it was only right to reward him accordingly. 5 nights later, the grand auction was held as scheduled. Chujuan, accompanied by Hizi, arrived at the venue. At the entrance, the guard cultivators typically checked each cultivator's spirit stones to see if they met the standards for entry. However, recognizing Chujuan as a famously skilled alchemist from the city, they allowed him entry without question. An alchemist was hardly a pauper. Thus, Chujuan easily entered the auction house. With his identity as an alchemist, he was treated with respect wherever he went. Upon revealing his status, he was even invited to a private room with a one-way transparent wall facing the auction stage. Chujuan could clearly see everything on the auction stage, but those outside couldn't see him. Chujuan sat down contentedly, waiting for the auction to begin. Hizi, on the other hand, was wide-eyed and full of wonder as he looked around and touched everything in the private room. It was his first time at such an event. Being just a low-level golden core cultivator, he had much to learn. Chapter 223, Blood Demon Soul Condensation Technique. Wow, that woman is stunning. Who is she? Hizi peered through the one-way glass, noticing a few figures escorting someone into the auction hall. Chujuan glanced over, his eyebrows lifting in recognition. Among those figures, he recognized Zhao and Zhao Qian. There was also a composed middle-aged man, likely Wu Shang. The man walking in front, with silver at his temples, was clearly identifiable as the Danzō elder of the majestic sword sect who governed this heavenly sword city Ziman King. Yet, Ziman King, walking alongside the icy beauty, cautiously remained a half-step behind her. Could she be the one who, according to rumors in Heavenly Sword City, supplied the auction items? It seemed likely she was Linghan Shuang, the saintess of the Reincarnation Divine Church. Linghan Shuang. It's said she's born with earth-grade spirit root and spirit body. Hizi whispered, intrigued by the gossip. Though her talents fall slightly short of the Holy Son of the Reincarnation Divine Church, Si Chikong, her perfectly matched spirit root and body allow her cultivation speed to keep pace without lagging. Chujuan pondered this information. He wasn't sure of the exact nature of Linghan Shuang's spirit root and body, or whether they suited his needs. As they mused, the doors to the auction hall thundered shut. The lights dimmed, and beams of light converged on the auction stage. A woman in a tight-fitting red pleated dress gracefully ascended the stage. Presenting the first auction item, she announced. A nascent soul spiritual item, the gold crumble mud. The crowd gasped in shock. A nascent soul spiritual item right from the start? This auction was truly unprecedented. Master He, your tea is ready. Hizi announced, bringing over a teapot and cup, brewing a new spiritual tea that Chujuan had acquired called mist-gazing flower. As it brewed, a dense fog rose, with a silhouette of a flower faintly visible within hence its name. Chujuan had few hobbies, but he was particularly fond of tea tasting. He planned to acquire some seeds of this mist-gazing flower to plant on Blue Star. While Chujuan savored his tea, the gold crumble mud was purchased by a late-stage golden core cultivator for a staggering 130,000 small spirit stones. 130,000 small spirit stones. That's an outrageous price. Hizi remarked, wide-eyed. He had never seen such an enormous sum of spirit stones in his entire life. Chu Zhuan chuckled, explaining to Hizi the dynamics of the auction market. Low-grade magic treasures usually go for about 10,000 small spiritual stones. Mid-grade ones need around 40,000. Nascent soul spiritual items, being rare, typically fetch around 90 to 100,000 small spiritual stones in previous years. This jump to 130,000 might indicate someone deliberately driving up the price in the shadows. Hizi, still puzzled, asked, Master He, aren't you going to bid for the nascent soul spiritual items? Chu Zhuan casually replied, Gold crumble mud is one of the more impactful nascent soul spiritual items. With so many people eagerly competing for it, how could I possibly outbid them? Let fate decide. I've already secured a nascent soul spiritual item for my descendants. Now, all I need is a top-tier soul condensation technique to honor the ancestors. Hizi gave a thumbs up, impressed. Master He truly knows gratitude and is looking to repay it. If your ancestors knew of your deeds from beyond, they would surely feel comforted. Chu Zhuan raised an eyebrow. Comforted? If he recalled correctly, He Liang indeed came from a foundation establishment family lineage, but his ancestor had likely been executed by the righteous sects of Yu country. If anything, his ancestor, if aware, would probably be less than comforted, more likely furious. As the auction proceeded, Chu Zhuan had Hizi place bids only a couple of times, acquiring a medicinal manual and a poison scripture. They made a tentative bid on a high-grade soul condensation technique but did not engage in further bidding. Hours later, the auctioneer's voice had grown somewhat hoarse, but she remained professional, standing diligently on the auction stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd item up for auction is a top-tier soul condensation technique. She lifted her hand gracefully, and the red cloth covering the scripture flew off, revealing the manual underneath. The Heavenly River Soul Condensation Technique. Utilizing Millennium Water Essence as a catalyst, it forms a Heavenly River Water Soul, suitable for cultivators with water attribute spirit roots. Those of you with water attributes, don't miss this chance. The technique stirred immediate interest, and many bidders quickly called out their offers. Soon, the Heavenly River Soul Condensation Technique sold for 166,000 small spiritual stones. Chu Zhuan had Hizi make a bid, though they didn't continue as the price climbed. After a brief pause, the auctioneer sold another top-tier soul condensation technique named Severing Gold Soul Condensation Technique. Suitable for metal attribute cultivators, for 158,000 small spiritual stones. Next up, the third top-tier soul condensation technique. The red-clad auctioneer announced. This technique is known as the Blood Demon Soul Condensation Technique. It harnesses fresh blood as a river, irrigating the body to break the core and form the soul. This technique can increase the success rate of forming a nascent soul by 10%. If the advancement fails, there is still an 80% chance to form a false soul. A nascent soul formed by this method is called a blood demon soul. Clearing her throat, the auctioneer continued, once the blood demon soul is formed, combat power surges dramatically. Both spiritual chi and soul strength will see significant increases, making it one of the premier techniques among top-tier soul condensation methods. As she finished, some knowledgeable cultivators in the audience laughed out loud. Why does the fellow Taoist not mention the drawbacks of the blood demon soul? The quickest way to gather large amounts of blood is through the slaughter of mortals, which accumulates heavy karmic debt. The resulting heavenly tribulation one must face when breaking the pill to form the soul is terrifyingly formidable. The auctioneer's smile turned somewhat awkward. Indeed, the blood demon soul is powerful, but it's also akin to courting death. The enhanced heavenly tribulation that follows is not something everyone can survive. If one can survive such a tribulation, why would they need the blood demon soul condensation technique to step onto the path of the nascent soul? I agree, this method harms both heaven and humanity and is more trouble than it's worth. Many cultivators vocally disparaged the blood demon soul condensation technique. The auctioneer's face grew increasingly awkward, but she continued, the starting bid is 80,000 small spiritual stones. Each increment must be no less than 1,000 small spiritual stones. Please, make your bids. She braced herself for the possibility that the item might not sell. However, 85,000. 88,000. 96,000, and nobody better competes with me. If someone's going to do something this morally reprehensible, let it be me. 100,000. I'll take it. Don't anyone dare outbid me. The auctioneer was left speechless. Weren't they just calling it ethically abhorrent? Weren't they just saying it was utterly useless? Why were they now outbidding each other so eagerly? Hizi was also shocked. Why is this happening? Chu Zhuan simply chuckled. Advancing from Golden Core to Nascent Soul is successful for only 1 or 2 out of 10 cultivators. Regardless of the method used, forming a Nascent Soul always invites a heavenly tribulation. The only difference lies in its severity. With such odds, Why not choose a technique that not only increases the chances of success by 10% but also offers an 80% chance of forming a false soul if one fails? Chapter 224, The Holy Maiden's Invitation. He had an epiphany. I understand now, those cultivators were disparaging the method as damaging to heaven and humanity, claiming it was more trouble than it's worth, but actually they wanted to buy it themselves. Chujuan chuckled, Little Z, place a bid, add 20,000. Izzy was startled, Master He, you want this technique too? Chujuan nodded. Understanding his intent, Izzy immediately called out the new bid, 120,000 small spiritual stones. The bid of 120,000 small spiritual stones fell like a hammer, silencing the room. The significant increase of 20,000 was clearly intended to deter other bidders and secure the blood demon soul condensation technique straight away. Many cultivators, lacking substantial resources, began to back down. After a moment of silence, another bid came. 130,000 small spiritual stones. Followed by 133,000. The bids became sparse but were resolute. Once the price crossed 100,000, it was no longer within the reach of ordinary golden core cultivators. Thanks to the gifts from nascent soul cultivators like Yanzanu and Shengwenhao, Chujuan still had a tidy sum in his wallet. Fortunately, during this bidding, he did not encounter any malicious price inflators. Finally, Chujuan secured the technique for 150,000 small spiritual stones. Let's go, we've got everything we came for, he said, gesturing for Hezi to follow as they headed to the auction's backstage. After paying the spirit stones, they successfully acquired the blood demon soul condensation technique. Stepping out of the auction house's backstage, Chujuan felt a breath of fresh air. The breeze was gentle and soothing. Now all he needed to do was return to Blue Star, calm his mind, maintain a good mental state, and he could begin his push toward the nascent soul path. Unknowingly, I'm about to advance from a minor chi refining cultivator to a great nascent soul cultivator. Chujuan mused with a smile, ready to leave the auction house. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of several figures approaching. He subtly furrowed his brows and quickened his pace. Despite his intent to keep a distance, a voice rang out from behind. Master He? Did you purchase the blood demon soul condensation technique? This kind of demonic, unorthodox method, you plan to practice it? Do you not realize that for us alchemists, the blood demon soul condensation technique is nothing but a vile practice? Chujuan sighed softly and turned around. It was indeed Zhao Qian, her brows furrowed in a look of profound disappointment. He wasn't sure why she showed such an expression. Chujuan bowed politely, fellow Taoist Zhao, a pleasure to see you. Did you need something from me? Zhao Qian frowned, didn't you understand my words? That blood demon soul condensation technique is harmful to both heaven and humanity and destructive to oneself. An alchemist needs a rational mind. If you attempt to use this method to form your soul, your future success rate in alchemy will plummet. Don't waste your talents. Chujuan offered a mild smile, my natural talent for cultivation is not great, acquiring the blood demon soul condensation technique was a choice made out of necessity. You, fellow Taoist Zhao, have been favored by true Master Tan King in the Reincarnation Tower for your pill concoction skills, yet you do not understand the predicaments of others. He had heard of Zhao Qian's outstanding performance in the Reincarnation Tower, highly regarded by true Master Tan King, who frequently involved her in alchemy and even considered taking her as his disciple. Zhao Qian snorted coldly, during my time concocting lifespan pills in the Reincarnation Tower, I've come to appreciate even more the value of talent for alchemy. He Liang, do not squander the gifts granted by heaven. Seeing Chujuan's indifferent response, Zhao Qian shook her head as if witnessing the decline of a talented alchemist. Are you the alchemist He Liang? A cold voice interrupted. Chujuan inwardly frowned but maintained a composed exterior as he faced the newcomer with a polite bow. Indeed, I am He Liang. May I know who I am addressing? Ling Han Shuang approached, flanked by Wu Sheng and Zhao. She did not respond to Chujuan's question but instead spoke on her own terms. Your talents in alchemy have reached the ears of Uncle Master Tan Kang. He often says that the most important thing in alchemy is talent. If you were to come to the Reincarnation Tower and train under him, you might become a leading figure in the world of alchemy. Chujuan's heart skipped a beat before calming down. It seemed his occasional failures in alchemy had drawn too much attention. It was not entirely good news. Being noticed by a man-eating monster like true Master Tan King made his skin crawl. Ling Han Shuang added nonchalantly, the blood demon soul condensation technique you've acquired is not something commendable. If you agree to come to the Reincarnation Tower to concoct pills for Uncle Master Tan King, he can naturally provide a top-tier soul condensation technique without any side effects. I'm about to head to the Reincarnation Tower with Zhao Qian. If you agree, I'll take you with us. Having spoken, Zhao Qian, Zhao, Wu Shang, and the others all turned their gazes toward Chu Zhuan, awaiting his response. Though he did not know the identity of the woman, it was clear from the entourage of Xiao and Wu Shang that she was a figure of high stature. Chu Zhuan sighed inwardly. Shaking his head with a rueful smile, he said, "My skills are limited and shallow. I dare not concoct pills for true Master Tan Kang. I fear I might delay the progress of the heavenly lifespan pill. Thank you for your generous offer." Ling Han Shuang's eyebrows knitted tightly together, her face settling into a cold expression. Wu Shang scoffed, "You alchemists truly lack worldly wisdom. The Holy Maiden herself has extended an invitation, and yet you dare to refuse?" Chu Zhuan appeared terrified, trembling slightly. "The Holy Maiden herself?" He reiterated earnestly, "Every word I spoke is true. I truly fear delaying the heavenly lifespan pill's progress." Wu Shang seemed ready to speak further, but Ling Han Shuang waved him off. "If he refuses the opportunity we offer, let it be. Let's go." With that, she strode forward decisively. Zhao Qian cast a brief glance at Chu Zhuan and then looked away. She felt as if He Liang now belonged to a different world. From this moment on, she would become a disciple of true Master Tan Kang, soaring through the heavens like a phoenix. Her nascent soul stage was just within reach. And He Liang? He would likely remain a mere golden core stage alchemist for life. Unable to contain his curiosity, He asked, "Why would you not accept the chance to concoct pills for true Master Tan Kang? Would that not be a great opportunity?" Chu Zhuan smiled. "For Zhao Qian and others, alchemy is of utmost importance. For me, it is but a minor technique on the path of cultivation. If priorities are reversed, wasting precious time, how can one hope to achieve longevity?" He paused, struck by an epiphany. "Let's go," said Chu Zhuan, watching their retreating figures with an indifferent expression. "Yes." He nodded. As they neared his dwelling, Chu Zhuan spoke again. "He, I plan to enter seclusion for a while, suspending my alchemy. You need not follow me during this time." He, taken aback, asked, "Master He, do you no longer require my service?" Chu Zhuan chuckled, "I merely have no need for assistance temporarily as I prepare to advance to the nascent soul stage, where life and death are uncertain." Quick to respond, He exclaimed, "A person as good as you will surely succeed in forming your nascent soul. And when that time comes, make sure Zhao Qian sees clearly that your decision was the right one. I'll keep watch over your shop and note all those who come seeking your alchemy. I'll be waiting for the day you emerge from seclusion." Chu Zhuan smiled faintly. "Well, you'd better take care and still be alive when I come out." "Of course. With the thick earth pill you concocted, I will definitely break through to the mid-stage of the golden core. Rest assured." He patted his chest, full of spirited determination. Chapter 225, Nascent Soul Tribulation. Blue Star. There existed a colossal blood pool amidst the vast and boundless icy plains, its contents now frozen solid. Seated upon this frozen expanse was Chu Zhuan. He had chosen this location to meditate, utilizing the biting cold winds to temper his spirit. The tribulation faced by a golden core cultivator attempting to break through to the nascent soul stage is the first heavenly ordeal encountered on the path of cultivation, yet it is by no means the last. Each subsequent breakthrough brings with it a tribulation, each more daunting than the last. Those who transcend these tribulations may revel in centuries of freedom and growth. Those who fail are reduced to ash, their paths utterly extinguished. This struggle against fate for the pursuit of immortality is truly rooted here. Chu Zhuan had been sitting motionlessly for a month. Rather than achieving calm, his state of mind had become increasingly turbulent. Memories of pursuits, evading hunters, slaying for treasures, and hiding among the masses, all these recollections, like silt lying at the bottom of a river, normally lay buried deep within the recesses of the soul. Yet, at critical moments like these, when striving for higher realms, even the slightest disturbance could stir them up, thoroughly upheaving the tranquility of his heart. Many cultivators have perished during their tribulations, overwhelmed by inner demons halfway through the ordeal. Chu Zhuan examined his conscience, confident in his actions, guided by clear insight, free from such inner demons. Nonetheless, he meticulously reviewed his past once more. A year later, Chu Zhuan's mindset had become like an ancient well, deep, cold, and utterly still, without a ripple. He knew he was ready. With a casual flick, he tapped his storage bag. Items such as the soul-breaking spike, gold crumble mud, and core-transforming paste, all nascent soul spiritual objects, align neatly before the process of advancing to the nascent soul stage involved breaking the golden core to form the nascent soul. The moment the golden core shatters, the formation of the nascent soul is almost guaranteed. And as soon as the nascent soul forms, the heavenly tribulation follows immediately, leaving no time for rest. Chu Zhuan swallowed 3 soul-breaking spikes. Guided by his spiritual chi, the spikes shot towards his spiritual sea. Clang! The soul-breaking spike violently struck the golden core. Despite the force of impact, the golden core, incredibly resilient, showed no sign of damage. Clang. 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 Once. Twice. Thrice. 3 years later, the first soul-breaking spike was exhausted, and only then did the surface of the golden core begin to show a hairline crack. Chujuan immediately employed the second spike, simultaneously releasing blood-refining corpse fire to melt the ice surface. The blood pool quickly boiled. Following the methods of the blood demon soul condensation technique, the blood swirled around Chujuan, eventually rushing into his body. This blood served as a catalyst, speeding the fragmentation of the golden core. Should advancement fail, the blood would also help reassemble the golden core fragments into a false soul. Chujuan continued to activate the soul-breaking spikes. Once they were spent, he used a gold crumble mud and core transforming paste. Time flew by, and 30 years later, Chujuan found himself with only a bottle of core transforming paste left. By then, the surface of his golden core was riddled with cracks, ready to shatter from the slightest impact. From within, a faint blood light began to emerge. With a mere pulse of spiritual chi, Chujuan shattered the golden core completely. The fragments fell into the depths of his chi sea, transforming back into spiritual chi. The soul core in his sea of spiritual sense also burst at this moment. A vaguely formed, blood-colored figure suddenly appeared. This was the nascent soul. In an instant, Chujuan's aura surged tremendously. His consciousness swept out like a vast river, easily sensing everything within 1,000 li. If he extended his consciousness without restraint, he could perceive everything within 3,000 li, unless another nascent soul cultivator was present, which would diminish his sensory range. Before Chujuan could revel in his success, the sky unexpectedly darkened with clouds that appeared out of nowhere. In moments, the bright sky turned pitch black. Flickers of lightning hinted at the brewing heavenly tribulation. The extraordinary creatures of the ice plains fled in terror, directionless like headless flies. Chujuan looked up at the dark heavens, contemplating the increasingly oppressive tribulation. Normally, a nascent soul tribulation comprised 3 strikes. If one's misdeeds were many, these strikes would be terrifyingly enhanced. If a deity transformation cultivator intervened, the tribulation would escalate to levels even they couldn't withstand. Thus, heavenly tribulation was always a fearsome topic among cultivators. Now, the first strike of the heavenly tribulation was ready to descend. It seemed poised to strike at any moment. Chujuan snorted coldly, and 3 golden wheels of merit rose behind his head. In an instant, golden light burst forth, an exotic fragrance filled the air, and the sounds of Zen chanting resonated, marking him as divine, as sacred. The heavenly tribulation that was about to strike froze in place, as if a sneeze, ready to be released, was suddenly stifled by a covered mouth. For over 300 years, I, Chujuan, have devoted myself diligently. I've abolished tyranny, fostered peace, punished evil, promoted virtue, aided humanity, and saved people from disasters. With such great merit, why does the heavenly tribulation press so insistently upon me? Chujuan stood proudly, facing the dazzling lightning, and commanded, roll back. The tribulation retracted instantly. Even the subsequent strikes vanished without a trace. In no time, the dense ink-like clouds dissipated entirely, and the thunder that roared and surged vanished in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a golden cloud appeared on the horizon. Tiny raindrops fell from the sky, streaming directly towards Chujuan, who stood unresisting, simply enjoying the downpour. Heavenly Dao Dew. After a brief immersion, he recognized what this was. Heavenly Dao Dew. It was said to be a divine gift bestowed upon those of great virtue and destiny when they ascended to a higher realm. This essence was a highly concentrated spiritual chi, even akin to the legendary immortal chi. Absorbing the heavenly Dao Dew, it was expected that one's realm would soar through several minor levels without mishap, aiding the cultivator in smoothly navigating the awkwardness of ascension and reaching the middle phase directly. Chujuan closed his eyes to comprehend this gift. He immediately felt a warm surge throughout his body, as if endless strength flowed through his veins, bones, and muscles. His spirit sea expanded wildly, even to the point of aching. Most crucially was the nascent soul. In the early stages, a cultivator's nascent soul would be blurry, its features indistinct. But now, Chujuan's nascent soul rapidly became vividly clear, as tangible as another Chujuan himself. After a long while, the heavenly Dao Dew dissipated. Chujuan reopened his eyes. With a mere thought, his body vanished from the spot and reappeared atop a pine tree 100 jong away. A nest of squirrels, secretly watching from the treetop, was startled by his sudden appearance, falling into the snow below and feigning death. Such was the paramount ability of a nascent soul cultivator. Teleportation. Chujuan laughed heartily, turned, and departed. Chapter 226, The Great Extinguishing Thunder Fist. Chujuan lay on a soft velvet chair, introspecting his inner being. Over the boundless sea of chi, his small nascent soul sat quietly in meditation. Threads of spiritual chi, fine and slender, wound around the nascent soul, gradually enhancing its strength. The nascent soul, after all, was the ultimate condensation of spiritual chi. At the moment of breaking the core to form the nascent soul, the soul had moved from the sea of consciousness into the nascent soul. This transition provided the soul with a more robust safeguard. From then on, the nascent soul became Chujuan's second life. Should his physical body perish, he could escape by releasing his nascent soul. As long as he found another body, he could rise anew. Currently, I lack a cultivation technique suitable for the nascent soul stage. Although my nascent soul is considerably strong, aside from teleportation, it hardly possesses any other abilities. For now, I might as well continue to cultivate my physical body. After all, having reached the nascent soul stage, I've gained an additional 500 years of life. There's no need to rush. Chujuan quietly formulated his plan. Upon returning to Heavenly Sword City, he would seek an opportunity to acquire a nascent soul stage cultivation technique, thereby elevating his strength. Otherwise, he would remain as he was now, possessing great strength but lacking the skills to properly wield it. It is said that brute force can break any spell, but only if the force reaches a truly terrifying level. Among cultivators of the same realm, unless one is a prodigy among the common, the notion of brute force breaking all spells rarely holds. Without powerful spells, how could one compete against others? Immortal, Wang Zhangsu greets you. The Enlightenment Institute has made significant advancements. A slightly familiar voice came from the transmission jade hanging on the wall. Chujuan raised an eyebrow and promptly cleared the mist, allowing Wang Zhangsu to enter. Soon, Wang Zhangsu was kneeling before him. The chief of the Black Blade Council, now with a head full of white hair, seemed spirited despite his age. His body was still robust, likely to last another 50 or 60 years. Indeed, genetic cultivation had a much more profound effect on the physical body than spiritual chi. Wang Zhangsu sneaked a glance at Chujuan, marveling inwardly. Decades had passed, many things had changed, but the immortal before him remained the same as ever. Speak, what advancements has the Enlightenment Institute achieved? Chujuan asked casually. With great respect, Wang Zhangsu presented a stack of bound papers. Immortal, this is a body cultivation technique researched by Liu Meng. He believes it might be of use to you. Chujuan took the papers and browsed through them, genuinely surprised. Although the technique seemed fantastical, a closer examination revealed its grounding in reality. This method seemed to combine the martial arts of this world. Now Chujuan was at the 31st level of body refinement, possessing boundless and formidable strength. However, he still lacked the martial techniques to fully utilize this power. While body cultivation methods were somewhat accessible, martial techniques for advanced body cultivators had long been lost to the sands of time. Most techniques available in the market were only suitable for cultivators between the 1st and 10th levels of body refinement. Techniques for levels 11 to 20 were exceedingly rare. Previously, when facing enemies, he had relied solely on his immense physical strength, striking with simple and unadorned force, a true testament to the saying that brute strength can work miracles. Now, with this new martial technique, he had acquired another method to defend himself. Does this technique have a name? Chujuan asked with a smile. Wang Zhangsu replied respectfully, Liu Meng believes that the honor of naming it should be yours, Immortal. Chujuan nodded, smiling. This fist technique is as swift as lightning and possesses boundless strength. Let's call it the Great Extinguishing Thunder Fist. Wang Zhangsu praised, worthy of an immortal, such a powerful name. After a moment of thought, Chujuan added, within the Enlightenment Institute, we should establish divisions such as the Body Cultivation Institute and the Chi Cultivation Institute to focus specifically on researching body cultivation methods and chi cultivation methods respectively. The Body Cultivation Institute could be further divided into a section for cultivation methods and another for martial techniques. Similarly, the Chi Cultivation Institute could be divided into a section for cultivation techniques and another for spells. Such categorization will ensure everyone can utilize their skills to the fullest. Liu Meng has made significant contributions this time. According to the Enlightenment Institute's reward system, he should be commended. Tell him to continue his research, as more rewards will come. Chujuan produced a large blood pearl and handed it to Wang Zhangsu. Wang Zhangsu nodded vigorously. Yes, I will convey your message, Immortal. Chujuan nodded and waved his hand, dismissing him. As Wang Zhangsu left, Chujuan mused, this Great Extinguishing Thunder Fist is indeed worth practicing. While the Chi cultivation research at the Enlightenment Institute has not been very fruitful, the results in body cultivation are quite impressive. It was understandable. After all, Blue Star's spiritual chi was incredibly sparse. Genetic energy was most suited for body cultivation. It was a remarkable achievement for the Enlightenment Institute to develop martial techniques that far exceeded their own levels in such conditions. Chu Xuan considered that, had Liu Meng been on Mystic Azure Star during the Golden Age when powerful elixirs were plentiful, he might have been considered a top-tier prodigy, potentially creating numerous body cultivation methods that could be passed down through generations. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed. Chu Xuan spent each day refining the great extinguishing thunder fist. His lungs worked like furnaces, his heart like an engine. With each inhalation, his chest would rise sharply, each exhalation could scorch vegetation with its heat. Now, his body was muscled and his strength surged. His mastery of the fist technique was near perfection. While not yet at the ultimate level, he had certainly reached a state of great refinement. Is Hu about to break through? Chu Xuan sensed some unusual activity within the corpse tower, and joyfully, he immediately released Hu. He observed Hu's body, now densely covered in blood cocoons, a clear sign of an impending breakthrough to the Corpse King stage. Evidently, consuming the bodies of two nascent soul cultivators, Yunzanu and Shangwen Hao, drastically accelerated Hu's growth. Chu Xuan had originally planned to head to the outer domain battlefield. But with Hu's impending advancement, he decided to wait until after the breakthrough before departing. As Hu was about to ascend, Chu Xuan suddenly sensed that his two life-bound goo insects were also showing signs of advancement. The Blood Steel Wire and the Blood Bee Queen had both formed cocoons, evidently influenced by his own ascension to the nascent soul stage. Such was the power of life-bound entities. A year later, the blood cocoon around Hu shattered successfully. A towering figure over 6 meters tall burst forth from the cocoon, emitting an exhilarating roar towards the heavens. The sound was earth-shaking, audible even to the superhumans in surrounding cities. However, for the superhumans at the Black Blade East Lake headquarters, such phenomena had become quite common. They knew the sound came from the residence of the immortal, presumably just his beloved little pet. What was there to fear? Master. Hu shrank his body and quickly transformed into a 2-meter-tall man. He dashed to Chu Xuan and knelt respectfully. Chu Xuan nodded in approval. Very good, very good. Take care of Long and Bao, and see that they too advance to the Corpse King realm soon. Yes. Hu responded respectfully. Now as a Corpse King, his speech was smooth and fluent, no longer hesitant. At that moment, the cocoons of the Blood Steel Wire and the Blood Bee Queen also shattered. The Blood Steel Wire emerged affectionately from Chu Xuan's palm, and the Blood Bee Queen peeked out before shyly retreating back into her cocoon. Chapter 227, The Great Tao of the Nascent Soul. Chu Xuan pondered the Blood Steel Wire, contemplating its limitations. Even though he had refined it into his life-bound goo insect, it was merely being dragged along by his progress. Currently, the Blood Steel Wire wasn't of much use to him. In the future, he would need to keep an eye out for goo insect essence blood suitable for both the Blood Steel Wire and the Blood Bee Queen. With the right essence blood, their realms could rapidly ascend, making them as effective as a Corpse King or a Ghost King. With a thought, Chu Xuan beckoned with his hand, and the evil soul chain appeared beside him. This magic treasure, bound to his life, could unleash 120% of his combat power. However, limited by its materials, its current power had significantly diminished. This treasure too needed better materials to be suitable for battles between nascent soul cultivators. Becoming a nascent soul cultivator suddenly requires so much, everything must be done slowly, step by step, replacing each item. Chu Xuan mused, unfazed by the daunting task ahead. After all, he had some funds. He'd start by buying what was necessary. If purchasing proved impossible, or if someone prevented him from buying, he'd simply go and demand what he needed. Surely, there were kind-hearted people willing to gift him what he required. Maybe they'd even be willing to give him everything they had, inside and out. Heavenly Sword City. Chu Xuan once again approached the gates of this fortress city. Previously, being cautious, he had not stayed in his cave dwelling but had instead left Heavenly Sword City to find a cave outside. He had to go to Blue Star to save time. The Heavenly Tribulation only occurred once. Since it had appeared on Blue Star, it wouldn't manifest again in the outer domain battlefield. If he had broken through from his cave dwelling within Heavenly Sword City without triggering the Heavenly Tribulation and yet advanced to the nascent soul stage, it would have certainly raised many eyebrows. After all, whoever heard of advancing to the nascent soul stage without facing the Heavenly Tribulation? As for breaking through outside the city, that didn't matter. The battlefield beyond was vast, and not everyone could witness the Heavenly Tribulation. Halt, who goes there? A disciple of the Majestic Sword Sect stopped Chu Xuan at the gates of Heavenly Sword City. Chu Xuan tossed over his identity jade slip. The Majestic Sword Sect disciple scanned it with his divine sense, and his surprise was evident. Master He? It's been a long time. We heard you went to attempt the nascent soul breakthrough. You're still alive? Chu Xuan had spent nearly 40 years on Blue Star, and it had been almost 4 years since anyone had last seen him in Heavenly Sword City. Many had assumed he was dead, and gradually, he had been forgotten. The majestic sword sect disciple remembered him because Chujuan had once concocted pills for him. Now, inspecting Chujuan carefully, the disciple asked cautiously, "Master He, have you successfully condensed your nascent soul?" 4 years without a sighting, and returning unscathed could only mean one of two things: he had either succeeded in reaching the nascent soul stage or retreated to form a false soul. Either way, he was not someone the disciple could afford to offend. Chujuan smiled slightly, releasing the aura of a nascent soul cultivator. "Fortunately, I have transcended the heavenly tribulation and attained the great Tao of nascent soul." His powerful presence shook the surrounding cultivators, some of the weaker ones nearly collapsing. The majestic sword sect disciple was astounded. "I pay my respects to Senior He." The other cultivators waiting to enter the city were also stunned and bowed respectfully. "We pay our respects to Senior He." Chujuan chuckled. "May I enter now?" "Of course. Now that you are an nascent soul great cultivator, you can go wherever you like." The disciple said respectfully, "I will take you to Elder Zeman right away." Chujuan waved his hand dismissively. "No rush, I want to visit my old shop first." The disciple nodded. "Yes, then I will go ahead and inform Elder Zeman." With that, he hurried off into the city. Chujuan strode through the streets of Heavenly Sword City, eventually arriving at Pill Pavilion. Soon, he saw the familiar shop. The shop appeared deserted. The wicker chair, books, and pill furnace were all in their places, untouched and dust-free, clearly tended to regularly. Chujuan gently touched the pill furnace, reminiscing about the days he spent concocting pills there, feeling quite sentimental. "Who's there? How dare you touch Master He's pill furnace?" A cold voice came from behind him. Chujuan turned around to see a familiar figure. It was Hizi. However, now Hizi had only one arm and his body bore visible scars. Such scars would not be difficult to remove with some medicinal pills, but the fact that they remained indicated financial difficulties. Yet, Chujuan noticed that Hizi's cultivation had reached the 4th level of the Golden Core stage. His cultivation over the years had indeed borne some fruit. Upon recognizing Chujuan, Hizi's expression quickly shifted from indifference to joy. "Master He? Is it really you, Master He?" He approached quickly, his face a picture of astonishment. Chujuan laughed heartily. "Indeed, it's me." He then patted Hizi's empty sleeve. "What happened here?" A flash of sorrow swept across Hizi's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. With seriousness, he said, "I'm ready. As soon as I have the chance, I will personally seek revenge." Chujuan nodded. It seemed much had occurred during these 4 years. The once somewhat naive young cultivator had been tempered by time and now appeared more like a true cultivator. Suddenly, a boisterous voice interrupted their reunion. "Hizi? Recovering well, I see. Back at Pill Pavilion again?" The voice sneered. "That Master He you followed hasn't been seen for 4 years, he's surely dead outside the city. Stop thinking about continuing to be his dog. Come over here and work for me. I'm short on hands." Chujuan and Hizi both looked in the direction of the voice and saw several figures approaching, the leader of whom was a tall, fierce-looking man. He was the one who had spoken. Hizi clenched his fists, then slowly relaxed them. With a forced smile, he replied, "Fellow Taoist Lu, please don't rush, I'll come over as soon as I finish up here." The leader, noticing Hizi's deference, then turned his gaze to Chujuan. Recognition flickered across his face, and he adjusted his expression before bowing to Chujuan. "It turns out to be Senior He. I am Lu Wen, a pleasure to meet you." "Senior He, you disappeared for 4 years and have now returned, surely you have formed a false soul? Congratulations. Your strength must have increased a notch. My earlier words were indeed rash, please do not take offense, Senior He. However, I am currently undertaking a task from Elder Zeman of the Majestic Sword Sect to collect materials for weapon forging, and I really cannot afford to be away. Another day, I shall certainly bring a generous gift to apologize. What do you say?" Chujuan's smile held a hint of irony. Lu Wen was indeed quite a character. First, he congratulated him on becoming a false soul, then apologized, all the while subtly dropping his status as someone associated with the real nascent soul cultivator, Elder Zeman. If Chujuan were really just a false soul, Lu Wen's few words might have left him speechless. Unfortunately for Lu Wen, he had miscalculated. Chujuan was not a false soul, he was a genuine nascent soul cultivator. Hizi clenched his teeth, aware that the present situation stemmed from him. He couldn't let Master He get into trouble with Lu Wen because of him. Just as Hizi was about to speak, a booming laugh suddenly echoed from the entrance of the Pill Pavilion. A powerful nascent soul aura swept through the area. "Fellow Taoist He, what a pleasure to see you." The voice boomed. To think that after 4 years, You have attained the great Tao of the nascent soul. Would fellow Taoist care to join me, Zimen, for a good drink? Chapter 228, The Way Out. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice and saw a middle-aged cultivator with a refined appearance striding forward. This cultivator, handsome and distinguished, exuded a Kamura. The slight silver in his temples did not age him, instead, it lent him an air of otherworldly grace. He was the new lord of Heavenly Sword City, the nascent soul elder of the majestic sword sect, Zimen, followed by his two disciples, Wusheng and Xizhou. Both disciples looked at Chujuan with complex expressions in their eyes. As soon as Zimen appeared, Lu Wen, He, and the other cultivators hurriedly bowed deeply. Greetings to Elder Zimen. In the realm of cultivation, one higher level commands respect regardless of age. However, Zimen did not pay heed to the others but instead focused on Chujuan. Chujuan returned the gesture with a nod but did not bow deeply as the others had. Greetings to fellow Taoist Zimen. Zimen sized up Chujuan, then laughed heartily. Fellow Taoist, he is indeed young. You are sure to have a limitless future. Chujuan responded with a smile. I've heard that Elder Zimen's swordplay is unmatched and his mastery of the tea ceremony is exquisite. May I have the honor of experiencing it? Zimen nodded with a smile. Please, fellow Taoist, he. His gaze briefly swept over Lu Wen, who had turned pale, and casually remarked, Wusheng, Xizhou, this man dared to impersonate an official of the Lord's mansion. How should he be dealt with? Wusheng and Xizhou exchanged looks. Wusheng gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Master, this man has been brutal and overbearing, bullying others by abusing his power and offending a nascent soul cultivator. By the law, he should be expelled from Heavenly Sword City. Immediately, several golden core cultivators moved forward to seize Lu Wen. Lu Wen's pupils shrank, and he cried out, Brother Wu. I've done so much for you, you can't abandon me. I may not have merit, but I've put in hard work. Wu Wu Wu. The majestic sword sect cultivators swarmed him, and even his mouth was covered. Zimen chuckled, just a minor disturbance, it's nothing. I've recently acquired a can of moon on the sea. Please, fellow Taoist, he, join me in tasting it. Chujuan nodded with a smile. Moon on the sea? That's one of the 10 famous teas of the Reincarnation Divine Church. Thank you, fellow Taoist Zimen, for the opportunity to appreciate such fine tea. The two walked side by side towards the Lord's mansion. After they left, He was still visibly shaken. Master He had attained the nascent soul. Even the Lord of Heavenly Sword City, Zimen, had personally came to invite him. What an honor. In a moment, He straightened his back, his face beaming with pride. Fellow Taoist He, you and Master He are kinsmen. If you become successful, don't forget to support us, your old friends. Fellow Taoist He is loyal and devoted. You guarded the shop for 4 years for Master He. Your future is bound to soar. Here is a mid-grade magic treasure, fellow Taoist He. If you don't mind, please accept it. I often make talismans, here is a set for you, fellow Taoist He. As the cultivators swarmed around He, their enthusiasm palpable, they eagerly pushed various treasures into his arms. Some of the more slender female cultivators seemed almost ready to throw themselves at him. It was clear to everyone that He was on the verge of prosperity. He, witnessing this scene, displayed a shrewd smile. He accepted the gifts one by one, fully aware of the shift in their attitudes. These people, who once looked down upon him, were now fawning over him, all because of Master He's return as a nascent soul cultivator. Indeed, in this life, if one can cling to a thick and powerful egg, it is indeed a stroke of great fortune. He suddenly realized. In the Lord's mansion, in the back garden, Chujuan and Zimen sat opposite each other, quietly savoring their tea. After a long taste, Chujuan expressed his admiration. The moon on the sea truly deserves its reputation as one of the top 10 teas. It even surpasses the flavors of the Kumao Feng, fragrant snow, and misty blossom teas from my own cultivation. Zimen laughed heartily. I know I don't have the potential to reach the deity transformation phase, and I'm not keen on combat. I dislike fighting and killing. I much prefer to enjoy tea. It's fortunate indeed to meet a kindred spirit in you, fellow Taoist. Chujuan smiled. Indeed, I'm not fond of conflicts either. Today I learned that fellow Taoist Zimen and I are truly alike. Zimen was delighted. However, what is this Kumao Feng tea you mentioned? I have never heard of it. Chujuan happened to have some Kumao Feng tea in his storage bag and promptly presented some to Zimen. This is a spiritual tea from mystic Azure Star, emphasizing the transition from bitterness to sweetness. Many do not favor it, but I quite enjoy it. Zimen was intrigued and accepted it eagerly. Well then, I must give it a proper tasting. The two found much joy in discussing various teas. After a while, Chujuan steered the conversation to the main topic. Fellow Taoist Zimen, Do you know where I might obtain nascent soul stage cultivation techniques? Chinking chuckled. That's simple. You either join a 5th level sect or buy them with spirit stones. I do have a few nascent soul stage techniques that I no longer need. I wonder if they might suit your taste. With a wave of his hand, he displayed several techniques before Chujuan. After scanning them, Chujuan shook his head repeatedly. These techniques were all very orthodox, reliable and steady, but slow to progress. Chujuan did not need such methods. Fellow Taoist, is there a cultivation technique that speeds up progress a bit? Given that I've condensed a blood demon soul, after all. Chinking pondered for a moment, then shook his head regretfully. I don't possess such techniques. However, I will keep an eye out for you, fellow Taoist. If I come across such a method, I will contact you immediately. Chujuan's face lit up with delight. Thank you, then I shall trouble fellow Taoist Zimin with this matter. Chinking smiled, think nothing of it. Helping where one can, and forging good karma is my way in the world. After a moment of reflection, Chujuan inquired further, fellow Taoist Zimin, do you know how one might leave the extraterritorial battlefield? I've heard there are ways to leave early. The battlefield opened every 500 years. But that was only a large-scale opening. Indeed, there were smaller, interim openings. However, they seemed to require certain conditions. Chujuan felt that the extraterritorial battlefield was still perilous. Life on Mystic Azure Star was far more comforting. Now that he had achieved nascent soul, if there was a chance to return to Mystic Azure Star, it seemed wise to take it. Chinking laughed heartily. Fellow Taoist wishes to return home in glory? Indeed. What good are wealth and honor if one cannot return home to display them, like brocade robes worn unseen at night? Chinking sipped his tea, then continued, there are indeed several ways to leave early. One is by collecting contributions from clearing ancient beast carcasses, then fold the required amount, which grants an early exit. Another is by acquiring rare and extraordinary spiritual items of this world, like the turbid world Blue Lotus, which also allows for an early departure. And if neither of these conditions is met, one can still leave if an urgent missive is issued by a 5th level sect from their home star. Chapter 229, Chinking's invitation. Chinking turned to Chujuan. However, isn't fellow Taoist from Mystic Azure Star? The 5th level sect on Mystic Azure Star is the Feather Transformation Heaven Palace. And the upper sect have been quite dissatisfied with them recently. He added. Chujuan nodded slightly. While Chinking did not make his point explicitly clear, Chujuan could discern the implications. An urgent missive issued by the Feather Transformation Heaven Palace might not be acknowledged by the Reincarnation Divine Sect. And as for seeking out a ludicrously rare spiritual item like the turbid world Blue Lotus, it was far too absurd. Thus, his only remaining option was to accumulate enough contributions to leave the battlefield. Thank you, fellow Taoist Zimin. Chujuan bowed. Chinking smiled. I hear fellow Taoist is from the Heavenly Seal sect, merely a 4th level sect. Would fellow Taoist consider joining the Majestic Sword sect? He offered. Chujuan gave a wry smile. A direct refusal might offend Chinking. Yet, he genuinely had no interest in aligning with any factions. After a pause, he shook his head. I'm truly sorry, I have no intentions of joining any side at the moment. Chinking was not upset but simply nodded with a smile. No matter, it's merely routine recruitment on behalf of my sect. If fellow Taoist is not interested, then let it be. The monthly salary the sect gives me isn't enough to make me hold a grudge over such matters. Chujuan was taken aback. The two exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. At the main gate of the city lord's mansion. Fellow Taoist I have arranged for you a 4th-tier cave dwelling rich in spiritual chi, ready for you whenever you wish to move in. Chinking smiled. But, as usual, I must mention. He cleared his throat, the grand gates of the Majestic Sword sect are always open to you. Chujuan laughed heartily. Thank you, fellow Taoist Zimin. He waved his hand and turned to leave. After Chujuan's figure had vanished, Wu Shang and Xiao approached Chinking with respectful expressions. Wu Shang spoke in a grave tone. It has been confirmed that the Heavenly Seal sect of Mystic Azure Star indeed existed but was destroyed long ago. Master, this man's identity is false. Chinking chuckled. I know it's false. Wu Shang was startled. Then why did you converse so amicably with him? Chinking's laughter grew even louder. What does it matter if his identity is false? Back in the day, I navigated among various sects to preserve my own life, and I did the same thing. Wu Shang fell silent. Chinking casually remarked, about that Lu when under your command he's not a good sort, how do you plan to deal with him? Wu Shang appeared troubled. Lu Wen has been with me for a long time, and though he may not have distinguished himself, he has endured much. Chinking stated indifferently, kill him, destroy his soul and scatter his ashes. Keeping someone around who is adept at stirring up trouble will only lead to deadly consequences in the future. Wu Shang's fingers trembled, but eventually, he nodded firmly. Disciple understands. He bowed and immediately departed. Zhao stepped forward, asking in a low voice, Master, there has still been no word from my Dao companion. Could you please help me? Ziman Chinking interrupted sharply. She has now become a disciple of true Master Tan Kang. Do you think she would still regard you? A mere woman, if you wish, there are plenty of female cultivators for you to choose from. Zhao's expression was downcast. I understand, Master. As he watched his disciples leave, Ziman Chinking shook his head repeatedly. The tasks assigned by true Master Tan Kang were not to be questioned, just obeyed. Why couldn't Zhao be wiser and refrain from inquiring further about Zhao Qian? As for the newly advanced nascent soul, He Liang, Ziman Chinking's thoughts were simple. As long as he posed no threat to himself, what harm was there in a false identity? At the Pill Pavilion. When Chu Zhuan returned, he found the shop still crowded with cultivators. The place was bustling. Suddenly, someone shouted, Senior, he is here. The crowd dispersed with a rustle, parting to make way with awe-stricken faces. To many golden core cultivators, reaching the nascent soul stage was a realm they could never dream of achieving in their lifetimes. Thus, they held Chu Zhuan in high esteem, respecting this senior who dared to risk his life to break through to the nascent soul stage. Chu Zhuan waved his hand, disperse, everyone. The cultivators then left. He, his face glowing, approached Chu Zhuan, Senior he. Chu Zhuan smiled slightly, continue to stay by my side in the future. Yes. He responded respectfully, after Master went to the city lord's mansion, many cultivators brought me gifts. I've kept track of all of them, right here. They did not give me these gifts because of who I am, but because of Master He. I cannot accept these things. Chu Zhuan laughed heartily, I don't care for these items, they are yours now. With Chu Zhuan's words, He finally nodded. Now he could accept the gifts without any guilt, otherwise, he would have never dared to take them. In the following days, Chu Zhuan spent his days clearing ancient beast carcasses and his nights concocting pills in his cave dwelling. The pill making was not for the sake of spirit stones but to improve his own mastery of alchemy and to study the pill recipes he could access for free. Now that he had reached the nascent soul stage, he was qualified to concoct nascent soul level medicinal pills. Prominent nascent soul cultivators, including Ziman Chinking of Heavenly Sword City and Wan Ziyu of Righteous Dao City, sought his services. Naturally, he could not miss such opportunities and thus memorized many pill recipes that might prove useful in the future. A month later, Chu Zhuan had nearly gathered enough contributions to leave, amounting to about 80 to 90% of the required total. In just 5 or 6 more days, he would have enough to leave the extraterritorial battlefield and return to Mystic Azure Star. However, he still hoped to obtain a suitable nascent soul level cultivation technique before returning. Meanwhile, during his expeditions to clear the ancient beast carcasses, Chu Zhuan noticed some anomalies in the battlefield. The frequency of spatial rifts had increased significantly. Cultivators often gathered in groups discussing how some areas, previously rift-free, now suffered from an abundance of them. The ground was also marred by deep, canyon-like rifts. Some speculated that creatures like the nether crocodiles might be surging from the underground en masse. Others whimsically suggested that perhaps the battlefield itself was on the verge of collapse. Though Chu Zhuan knew nothing specific, an unexplainable worry began to gnaw at him. On a plain within the extraterritorial battlefield, a figure in black furrowed his brow. The disappearance of Shangwen Hao remains unclear. What exactly happened? Could it be that he was discovered by True Master Dan King and taken to the Reincarnation Tower? Or is he hidden somewhere? Or perhaps someone intercepted him along the way? After much deliberation, the man in black retrieved an array disc, which was linked to the formation embedded in a blood jade pendant. This was a backdoor he had prepared in advance, subtle and nearly undetectable, yet capable of remote connection. It was intended to control Shangwen Hao in critical moments to prevent him from betraying the Reincarnation Divine Sect a second time and then betraying the Heaven-Shaking Divine Sect. By activating it, he could break the formation on the pendant from afar, allowing him to track down Shangwen Hao's whereabouts. He was reluctant to resort to this measure, but with Shangwen Hao missing for 4 years and his whereabouts still unknown, he had no choice but to implement this last resort. The man in black executed a series of complex hand signs, and the formation was instantly disrupted. Stirred by an intuition, he looked towards the giant city shrouded in the night, surprised. Inside Heavenly Sword City? Chapter 230, A Heavenly Longevity Pill. How much blood of living beings? Shangwen Hao couldn't possibly still be alive. It must be that he was killed, and his essence blood jade pendant was taken. The man in black deduced, shaking his head repeatedly. As a cultivator from the Heaven-Shaking Divine Sect, He was taking significant risks by venturing into this battlefield controlled by the Reincarnation Divine Sect. If he were to recklessly attack a cultivator within Heavenly Sword City, it would undoubtedly provoke a massive retaliation from the Reincarnation Divine Sect. For now, he had no choice but to accept his loss. He would have to wait for another opportunity. Wei Ji from the Feather Transformation Heaven Palace holds a grudge against the Reincarnation Divine Sect. Perhaps he can be utilized. He contemplated, soon vanishing into the darkness. Inside Heavenly Sword City, Chu Zhuan was concocting pills. The moment the formation on the Essence Blood Jade pendant disappeared, he felt as though a prying gaze swept over him. His breath almost halted in that instant, and the pill he was crafting explosively failed. What happened? He wondered. Why did I feel that way? Is it a premonition of merit warning me? Chu Zhuan opened his storage bag and began to sift through its contents item by item. His gaze unknowingly settled on the Essence Blood Jade pendant. He remembered that the surface of the pendant was originally marked with complex and profound formation patterns, but now they were completely gone. This meant that if true Master Dan King were to employ divination to seek him out, there was a possibility he could be discovered. Should I flee? He pondered. Or should I stay in Heavenly Sword City and watch how things unfold? Perhaps true Master Dan King no longer cares about this matter. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu Zhuan found his answer. Regardless of whether true Master Tan King was willing to spend his lifespan to take divination, Chu Zhuan couldn't take the risk. After all, this was a deity transformation great being. If he were to lock onto Chu Zhuan and personally intervene, Chu Zhuan might not even have the chance to use the blood mirror to escape. Without another word, he decided. Time to run. Chu Zhuan left the voice transmission for Hizi in the cave dwelling and then, taking advantage of the cover of night, silently escaped Heavenly Sword City. He found a secluded cave where he quickly set up a formation and then departed through the blood mirror. Ordinarily, when planning to flee to Blue Star, he would make thorough preparations. However, this time, lacking the nascent soul cultivation technique, escaping to the Blue Sea would serve little purpose. He could not stay on Blue Star forever. Once the immediate danger passed, he planned to return eventually. Hizi's voice transmissions would serve as his channel of information. Of course, he would not fully trust Hizi, considering the potential for coercion. The trust would depend on his own judgment. Chu Zhuan only needed to return to the extraterritorial battlefield periodically to check for any messages from Hizi. At the Reincarnation Tower, what was once a bustling place had now become eerily quiet, scarcely a soul in sight. In the highest floor cultivation room, true Master Dan King sat on a white jade disc, his figure withered and his hair white, resembling rotting wood that could crumble into fragments with a mere gust of wind. A knock sounded. The voice of Ling Han Shuang came from outside. Uncle Master Dan King, the heavenly longevity pill's ready. Come in. Came the hoarse voice of Tan Kang. Moments later, Ling Han Shuang entered, carrying a jade bottle with determined strides. True Master Dan King managed a strained smile. Thank you, holy maiden. He took the jade bottle, which contained a pearl-like pill marked with numerous intersecting bloodlines, emitting a strong, sweet scent of blood. True Master Tan King looked at the heavenly longevity pill with a slightly dazed gaze. Consuming one could extend his life by 300 years. If not for the repeated use of his life force for divination, the sect might not have granted him the resources to concoct such a pill. Hey, one heavenly longevity pill, made from the blood of how many living beings? True Master Dan King chuckled. Ling Han Shuang watched True Master Dan King's demeanor with a sense of unease. Her master had warned her to be cautious around him at the Reincarnation Tower, not to provoke him. At the time, she didn't fully understand the warning. But now, she did. This old man was indeed terrifying. Previously, the alchemists gathered from the extraterritorial battlefield, who had crafted life-extending pills, eventually became part of those very pills, including Zhao Qian, who possessed a superior spiritual body known as the Spirit Blood Pill Body. She was a key ingredient in crafting the heavenly longevity pill. Having seen enough, True Master Tan King swallowed the heavenly longevity pill in one gulp. Boom. The formidable power of the heavenly longevity pill surged through True Master Dan King's body, revitalizing his limbs and bones at a visibly rapid pace. His wrinkled, moisture-depleted skin instantly became as supple and elastic as that of a young man. His withered muscles swelled impressively, and his white hair darkened from root to tip. Within mere moments, True Master Dan King had transformed from a nearly dead old man into a robust middle-aged figure. He sprang to his feet, closing his eyes to feel the surging power within him, overwhelmed by the sensation. Ling Han Shuang instinctively stepped back, her heart filled with fear. True Master Dan King chuckled, Holy Maiden, there is no need to fear, your status is elevated, how could I dare to harm you? The ones I consumed were but insignificant beings. Taking a deep breath, Ling Han Shuang asked, Uncle Master Dan Kang, previously you were too weak to perform divination. Now that you are rejuvenated, can you do it again? We have sealed this extraterritorial battlefield for nearly 5 years without a trace of the Tati Tree Seed, and the ancestor is furious. You must know the importance of the Tati Tree Seed, it cannot be lost. Moreover, this battlefield will collapse in a month at most. If that happens, it might be impossible to find it. True Master Tan King laughed softly. I understand, I'll perform it now. He scoffed internally. The astral projection ancestor also had divination techniques but chose to let others use theirs instead, obviously to avoid shortening his own lifespan. While he thought this, he did not show it and immediately began using his lifespan to perform the divination. Almost instantly, his newly darkened hair showed several white strands again, and wrinkles formed at the corners of his eyes and mouth, adding a hint of age. After a long while, he exhaled and finished his effort, shaking his head repeatedly. Nothing. The tree seed still shows no sign, completely untraceable. My divination techniques are still too inferior. If the ancestor made the effort, he would surely locate the Tati Tree Seed easily. Ling Han Shuang's expression turned grim. She had volunteered to locate the Tati Tree Seed, only to yield no results after 5 years. Suddenly, True Master Dan King uttered a light. Ling Han Shuang's eyes brightened. Is there something? True Master Dan King smiled, while randomly divining. I detected the murderer of my disciple Yun Zanu. His presence flickered near Heavenly Sword City. This person has hidden deeply, perhaps achieving a breakthrough, which is why his aura was exposed. Unfortunately, I have expended a lot of my lifespan and now need to recuperate. Ling Han Shuang raised an eyebrow. Then allow me to handle this for you, Uncle Master Tan Kang. I will capture this murderer alive and bring him back tomorrow. Her frustration needed an outlet, and now that she had a target, she was ready to vent her anger. True Master Dan King chuckled heartily. There is also a talented alchemist in Heavenly Sword City with exceptional skills in pill making. I always appreciate talent, so please, Holy Maiden, bring that alchemist back for me as well. Chapter 231, The Chase and the Transmission in Heavenly Sword City. Pill Pavilion had just opened its doors for the day when Heezy arrived early at the shop rented by Chu Zhuan. However, this time, he didn't see Chu Zhuan, who usually arrived earlier than him. That's strange, Senior, he is always here before me, why isn't he here today? Heezy found this unusual but didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, he busied himself with cleaning the shop, receiving respectful nods from the cultivators passing by. Everyone knew that Heezy was now under the wing of an ascent soul powerhouse, a true case of a sparrow transforming into a phoenix. As the minutes and hours passed, there was still no sign of Chu Zhuan, even by midday. Puzzled, Heezy hurried to Chu Zhuan's cave dwelling and sent the voice transmission talisman inside. Almost immediately, another voice transmission talisman flew out and landed in his palm. Heezy listened to the message, out hunting ancient beasts, won't return to the city for now, don't worry. If there are any changes in the city, use the voice transmission jade to inform me. Scratching his head, Heezy turned and left, a bit confused. The following afternoon, a large contingent of reincarnation divine sect cultivators mobilized, and Heavenly Sword City was suddenly sealed off without any warning. The cultivators inside the city were panic-stricken, unsure of what was happening. Even though cultivators from the Majestic Sword sect, including Ziman Chinking, were very cooperative, Ling Han Shuang searched Heavenly Sword City thoroughly for 5 days. She turned it upside down, even to the point where the earthworms sleeping underground might have been uncovered, yet she found nothing significant. This news naturally reached Chu Zhuan through Heezy's transmissions. They really came for me. Chu Zhuan mused. However, it's not True Master Dan King who's acting, but one of his disciples. Chu Zhuan pondered this development. It seemed that if he could just avoid capture during this period, he might be able to return to Heavenly Sword City eventually. At the City Lord's mansion, Ziman Chinking cheerfully brewed tea for Ling Han Shuang. Holy Maiden, there is no need to hurry. Senior Dan King has already said that the person is extremely skilled at hiding and certainly won't be found within just a few days. Heavenly Sword City is now sealed, and everyone entering or leaving must register. It's only a matter of time before this person is caught. Why not enjoy some of my Kumao Feng tea in the meantime? He offered, trying to ease the tension with a touch of hospitality. Ling Han Shuang couldn't help but shake her head. I don't care for tea. Ziman Chinking was not offended, merely smiling. This tea is difficult to cultivate, and it is quite rare. Since the Holy Maiden does not partake, I shall drink it myself. Suddenly, Ling Han Shuang spoke up. I recall there is an alchemist named He Liang in the city. Where is he now? Ziman Chinking chuckled. Fellow Taoist, he has been in secluded cultivation for 4 years, achieving the nascent soul realm. Currently, he is hunting ancient beasts outside the city, amassing contributions. I suppose he plans to return home in glory after advancing to a higher realm, a common practice among cultivators. He saw nothing amiss with Chu Zhuan's actions. By the way, this Kumao Feng tea was a gift from fellow Taoist he. Zimin Chinking added with a smile. Ling Han Shuai calmly stated, Uncle Master Dan King cherishes talent, and he intends to take He Liang as his disciple. Please, fellow Taoist Zimin, ask He Liang to return to the city. Zimin Chinking's action of sipping tea stiffened. Uncle Master Tan Kang. To take fellow Taoist he as a disciple? Ha ha ha, that truly would be a great fortune for fellow Taoist he. If that's the case, I shall send him a voice transmission to share this excellent news. Ling Han Shuang fixed her gaze on Zimin Chinking's eyes. Surely such good news should be delivered in person to be most surprising, right? Zimin Chinking lowered his eyes, a flash of coldness passing through them, but when he raised his head again, his expression was warm. Understood, worthy of being the holy maiden, indeed thoughtful. In that case, I will send a voice transmission to fellow Taoist he, asking him to return. Ling Han Shuang smiled slightly. Very well, transmit your message here, and let me listen. Zimin Chinking, still smiling, took out the voice transmission jade. Fellow Taoist he, are you still hunting ancient beasts outside? Why not return and drink some tea? I recently acquired a packet of Mountain Clouds tea, said to be like descending into the clouds of heaven. I haven't opened it yet, waiting for your return to share it. Having spoken, he put away the voice transmission jade and looked towards Ling Han Shuang. Holy maiden, were my words appropriate? Ling Han Shuang nodded. Quite appropriate. Please, fellow Taoist Zimin, join us when the time comes. To be accepted as a disciple by a mighty divine cultivator like Uncle Master Dan King is an immense honor. Zimin Chinking, still smiling, responded, yes, holy maiden, rest assured, I will be present. Only after Ling Han Shuang had left the city lord's mansion did Zimin Chinking's expression gradually turn cold. Ling Han Shuang had nearly forced him to send the voice transmission to He Liang, insisting that it be done immediately quite aggressively. As a nascent soul cultivator, did he not have any dignity? Zimin Chinking gave a self-mocking smile. The other was a holy maiden from a 6th-tier cultivation sect. How could he, a mere 3rd-level nascent soul cultivator, compare? Dignity. Indeed, there was none. Zimin Chinking sipped his tea. Bitter. Truly bitter. Why does sweetness never come? I wish to stay out of conflicts, yet I'm always drawn in. Now, I might even lose someone to share tea with. He Liang, no matter who you are, I hope you can discern the subtleties in my words. Inside a cave outside Heavenly Sword City, Chu Zhuan appeared once again. He surfaced every few days to receive voice transmissions from He. From these messages, he learned that Ling Han Shuang had been searching Heavenly Sword City for several days not for the Tati Tree Seed, but for the killer of Yun Zanu. Chu Zhuan pondered briefly, then connected the dots. The Tati Tree Seed is far on Blue Star, and with a nascent soul cultivator's divination power, it's indeed impossible to pinpoint its location. He thought. But the moment the formation on the Blood Jade Pendant vanished, True Master Dan King must have discovered that Yun Zanu's killer was in Heavenly Sword City. That's why Ling Han Shuang came to Heavenly Sword City to search for the murderer. Just then, Chu Zhuan received another message, surprisingly from Zimin Chinking. After listening to Zimin Chinking's words, Chu Zhuan furrowed his brows. An invitation to drink tea? It sounds like something Zimin Chinking would say, yet not quite. After becoming a nascent soul cultivator, Chu Zhuan had often shared tea with Zimin Chinking and was familiar with his speaking habits. Zimin Chinking would not describe tea as a packet nor invite someone to drink tea. He always used the term enjoy tea. Most importantly, given Zimin Chinking's obsession with fine teas, if he had really acquired one of the reincarnation divine sect's 10 famous teas, he would not wait to drink it with Chu Zhuan. Instead, he would likely hide it away to savor it himself first. There's deceit here. Zimin Chinking is trying to discreetly send me a message. Who could force a nascent soul cultivator to convey a message in such a manner? Immediately, a face came to mind: Ling Han Shuang, the holy maiden of the reincarnation divine sect. It must be her. Chu Zhuan could even imagine her sitting next to Zimin Chinking, listening as he sent the transmission. Heavenly Sword City is to be avoided. With a shake of his head, Chu Zhuan returned to Blue Star. Chapter 232, The extraterritorial battlefield is about to collapse? 10 days had passed. Within the city lord's mansion in Heavenly Sword City, Zimin Chinking paced back and forth, his brow furrowed in concern. Recently, a large number of spatial rifts had appeared, some alarmingly close to Heavenly Sword City. The number of ancient beasts appearing at night had also multiplied several times. Mysteriously, a large flock of dark falcons had almost crashed into the city during the night. None of these were good omens. In the past, extraterritorial battlefield on the brink of collapse would see a surge in ancient beasts and numerous spatial rifts appear. Just recently, he had received news that his own direct disciple, Wu Shang, had nearly perished in a sudden spatial rift, losing a leg in the process. "Elder, the Holy Maiden is waiting for you in the main hall," whispered a disciple from the majestic sword sect. Zimin Chinking's frown deepened. Why was that woman here again? He composed himself and put on a smile as he entered the hall. "I greet the Holy Maiden." Linghan Shuang's expression was as cold as frost. "Fellow Taoist Zimin, I need you to tell me why He Liang has not yet returned. Have you secretly sent him another message?" Zimin Chinking's brow furrowed deeper. "Holy Maiden, you must not make reckless accusations. I sent the message to fellow Taoist He as you requested and have not sent another in these 10 days. You may verify this. What exactly do you intend by urgently summoning fellow Taoist He back? Could it be that you mean to harm him?" Linghan Shuang took a deep breath. "Fine, then send another message to He Liang. This matter cannot be delayed any longer." Zimin Chinking replied calmly, "Certainly, but first I have a question for the Holy Maiden." With a wave of his hand, the doors of the Great Hall thunderously shut. Is this extraterritorial battlefield about to collapse? Why has the upper sect not announced anything? Why are the teleportation formations still strictly guarded, allowing no one to enter or exit? Do the lives of us lower sect cultivators not matter in the eyes of the upper sect? Zimin Chinking asked seriously. Linghan Shuang stared into Zimin Chinking's eyes and replied coldly, "The teleportation formation will eventually be opened, and everyone will be able to leave alive. Rest assured, the reincarnation divine sect is not like the demonic heaven-shaking divine sect. We value every cultivator's life." Zimin Chinking's expression eased slightly. Linghan Shuang continued, "Please, fellow Taoist Zimin, send the message once more. As soon as I bring He Liang to the reincarnation tower and present him to Uncle Master Dan King as a disciple, I will leave." "Very well." Zimin Chinking nodded and, as before, sent another voice transmission. Linghan Shuang suddenly asked, "Could you teach me how to use the voice transmission jade?" Zimin Chinking took a deep breath but maintained a smiling face. "Of course." Linghan Shuang took the voice transmission jade and left immediately. Zimin Chinking watched her departing figure, his expression turning icy cold. If he had the chance, he truly wished to personally eliminate this arrogant Holy Maiden. Unfortunately, his own strength did not permit it, and her status prevented any direct confrontation. Who could possibly control her? He wondered. Perhaps only Si Chikong, the holy son of the reincarnation divine sect, could manage that. Shaking his head, Zimin Chinking began preparations to evacuate the extraterritorial battlefield. On the desolate plains of the extraterritorial battlefield, Linghan Shuang swiftly moved with 2 cultivators from the reincarnation divine sect. She held a voice transmission jade in her hand, from which a tender green sprout had emerged. The sprout had just one leaf, which pointed eastward the direction Linghan Shuang was heading. "My master gave me this divine guide. I never thought it would be used in such a place," she mused. "This He Liang must have sensed something and does not wish to go to the reincarnation tower. Humphrey, it's not up to you whether you go or not." Linghan Shuang commanded in a low voice, "Speed up." "Yes." The 2 nascent soul cultivators behind her accelerated at once. At that moment, Chu Zhuan swiftly moved across the plains, passing ruins and rubble. The cave he had previously chosen had developed several spatial rifts, necessitating a change to a new hideout. With things proceeding this way, the collapse of the extraterritorial battlefield is imminent, he thought. And due to the laws of the Tati Tree Seed, the teleportation arrays are still guarded by cultivators from the reincarnation divine sect, with no one allowed to enter or leave freely. Chu Zhuan's brows furrowed deeply. He had unintentionally acquired the Tati Tree Seed, never anticipating it would lead to such consequences. It truly was a hot potato. Now, he needed to find a new cave near a teleportation array to hide. After all, as the battlefield was about to collapse, the cultivators would surely be evacuated. He could blend in with the crowd and possibly slip through unnoticed. Someone's coming? Chu Zhuan suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back. He glanced over his shoulder. On the distant horizon, 3 figures appeared, quickly approaching him. Chu Zhuan, without hesitation, activated the Mahayana Swift Escape. After consuming some of his accumulated merit, his speed surged dramatically. Linghan Shuang noticed Chu Zhuan's swift attempt to flee. She immediately growled, "Chase! We cannot let He Liang escape." The 3 pursuers increased their speed at that moment. As a holy maiden of the reincarnation divine sect, Linghan Shuang was equipped with exceptional techniques, magical treasures, and spells. The 2 nascent soul early stage cultivators accompanying her were disciples assigned by a deity transformation ancestor. Although they were only at the early stage of nascent soul, their abilities were still remarkable. The trio quickly closed in on Chujuan. His Mahayana swift escape, a golden core stage escape technique, allowed him to match the speed of a false soul stage cultivator once he consumed his merit. However, it couldn't compare to a nascent soul stage escape technique. It was only a matter of time before they caught up to him. Chujuan's expression turned icy as he noticed a cave nearby. Without hesitation, he dove into it. Whatever dangers the cave held seemed preferable to the relentless pursuit of 3 nascent soul cultivators behind him. Seeing Chujuan plunge into the cave, Linghan Shuang's brows furrowed. She wanted to follow, but the 2 nascent soul cultivators stopped her. Holy Maiden, the cave is extremely dangerous. It would be best for someone of your esteemed stature not to venture too deeply. Leave it to us, they advised. After a moment's consideration, Linghan Shuang nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. Make sure to capture him alive. Yes. The 2 nascent soul cultivators immediately entered the cave. The cave was pitch dark. Chujuan, who had previously only lingered around the outskirts of caves while collecting ancient beast carcasses, could sense a profound terror lurking deep within. Not just nascent soul cultivators, but even deity transformation cultivators could perish if they strayed too deeply. Yet, with his pursuers close behind and unable to escape to Blue Star through the blood mirror, he had no choice but to take this desperate measure. However, Chujuan did not venture deep into the cave. Shortly after entering, he sharply turned and hid around a corner. He took several deep breaths and employed the abyssal return method to suppress his aura as much as possible. But having used too much spiritual chi just before, it was difficult to stabilize his aura quickly. Liang. Uncle Master Dan King values your talents and wishes to take you as his disciple. Do not miss this opportunity. Liang, why run upon seeing us? How can you miss such a tremendous opportunity? Voices called out from the entrance of the cave. Chapter 233, Why Must You Force Me? Hearing their words, Chujuan couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Value talent? Take as a disciple? A great opportunity? Their minds were indeed corrupted. True Master Dan Kang, that devourer of men who spared no bones, would never truly value anyone's talent. If he naively believed such words and went to the reincarnation tower, he was certain it would lead to his utter doom. These two are very close, the distance is minimal, and I can only slightly conceal my aura, not completely hide it. Chujuan thought to himself. If they keep advancing, they are bound to discover me. Now, I must strike like thunder. In one hand, Chujuan held the corpse tower, and in the other, the ghost tower. Power surged through his right arm as if thunder roared through his veins and bones. The 2 nascent soul cultivators continued to move forward. The taller cultivator sensed something and silently gestured towards the right side of his stout companion, who nodded silently. Spiritual chi surged within him, his palms reversed in preparation. The frost spell slowly took form. In the next instant, the stout cultivator suddenly expended a burst of nascent soul essence to teleport. His frost sword pierced directly through the rock wall. Crash! The rock wall shattered to pieces. However, instead of the figure they expected, there was only a small, lifeless corpse puppet at the original spot. The stout cultivator's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately turned around. Just then, he saw a dark figure burst from the shadows, swinging a natal ghost weapon straight into the mind of the tall cultivator. The tall cultivator didn't even have time to scream. His eyes bulged out, and he died instantly. The stout cultivator was horrified and roared, channeling his spiritual chi, Holy Maiden, run. He has a ghost king. With that, he energized his body's spiritual chi into a giant shield to protect himself. However, the anticipated attack did not come. Instead, the man-snake ghost king merely sneered. Behind him, a chilling voice sounded. I'm right behind you. Boom. A fist, harder than steel and as fast as lightning, shot out. The punch, roaring with a terrifying force that seemed capable of crushing everything, struck fiercely. The stout cultivator's body automatically radiated a protective light as his natal magic treasure surfaced to fend off the attack. With a loud clang, under the devastating force of the punch, the magic treasure shattered into pieces. The punch continued unabated, crushing the stout cultivator's skull into fragments. Chujuan swiftly collected the remnants of the 2 cultivators, sorting their possessions with a flick of his hand. In an instant, he consumed more merit to activate the Mahayana swift escape, propelling himself deeper into the cave. He had heard her Linghan Shuang had entered the cave. Her nascent soul stage escape technique was undoubtedly superior to his. Every second now was incredibly precious. Damn it. Moments later, Linghan Shuang arrived at the scene. Only a pool of blood remained, the corpses of the 2 nascent soul cultivators had vanished. Unable to deduce the attacker's methods from the condition of the bodies, her only clue was the presence of a ghost king. Why would a mere alchemist like Liang possess a ghost king? Something is definitely not right here, she thought. Could he be connected to Hueco, who killed Yanzanu and also had 2 ghost kings? Ling Hanshuang's brows furrowed deeply. She felt she was on the verge of unraveling something, but the threads of thought were too tangled to make sense just yet. He values his life, he wouldn't dare venture deep into the cave. Capturing him will solve everything. Her plan was straightforward, capture him and extract his memories. That would resolve all uncertainties. She moved swiftly through the dark cave. As she ventured deeper, the dormant nether crocodiles became more numerous. At first, she could quickly dispatch them without stirring others, but eventually, even she could not advance without disturbing a swarm of them. Where has this damned man hidden himself? Ling Hanshuang's expression turned increasingly impatient. She unleashed a blast of frost, freezing several nether crocodiles in front of her into ice sculptures. Their life force was extinguished in an instant. In the shadowy corner, Chu Zhuan silently observed the movements of the reincarnation divine sex holy maiden, weighing his options on how to handle her. He had 2 choices: 1, to keep hiding until she lost patience and left on her own, or 2, to strike out, aiming to kill or capture her. This holy maiden of the reincarnation divine sect must have numerous trump cards, possibly even treasures bestowed by an astral projection ancestor. Killing her would surely be difficult. He reasoned. Even if I managed to kill her by chance, the reincarnation divine sect would definitely be alerted. They would then likely tighten security at the teleportation formations, making my escape impossible. Rather than taking aggressive action, it might be wiser to wait quietly. Chu Zhuan solidified his decision and remained motionless. Although he commanded 2 ghost kings, a corpse king, and had the strength of the 31st layer of body refinement, facing a holy maiden with numerous resources at her disposal, he estimated only a 60 to 70% chance of victory. Engaging in a battle without certain victory was not a risk worth taking. However, while he intended to remain hidden, Ling Hanshuang was not about to give him that chance. Liang. Come out. Come out now. Ling Hanshuang bellowed in rage, casting spells indiscriminately. She had lost her temper completely. What she had thought would be a simple task, capturing someone to vent her frustration, had resulted in the death of her personal guards. The divine guide, a treasure given by her ancestor, was being wasted here. If she failed to capture him, how could she face returning without success? Her unrestrained attacks quickly stirred the environment. Thunderous noises echoed through the cave, reaching far and wide. Shhhh. The sound of awakening nether crocodiles filled the air. Their crimson eyes snapped open and converged toward the source of the noise. The rustling of numerous nether crocodiles moving rapidly reached Chu Zhuan's ears, and his expression changed drastically. This mad woman. To force me out, she's willing to disturb the nether crocodiles sleeping in this cave. He realized. She might even draw out the dark falcons and dark devouring worms from deeper within. This could potentially lead to a situation where they both perished. No, not a mutual destruction. Chu Zhuan quickly regained his composure. As a holy maiden, Ling Hanshuang undoubtedly had life-saving measures at her disposal. Her confidence in stirring up the ancient beasts was a testament to that. Faced with a horde of ancient beasts, he knew he couldn't linger without being forced out. What should he do? Could he escape using the blood mirror? Crack. Suddenly, a section of the rock wall in front of Chu Zhuan silently vanished. His scalp tingled. Spatial rifts. More and more spatial rifts were appearing. Indeed, disturbing a large number of ancient beasts was leading to an increase in spatial rifts, which would ultimately trigger the collapse of the extraterritorial battlefield. He must not use the blood mirror to leave from here. If he did, he would never be able to return to this world of cultivation for the rest of his life. The only option left was to kill Ling Hanshuang, burst out of the cave, and escape the battlefield via the teleportation formation. Chu Zhuan took a deep breath. His gaze turned icy. I've never liked conflict. Why must you force me? Chapter 234, This Man is a Body Cultivator. As Chu Zhuan watched the silhouette recklessly casting spells, he held his breath and inched closer. He knew well the means he had to combat a nascent soul cultivator. His spells, fueled by spiritual chi, were merely at the golden core level and thus relatively ineffective. The methods capable of inflicting real damage on Ling Hanshuang would undoubtedly be his 2 ghost kings, 2 arms and 4 arms, and Hu, the corpse king, along with his 31st layer physical cultivation realm and the devastating physical technique, the Great Extinguishing Thunder Fist. These techniques needed close-range execution to be most effective. Thus, Chu Zhuan needed to close the distance between them rapidly to unleash his lethal attack effectively. When he got within 20 jong of Ling Hanshuang, she suddenly focused her gaze, shouting, "Found you." In an instant, the frost in her hands transformed into an ice sphere, hurtling straight toward Chu Zhuan's position. Chu Zhuan's expression shifted slightly. Without hesitation, he expended nascent soul essence to teleport instantly. With a whoosh, He covered the 20 jong distance, dodging the attack and appearing less than 3 jong away from Ling Hanshuang. 2 imposing shadows burst from his body, rushing towards Ling Hanshuang from both sides. 5 life-bound ghost weapons, irrational and relentless, smashed down upon her. Ling Hanshuang, without delay, activated a top-grade defensive magic treasure. A frost mirror appeared before her. Boom. A crack sounded, and spiderweb-like fractures appeared on the surface of the frost mirror. Another crack followed, and a nondescript pendant around Ling Hanshuang's neck also showed several fractures. Her expression immediately soured. This pendant, a soul protection charm given by her ancestor to ward off psychic attacks, was incredibly precious and difficult to craft. She hadn't expected to underestimate her opponent's strength so gravely that even her soul protection charm had suffered significant damage. Chu Zhuan also frowned deeply. This Ling Hanshuang indeed possessed numerous magic treasures. In just the blink of an eye, 2 top-grade magic treasures had appeared, including one that was extremely valuable for protecting the soul. 2 Ghost Kings, you must be Hueco, the one who killed Yun Zanu. Ling Hanshuang said with a cold laugh. I've had such a hard time finding you. Ice Sun Crossbow. As she spoke, she waved her hands, and 3 streaks of light flew out from her storage bag, positioning themselves around her. Chu Zhuan focused intently as he recognized the 3 menacing giant crossbows before him, which held no bolts but arrows formed entirely of concentrated spiritual chi. He wanted to move, but the crossbows seemed to have a life of their own, locking onto his body with deadly precision, ready to launch their frosty bolts at any moment. This was not the end of his troubles. Ling Hanshuang slapped her storage bag again, revealing a small bottle in her palm. Yin Frost Bottle. She shouted. With a burst, chilling air sprayed from the bottle, quickly enveloping the surroundings. Each breath Chu Zhuan took was like inhaling knives, slicing through his lungs. Ling Hanshuang smirked and slapped her storage bag once more, producing a long whip in her hand. This whip, wrapped in icy threads, emitted a bone-chilling coldness. Merely looking at it longer seemed to freeze both flesh and soul. Cold Sky Whip. She announced, manipulating it as if it were an extension of her arm. It moved like a lively ice serpent, swift and fierce. Chu Zhuan was forced to repeatedly expend his Danzō lessons to dodge the Cold Sky Whip's attacks, his expression growing increasingly grim. Indeed, the holy maiden of a 6th-tier cultivation sect was formidable. Ice Sun Crossbow. Yin Frost Bottle. Cold Sky Whip. Each item she produced was a magic treasure, and the bottle that spread the cold, with its radiant flow of light, was likely a top-grade magic treasure. The whip, intertwined with icy threads, was terrifying, likely Ling Hanshuang's life-bound magic treasure. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Ice Sun crossbows continuously fired their bolts. Crack, crack, crack. The Cold Sky Whip kept lashing out. Chu Zhuan was exhausted from dodging. Fortunately, his nascent soul had been bathed in the heavenly Dao dew, making it comparable to a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator's, which allowed him to have enough nascent soul essence to perform multiple teleports. Ling Hanshuang continued to control her magic treasures from a distance, occasionally using a defensive magic treasure to block attacks from the 2 Ghost Kings. She seemed to manage quite effortlessly. Clearly, her spiritual soul was also exceptionally strong, capable of multitasking to the extent that she could simultaneously operate 4 magic treasures. As Chu Zhuan deftly dodged the attacks, his hands, hidden within his sleeves, silently scattered some substances around. Ling Hanshuang, observing Chu Zhuan's frequent use of instantaneous teleportation, was somewhat taken aback. His nascent soul appeared extraordinarily potent, capable of executing numerous teleports in such a short span. Even with her own formidable nascent soul, she questioned whether she could manage such a reckless use of energy. Once I capture you, I must search your soul to discover your origins. Ling Hanshuang thought to herself, gazing down at Chu Zhuan with a cold smirk, confident of her impending victory. However, just 100 breaths later, a massive nether crocodile suddenly attacked from behind. Ling Hanshuang was prepared and immediately conjured a spell to counter. But unexpectedly, she found her spiritual chi moving sluggishly, and the spell she intended to cast faltered. As the nether crocodile closed in, her expression darkened, and she had no choice but to slap down a gold thunder talisman. The talisman erupted with golden lightning, obliterating the creature into pieces. What is happening? Ling Hanshuang was both shocked and furious. Why had her spiritual chi suddenly become difficult to manipulate? Could she have been poisoned? More roars indicated the approach of additional nether crocodiles. Damn it! With her spiritual chi still not flowing properly, Ling Hanshuang resorted to using more talismans. Gold Thunder, Purple Ice, Black Vine, various nascent soul level talismans were slapped down in rapid succession, like a torrential downpour. Just then, a streak of black light shot towards her. Dark Falcon. She identified. Ling Han Shuang reached for another talisman, only to realize she had exhausted her Nasan level talismans. She screamed and attempted to dodge, but her movements were slightly too slow. The somber falcon struck directly through her shoulder, leaving a gaping wound. With a muffled grunt, Ling Han Shuang staggered backward, retreating continuously. Only then did her spiritual chi finally coalesce into a spell. Boom! The ice spear erupted with force, shattering the somber falcon into icy fragments. Damn it! Truly damnable. Ling Han Shuang's face twisted with rage. It's my turn now. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from behind her. It was Chu Zhuan, who had silently and seamlessly closed the distance during the commotion. Great extinguishing thunder fist. Chu Zhuan suddenly unleashed his punch. The force of the punch surged like a dragon, carrying with it the fury of a long brewing storm. As his fist moved forward, the air itself seemed to roar under its burden, like thunder cracking the sky. Ling Han Shuang's pupils contracted sharply. With her experience, she could immediately tell this was a strike potent enough to threaten an nascent soul cultivator. This man was a body cultivator. Chapter 235, You Cannot Kill Me. Caught off guard, Ling Han Shuang could only retract the cold sky whip. Her life-bound magic treasure instantly coiled in front of her like a giant python, ready to block the incoming attack. Boom! Chu Zhuan's great extinguishing thunder fist struck. Ling Han Shuang felt an indescribable force crash into her, the sound of her magic treasure cracking ringing in her ears. A sweet taste involuntarily rose in her throat, a clear sign that her life-bound magic treasure had been damaged, and she too had sustained injuries. The force of the punch pushed her back continuously until she slammed into the cave wall, halting her retreat. Behind her, a swarm of nether crocodiles converged, relentlessly biting and gnawing at her back. In a blink, her robe was torn, and her once smooth, pale back was now a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. Ling Han Shuang screamed in agony. For the first time in her 232 years of cultivation, she felt the threat of death. This feeling was entirely new to her, igniting a towering rage within her. As a holy maiden of the reincarnation divine sect, she had never been subjected to such treatment. No cultivator had ever withstood her attacks. Everywhere she went within the sect's domain, all cultivators showed her the utmost respect. Even a deity transformation cultivator like True Master Dan King addressed her as Holy Maiden. Now, she found herself cornered by an unknown minor cultivator, even facing the threat of death. Ice Sun Crossbows. Fire at will. Ling Han Shuang shouted furiously. The 3 Ice Sun Crossbows suddenly unleashed a powerful burst of icy light. Clearly, she was overtaxing the magic treasures, launching a desperate and powerful attack. Chu Zhuan, however, didn't even turn around. Instead, he forcefully raised his fists, unleashing the great extinguishing thunder fist repeatedly like raindrops. Thud, thud, thud. The cold sky whip emitted sounds of distress under the overwhelming force. Cracks appeared one after another. The immense power of his fists transmitted through the whip, striking Ling Han Shuang directly. Her chest compressed under the impact, sinking inward grotesquely. Face your demise. Ling Han Shuang bellowed in fury. She had realized the truth. This person had not used any nascent soul stage spells from beginning to end. Clearly, he had only recently ascended to the nascent soul stage and had not had the time to switch his techniques and spells. As for why his nascent soul was so formidable, she could not fathom, guessing that perhaps he had consumed some exceedingly rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Just as the frosty giant arrow was about to strike, a robust shadow suddenly burst forth from Chu Zhuan's body, charging straight toward the piercing cold light. Boom! The giant arrow pierced through the robust figure's body, but it got stuck inside and did not continue its trajectory. A painful roar erupted. Ling Han Shuang focused her gaze and felt her boiling blood nearly freeze. It was a corpse king. No wonder this man dared to attack her. This cultivator possessed an exceptionally strong nascent soul, was a body cultivator, and commanded 2 ghost kings and a corpse king. With such combat prowess, it was no wonder he could slay Yunzanu. Die! Chu Zhuan roared. Despite his skin splitting and flesh bursting from exerting too much force, he continued to unleash punches without pause. This time, Ling Han Shuang truly sensed the approach of death. Her pupils shrank to their limits. You cannot kill me! Ling Han Shuang shrieked. Chu Zhuan instantly felt as if his soul was pricked by needles. At that moment, he realized she must have employed a soul technique. Had his own soul not been formidable, he might have been frozen in place for a long time. Life-death mystic ice. Seizing the moment, Ling Han Shuang forced Chu Zhuan back, and, with a fierce shout, the mystic ice that emitted chilling cold burst forth from her delicate chest. In the blink of an eye, the mystic ice spread over her entire body, and she was swiftly encased within it. Chu Zhuan frowned deeply and threw a powerful punch. Bang! The rebounding force made him stagger back. He looked down to see his hand split open, blood flowing freely. Yet this so-called life-death mystic eyes bore not even a single crack. Truly tough. Chu Xuan muttered with a deep frown. He realized that after the life-death mystic eyes had enveloped Ling Hanshuang, her aura had dropped to its lowest. She must have lost consciousness. This must be the final safeguard given to her by the reincarnation sex astral projection patriarch. With the emergence of the life-death mystic eyes, the reincarnation sect surely knows by now and will come to retrieve Ling Hanshuang. Chu Xuan's mind whirred into action. In an instant, he made the swiftest decision, throwing Ling Hanshuang into the blood mirror. He flashed past, returning to Blue Star, and found a spot within a 100-mile radius devoid of any water source. There, he rapidly set up 23 killing formations. Although they were merely golden core stage formations, their sheer number was sufficient to fend off enemies. After setting up the formations, he placed an abundance of yin thunder seeds around the perimeter, over 20,000 of them. Still feeling it was not enough, he commanded the 3 corps generals to guard the area at all times. I leave this place to you," Chu Xuan instructed. Despite the gaping hole in its chest and an ice arrow that hadn't yet melted lodged in it, Hu nodded vigorously and responded with a resounding roar. Satisfied, Chu Xuan returned to the extraterritorial battlefield. He glanced at the surrounding caverns. As expected, more spatial rifts were appearing. Some mini nether crocodiles, with their ferocious faces, charged at him only to be swallowed by the suddenly appearing spatial rifts. Chu Xuan's scalp tingled. He could feel the rifts surging towards him like a tidal wave. Run. He quickly retrieved the 3 iced sun crossbows and immediately activated the Mahayana swift escape, not caring about the depletion of his merit. Escaping at top speed was now of utmost importance. Meanwhile, more and more spatial rifts appeared across various locations. In cities like Righteous Now, Heavenly Sword, Majestic Sword, and Celestial Sound, cultivators were walking down the streets one moment and the next, they were headless or missing parts of their bodies. Some shops that were there one moment disappeared completely the next. Large patches of ground and city walls vanished without warning. Cultivators everywhere began to panic. Some took advantage of the chaos to commit murders and robberies. Screams, roars, and cries of grief filled the extraterritorial battlefield. In Heavenly Sword City, Ziman Chinking looked upon the chaotic city with a deep frown. Wu Sheng and Zhao, along with other cultivators from the Majestic Sword sect, gathered around him. "Have you gathered everything?" he asked. "Everything's ready." Wu Sheng and Zhao replied in unison. "Let's leave immediately. Head to our Majestic Sword sect's teleportation formation," Ziman Chinking commanded sternly. Yes. This scene was replicated in Righteous Tao City, Majestic City, Celestial Sound City, and others. Almost all nascent soul cultivators had anticipated the collapse and had prepared accordingly. Only those at the lower levels, the early Golden Core cultivators, were still unaware of what was happening and merely followed the crowds in an attempt to escape. Many were silently swallowed by the spatial rifts during their flight. Chapter 236, Return to Mystic Azure Star. Chu Xuan burst forth from the cave and immediately headed towards the nearest teleportation array, his destination already clearly in mind. It was the teleportation array leading to Mystic Azure Star. Hence, Chu Xuan discarded all his disguises, revealing his true appearance. On his way to the Mystic Azure teleportation array, he saw throngs of cultivators rushing towards it, each one eager not to be even a step behind the others. Yet, spatial rifts could form randomly without any warning, and if a small rift appeared, one might only sustain minor injuries. However, a large rift could swallow a person whole. The terrifying prospect of running alongside someone one moment and then seeing them vanish the next was profoundly unsettling, giving one a chilling reminder of their own mortality. Chu Xuan also witnessed a nascent soul cultivator, who had been leading the charge, get swallowed by a spatial rift in the blink of an eye's stark and abrupt separation. However, Chu Xuan found himself strangely spared from frequent rift occurrences. Even when rifts did appear, he was quick to spot and avoid them. He noticed that several monks from the Celestial Sound Zen Temple and sword cultivators from the Majestic Sword sect were also making their way to the Mystic Azure teleportation array, and they too encountered fewer spatial rifts. Clearly, one's personal merit seemed to play a role in reducing the frequency of such rifts around them. Thus, Chu Xuan's pace quickened, and he gradually caught up with the crowd. He had no desire to be at the forefront nor linger at the back, blending into the crowd was optimal. The Mystic Azure teleportation array was not far now. Within less than 2 hours, he had merged with the crowd and reached the array. However, it was already heavily guarded by cultivators from the Reincarnation Divine sect. Despite the pressing crowd, the Reincarnation Divine sect's cultivators showed no sign of yielding. The cultivators were stopped as effectively as a tidal wave by a sluice gate. Chujuan looked towards the clustered reincarnation divine sect cultivators and discreetly moved to the back of the crowd. The blockade of the teleportation array was to secure the coveted Taddy seed. Now that even their saint child was gone, the reincarnation divine sect was bound to investigate thoroughly. Under normal circumstances, no cultivator would be allowed to leave, but with the extraterrestrial battlefield on the brink of collapse, the pressure might become unbearable for the reincarnation divine sect cultivators, eventually forcing them to open a path. For now, Chujuan's task was simply to wait. A nascent soul cultivator from the reincarnation divine sect surged his spiritual chi, his voice spreading far and wide. Divine sect orders. A precious treasure has been lost on this battlefield. The teleportation array allows entry but no exit. Everyone stay where you are. Do not move. Initially, the cultivators, intimidated by the authority of the reincarnation divine sect, dared not stir. However, as spatial rifts began to appear amidst the crowd, the increasing threat of death set them on edge. The crowd grew restless, and even the reincarnation divine sect's cultivators felt a tingle of fear watching the agitated masses. Look behind. Behind. Someone suddenly shouted, drawing attention to changes occurring at their rear. Many cultivators turned to see the ground in the distance inexplicably collapsing, not merely collapsing, but vanishing as if a higher being had taken a bite out of the earth. The rifts were spreading toward the teleportation array, and soon, swallowing everyone was merely a matter of time. Seeing this, the cultivators' scalps tingled with horror. They glared angrily at the reincarnation divine sect's cultivators. Why won't you let us use the teleportation array? The extraterrestrial battlefield is collapsing. Let us leave. How can your sect commit such demonic acts? Please, make way. If you don't let us leave, none of us will survive. The number of cultivators converging towards the Mystic Azure teleportation array continued to increase, now numbering over 300, while the reincarnation divine sect had only 10 cultivators, with just one being a nascent soul. In a direct conflict, they would be overwhelmingly outnumbered. The strategy of encircling yet leaving an escape was to avoid pushing someone into desperate, feral retaliation. Now, every minute of delay could cost lives, and no one wanted to be the next to die. Blocking the teleportation array in these dire times turned these desperate cultivators into wild beasts, not caring if their adversaries were upper sect cultivators. Anyone in their way was seen as a direct threat to their survival and had to be dealt with. Moreover, the reincarnation divine sect cultivators guarding the site also had to consider their own lives. The leading nascent soul cultivator's expression changed several times before he finally gritted his teeth. With a grand wave of his hand, he commanded, "Retreat." A golden core cultivator by his side whispered, "But if the higher-ups inquire?" "To hell with that. The battlefield is gone, the treasure is certainly gone, they can't blame us." With a roar, the nascent soul cultivator sprinted into the teleportation array first, followed swiftly by his fellow golden core cultivators. With the guards gone, the other cultivators quickly followed suit. Chujuan blended in and stepped through the teleportation array. He was soon enveloped in a light screen he hadn't felt in a long time. His senses whirled, surrounded by bizarre, kaleidoscopic visions. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing on solid ground, surrounded by a lush, primeval forest with no sign of human life. Suddenly, someone shoved him from behind, cursing under their breath. With a cold snort, Chujuan released the formidable aura of an nascent soul cultivator, causing the surrounding cultivators to pale and hastily make way. The golden core cultivator who had pushed him was overwhelmed with fear and quickly knelt to beg for mercy. Chujuan snorted again, lightly tapped the ground, and swiftly drifted into the nearby dense forest, disappearing from sight. This place was certainly Mystic Azure Star, but he was unsure which region he was in. Mystic Azure Star was divided into 5 major continents: Central, Southern Wilderness, Northern Cold, Western Land, and Eastern Border. He needed to find some cultivators to ask which region he was currently in. Chujuan's figure moved rapidly through the primeval forest. Soon, he found a reason to smile. He had come upon a golden core demonic cultivator slaughtering a mortal city. The myriad souls banner hovered above the city, drawing in numerous souls. Chujuan shook his head as he observed the scene, only interested in souls and not in flesh. It was truly wasteful. This demonic cultivator was inefficient. A good demonic cultivator should make full use of people. Chujuan swiftly approached. The golden core demonic cultivator, sensing the presence of a nascent soul powerhouse, instinctively wanted to flee. But in the blink of an eye, Chujuan appeared right before him. The demonic cultivator, sweating profusely, bowed deeply. "Senior. Don't be afraid, I just want to ask you a few questions," Chujuan said casually. The handsome golden core demonic cultivator breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Chujuan was a righteous nascent soul powerhouse from a prestigious sect. However, Chu Zhuan's easygoing manner indicated he wasn't concerned with the demonic cultivator's actions. "Senior, please ask, I shall spare no detail." The Golden Core demonic cultivator bowed, respectfully beginning to speak. He hadn't finished his sentence when Chu Zhuan slapped him on the head. "I don't like to ask and answer questions, I prefer to see for myself, it's more efficient." Chapter 237, Icy Fire atop a high mountain, within a cave that had originally been the dwelling of a nest of late-stage Golden Core pythons. Because he was injured and in urgent need of a tonic, Chu Zhuan thought it fitting to offer the pythons as sacrifices to the gastric temple and then used a gust of wind to cleanse the cave of any impurities before settling down temporarily. He had thoroughly examined the memories of the Golden Core demonic cultivator named Lin Fan, a member of the Myriad Souls sect, a fourth-tier cultivation sect located in the Northern Cold, where the highest achievable realm for a cultivator was that of the nascent soul. Due to the feather transformation Heaven Palace retreating to Central, restrictions were loosened, and the demonic cultivator's widespread slaughter of mortals ensued to enhance the realms. Lin Fan was tasked by his master to replenish the Myriad Souls banner. Chu Zhuan discovered that Lin Fan's relationship with his master was not that of a typical disciple and teacher but rather more akin to that of a servant to a master. The true master of the Myriad Souls sect was the nascent soul ancestor known as the Myriad Souls Elder. Once disciples of the sect reached the Golden Core stage, the Myriad Souls Elder would place a restriction on their spirit, enslaving them to do his bidding. Chu Zhuan learned of this restriction while searching Lin Fan's memories. He chose not to break the restriction but instead threw Lin Fan's living soul into the sky-shielding umbrella and wrapped it with his own divine consciousness. In this way, Lin Fan was not dead, the restriction remained intact, and the Myriad Souls Elder would not detect any changes in Lin Fan. With a simple gesture, Chu Zhuan easily altered his appearance to match that of Lin Fan, the Golden Core cultivator from the Myriad Souls sect. The distance between Northern Cold and Southern Wilderness was vast, not easily traversed even by a nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, he would have to remain in the Northern Cold for an extended period. Assuming Lin Fan's identity was perfectly suitable for his needs. "From now on, I am Lin Fan," Chu Zhuan said with a slight smile. The mask worn for too long was no burden, he always remembered who he truly was. Let's return to the Myriad Souls sect. The Myriad Souls Elder still has some conscience, his Golden Core cultivators get to rest for a year after completing each mission. He mused. The souls in Lin Fan's Myriad Souls banner are sufficient, it's time to go back. Chu Zhuan, assuming Lin Fan's identity, took out the lower-grade flying magic treasure and flew towards the Myriad Souls sect, located in the Northern Cold cultivation realm, within the borders of the Wu Kingdom and the Yin Soul mountain range. Besides the Myriad Souls sect, there were two other demonic sects within the Wu Kingdom. The orthodox sects outside the Wu Kingdom frequently launched attacks, forcing the three sects within to band together for mutual support. Soon, Chu Zhuan arrived at Dark Evil Peak in the Yin Soul mountain range, the very peak that had been awarded to Lin Fan upon his advancement to Golden Core. As soon as he landed, a large number of mortals were already waiting to serve him. Following Lin Fan's usual habits, Chu Zhuan immediately ordered these mortals to prepare exquisite delicacies. He then proceeded to the main peak of the Yin Soul mountain range, Myriad Souls Peak, to meet with the Myriad Souls Elder. However, just as Lin Fan's memories indicated, he did not get to see the Myriad Souls Elder but only managed to kneel outside his stone chamber. Respectfully, Chu Zhuan announced, "Master, your disciple has returned. The task you assigned has been completed. This time, 600,000 mortal souls have been collected." An aged voice echoed from within the stone chamber, "Fanner, well done. However, it has been 3 years since your breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, and you are still only at the first level. What kind of progress is this? If you do not cultivate diligently, how can you hope to achieve longevity? I have always taught you to be diligent and steadfast, shunning laziness and negligence, only then can you achieve greatness. I will give you 1 more year of rest, make sure to cultivate well." Chu Zhuan inwardly sneered. Cultivate more? More cultivation likely meant more dangerous assignments. Lin Fan was aware of this and had deliberately delayed for 3 years while secretly gathering the necessary techniques and elixirs for body refinement. Unfortunately for Lin Fan, he had encountered Chu Zhuan. "Master's teachings are correct, your disciple has learned his lesson." Chu Zhuan bowed respectfully. "Go then." Returning to Dark Evil Peak, thousands of mortal servants had already prepared a feast under the guidance of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Lin Fan was known for his indulgence in gastronomy, a habit he had not shed even after becoming a Golden Core cultivator. Having quirks was common among cultivators, and Lin Fan's penchant for food was hardly noteworthy. Now that Chu Zhuan was assuming this identity, he naturally had to act in a manner consistent with the character. "Excellent," he remarked as he devoured the table full of spiritual food, nodding in genuine approval. The Foundation establishment cultivator, grinning widely, said, Thank you for your praise, Elder Lin. Chu Juan nodded. This cultivator, named Shuji, was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator who did not focus on combat but specialized in cooking spiritual food. It was for this reason that he had been brought here by Lin Fan to serve as his personal chef. Shuji's culinary skills were indeed impressive. The taste of the spiritual food was far from the bland and flavorless fare at the Infinite Sect and had a hint of modern industrial sophistication to it. After finishing the spiritual food, Chu Juan stood up and instructed, "I shall be entering seclusion. Let no one disturb me." "Yes. I, Zhuji, swear to defend Dark Evil Peak to the death." Zhuji pounded his chest with great reverence, like a drum. Chu Juan nodded in satisfaction. Originally, Zhuji was merely an outer disciple with a modest spiritual root. Without his culinary skills, he wouldn't have even reached the late chi refining stage, let alone the Foundation establishment. His entire cultivation base was granted by Lin Fan, to whom he was unwaveringly loyal, a fact that Chu Juan did not doubt. Inside the cultivation chamber, Chu Juan inspected everything and, as usual, set up the array. Only then did he use the blood mirror to return to Blue Star. Back on Blue Star, the oppressive sensation that weighed on him like Mount Tai finally vanished. What a terrible place that extraterrestrial battlefield is, I'm never going back. Chu Juan muttered to himself. However, he then clicked his tongue, remembering that he might need to return there in the future if he had a chance to advance to the deity transformation phase and needed to find divine objects for transformation. Cough cough, let's focus on breaking the life-death mystic ice first. He decided. Commanding the Imperial Sky Mirror, Chu Juan quickly flew towards the northwestern part of the Han country's imperial territory, over a vast desert. At the center of this desert lay the enormous block of life-death mystic ice, surrounded by more than 20 arrays. Long, Hu and Bao were guarding the site. Upon seeing Chu Juan arrive, they immediately ceased their wrestling and bowed respectfully. Hu, with the highest cultivation among them and standing at the forefront, respectfully reported, "Master, there has been no activity from the life-death mystic ice during this period." Chu Juan observed a large, still unhealed hole in Hu's chest with a pang of sympathy. "Does it still hurt?" he asked. Hu shook his head, "Not much. Eating more flesh and blood should help." Chu Juan nodded, "Eat as much as you need. As long as your wounds heal, it's worth it." Tears unexpectedly welled up in Hu's eyes as it knelt down. "Thank you, Master." Chu Juan nodded slightly and then approached the life-death mystic ice. Since it was ice, applying flames should certainly melt it, it was just a matter of time. Moments later, as Chu Juan watched the fiercely burning corpse refining blood fire, he began to smile. Icy fire? Chapter 238, 3 Inquiries of Destiny. On Reincarnation Star, controlled directly by the Reincarnation Divine Sect and the largest and most spirit chi-rich among more than 10 cultivation stars, there was a gigantic island in the midst of its boundless ocean. This island served as the residence for the high echelons of the Reincarnation Divine Sect. The island was a true paradise, home to rare beasts and towering ancient trees, a place blessed with exceptional natural beauty. Only the most powerful, who had reached the deity transformation phase, or those of high status such as sect leaders, protectors, or the Holy Sun, could reside here. At this moment, when Lingshan, an astral projection old ancestor of the Reincarnation Divine Sect, was pacing back and forth in the grand hall of the sect. Typically stoic and unemotional, his expression now was as grim as it could be. Suddenly, a figure flew into the hall. It was a deity transformation stage elder. With utmost respect, the elder reported, "Honored ancestor, the 8th-ranked extraterrestrial battlefield has completely collapsed. We have failed to locate the Tati seed." When Lingshan took a deep breath. "What about Han Shuang? I sensed that she released the life-death mystic ice. She must have faced a great calamity. Did you bring her back?" The elder sighed. "Before the total collapse of the extraterrestrial battlefield, we sent multiple groups of cultivators to the cave to search for the Holy Maiden. 6 nascent soul cultivators perished in spatial rifts, and over 50 golden core cultivators fell to ancient beasts such as the nether crocodile. But we never found any trace of the Holy Maiden." When Lingshan frowned deeply. "Impossible. The life-death mystic ice is extremely hard, even small spatial rifts cannot break it." The deity transformation elder offered a bitter smile. "Ancestor, we truly could not find her." When Lingshan waved his hand dismissively, "Go." "Yes." The elder bowed respectfully and departed. As when Lingshan paced back and forth, his frustration grew. Finally, he decided to take out a disc. The disc was engraved with the Bagua and embedded with 8 precious gems, each containing the essence of destiny. At the center of the disc was a still pool of water, his life-bound magic treasure, the Inquiry Heaven disc. Specialized not in combat but in divination. Using this disc, when Lingshan had risen step by step to his current exalted position. Expend 50 years of lifespan to inquire about the whereabouts of Ling Han Shuang. Wen Lingshan muttered as he manipulated the disc. The normally tranquil water surface began to stir but then never settled down again. There was not even a fragmented image, not to mention any slight clue. When the water finally calmed down, everything was as it was before, except Wen Lingshan had irreversibly lost 50 years of his lifespan. Wen Lingshan furrowed his brows deeply. He took a deep breath and commanded in a low voice, "Expend 100 years of lifespan, inquire the heavens again." Around the inquiry heaven disk, 2 of the 8 embedded gems began to rotate, their energy cascading into the water. The surface agitated once more, like the sea during a tempest, but just like before, no image appeared. Wen Lingshan felt a pang of pain. He had just thrown away 150 years of his lifespan for nothing, as if creating mere ripples in water, revealing nothing. Who could stand this? Wen Lingshan glanced at his reflection in the water, noting several new strands of silver hair at his temples. With fierce determination, he growled, 300 years of lifespan. 3 inquiries of the heavens. This time, all 8 gems whirled vigorously, causing the entire inquiry heaven disk to tremble. The water turned violently as if a colossal, unseen beast was stirring the storm within it. A deep darkness began to emerge in the water, but before Wen Lingshan could get a closer look, the tumultuous surface was forcefully flattened, as if an invisible giant hand had slammed down, completely smoothing over all traces of divination. Wen Lingshan was left speechless. In his many years on the path of cultivation, he had never encountered such a situation. It's very far as if separated by 2 different worlds. How is this possible? The brief insight he got from that moment was the only thing he perceived. He felt so frustrated he wanted to spit blood. The whereabouts of Ling Hanshuang remained unknowable, as if she had vanished from this world forever. And he had irreversibly lost a total of 450 years of his lifespan. Even for an astral projection cultivator with over 6,000 years of lifespan, this was not a sustainable way to use it. Wen Lingshan sighed deeply. One perilous level battlefield had collapsed, and another of the most extreme level ones showed signs of imminent collapse. The Holy Maiden had mysteriously disappeared, and the much hoped for Tati Seed was also gone. The heaven-shaking divine sect seems to be stirring. He murmured to himself. Indeed, it is a time of many troubles. Rubbing his temples, Wen Lingshan felt exhausted by the weight of these developments. 3 years later on Blue Star, Chu Zhuan had underestimated the formidable nature of the life-death mystic ice. This chunk of ice, a lifeline bestowed by the astral projection ancestor of the reincarnation divine sect to Ling Hanshuang for protection, proved incredibly resistant. Despite 3 years of relentless burning by the corpse refining blood fire, only a small portion of the ice had melted. The life-death mystic ice was peculiar in its composition. It resembled a block of ice but was more akin to a translucent gemstone. Chu Zhuan decided to focus his efforts on enhancing the corpse refining blood fire instead. The color of the fire had deepened significantly from its original yellow to a dark golden hue. Chu Zhuan visited the soul star and brought back 2 million living souls, casting them all at once into the corpse refining blood fire. 2 million living souls should be enough for your advancement, right? He remarked as he sat outside the array, refining his physical body while keeping an eye on the fire. Another year passed, and the corpse refining blood fire underwent a transformative shift from quantitative to qualitative change. The dark golden color turned into a captivating dark purple. The corpse refining blood fire had evolved into the blood evil yin fire, capable now not only of burning the body but also scorching the soul. Chu Zhuan gestured with his hand, examining the dark purple flames of the blood evil yin fire with satisfaction. He tested the fire on himself and discovered that the blood evil yin fire could even damage the nascent soul. Even the formidable entities like Two-Armed and Four-Arm, along with Hu, steered clear of it, indicative of its potent force. Having devoured tens of millions of zombies and nearly 10 million tormented souls, the blood evil yin fire had reached a level capable of harming nascent soul cultivators. For Chu Zhuan, this was exhilarating news, offering him a new means of combating enemies. However, after ascending to blood evil yin fire, it might be difficult to store it inside the fire bees. He pondered, concerned that the fire's formidable power could be too much for the fire bees to contain. He experimented, and sure enough, the fire bees became visibly distressed after absorbing the blood evil yin fire, buzzing erratically before bursting. It seems urgent to upgrade the queen bee's level. Chu Zhuan sighed softly, turning his gaze back to the life-death mystic ice. His hope now lay in burning through the life-death mystic ice to obtain Ling Hanshuang's storage bag and recover a significant amount of resources for himself. Well? The burning has sped up. Noticing the accelerated burning rate, he couldn't hide his surprise. Chapter 239, Search Your Soul for Cooperation. Chu Zhuan gazed at the gradually diminishing life-death mystic ice, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. No wonder he had initially struggled to melt it. The ice required the burning of a soul-devouring fire. Even so, fully melting it wouldn't happen overnight. Chu Zhuan estimated that, at the current rate, it would take between 3 to 5 years to completely dissolve. By then, he could retrieve the items carried by Lang Hanshuang. Chu Zhuan smiled, considering the circumstances. In the world of cultivation, the reincarnation divine sect would have soon located and retrieved the life-death mystic ice. For most cultivators, even encountering this ice wouldn't help, they couldn't break it. Chu Zhuan surmised that the ice could likely withstand attacks even from deity transformation cultivators, though he hadn't considered the possibility of it withstanding astral projection cultivators. If that were possible, why would the reincarnation divine sect's astral projection ancestor gift it to a holy maiden rather than keep it? The astral projection ancestor of the reincarnation divine sect probably never imagined that the life-death mystic ice encasing Lang Hanshuang would be continuously burned atop my blood evil yin fire day and night. Chu Zhuan mused with a slight smile. Normally, it would be incredibly difficult for cultivators below the deity transformation to break the ice in a short period, especially in a situation like Chu Zhuan's, where the ice was exposed to a relentless flame for several years, an almost impossible scenario. Moreover, Chu Zhuan's blood evil yin fire was fundamentally different from the flames cultivated by ordinary cultivators. After all, his flame had devoured tens of millions of zombies and living souls. Chu Zhuan returned to the rooftop of the Houtai Hotel and took out a jade pendant containing the essence blood of true Master Tan Kang. He had refrained from using it previously to conceal his energy signature, but now it was time to bring it out. Chu Zhuan broke the seal on the jade with his spiritual energy, extracted the blood essence, and dripped it onto the jade slip of the body seizing technique. Instantly, the jade slip emitted layers of dark vapor. This was the seal left by true Master Tan Kang. Chu Zhuan delved his divine consciousness into the jade slip again, and this time, the body seizing technique was fully revealed to him. He swiftly committed it to memory. To practice the body seizing technique, he first needed to find the materials to craft the acquired miraculous jade. Most of the auxiliary materials were easy to obtain, the challenge lay in acquiring the main material. Spirit mechanism jade, why have I never heard of it? Chu Zhuan frowned. It could be a divine object of the deity transformation, which would be problematic. Next, he would have to search the myriad souls sex library to see if there were any records related to the spirit mechanism jade. Time flew by swiftly, and 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Zhuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood before the life-death mystic ice. Now, only a thin layer remained, stubbornly preserving Lang Hanshuang's body. Yet, even this remnant was on the verge of total disintegration under the relentless assault of the blood evil yin fire. Crack, crack. Pieces of ice plummeted to the ground. The lifelike ice sculpture, now riddled with extensive cracks, suddenly shattered with a thunderous crash. Lang Hanshuang's body fell to the floor. The moment she touched the ground, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately seized her throat. Both 2 arms and forearms rushed forward, capturing her soul to prevent any chance of her nascent soul self-destructing. Chu Zhuan extended his hand and swiftly confiscated Lang Hanshuang's storage bag, nodding slightly in approval. Lang Hanshuang awoke as if from a deep dream, feeling as though she had been lying on a bed made from millennium-old profound ice that was perpetually aflame beneath. The sensation of ice and fire had left her oscillating between shivering from the cold and passing out from the heat. Now awake, she found herself in a dire, inescapable predicament. Lang Hanshuang looked around. She was surrounded by unfamiliar architecture, and the air was devoid of spiritual qi, nearly barren, yet filled with a strange energy. "Where is this?" Lang Hanshuang asked in shock. Chu Zhuan smiled. "Welcome to the underworld." Taking a deep breath, Lang Hanshuang slowly regained the composure befitting a holy maiden. "I don't care who you are, if you kill me, you will face relentless retribution from the reincarnation divine sect. My body bears the mark left by my ancestor. Anyone who kills me will be cursed for life." Chu Zhuan raised an eyebrow. "Thanks for the warning. In that case, I'll have someone else kill you." Lang Hanshuang paused, confused. "What?" Chu Zhuan grinned. "No rush, I'm not going to kill you just yet. For now, I'll spare your life. But first, I need to search your soul, so please cooperate." Lang Hanshuang's pupils dilated in fear. A soul search? That would leave her a mindless husk. She must not let him proceed with this. She instinctively tried to activate her magic treasures, only to realize that all her treasures had been taken. Her spiritual qi was suppressed, her nascent soul was under the control of the 2 demonic guardians, and she couldn't even self-destruct. This was true despair. Chu Zhuan's cold laughter echoed as he confronted Lang Hanshuang, who stared back with regret filling her eyes. "I initially only wanted to hide until you left, and then leave on my own," he said. "But you madwoman, had to stir up the nether crocodile and force me out. Did you ever consider ending up in this situation when you came after me?" Without hesitation, Chu Zhuan proceeded to perform the soul-searching technique. Ling Hanshuang's eyes, once lively and bright, quickly dulled to a lifeless stare. Any fleeting spark of intelligence was merely a dying flicker. She would no longer progress an inch in this lifetime, essentially reduced to a state of idiocy. This woman possesses both an earth spirit root and an earth spirit body. I never expected such a spiritual constitution. Chu Zhuan exclaimed in surprise. Ling Hanshuang's earth spirit root was the ice spirit root, and her earth spirit body was the ice soul spirit body. Cultivators with such attributes have significantly stronger souls compared to their peers and can cultivate soul-enhancing techniques with much greater efficacy. When deploying soul-based mystical techniques, they carry a potent force of icy coldness, making them extremely powerful, even overpowering others at the same level. It was precisely because of these attributes that Ling Hanshuang had been favored from a young age as a holy maiden of the reincarnation divine sect, cherished immensely by the astral projection ancestor Wen Lingshan. Perhaps it was also these traits that shaped her current temperament. I'll take both the earth spirit root and body, Chu Zhuan declared, pleased with his findings. It was well known that only earth-grade spirit roots were somewhat useful at the nascent soul stage, providing a slight chance of success in advancement. Lesser grades of spirit roots offered no such benefits. As Chu Zhuan planned his ascension to the deity transformation phase, even ultimate spirit roots would become useless. Only the earth spirit root could still be of some benefit. First, I'll use the complete root seizing technique to seize the earth-grade ice spirit root. Then, I'll use the body seizing technique to take the ice soul spirit body. Ling Hanshuang's storage bag also contains several ice attribute techniques for me to choose from. Plus, there are several superior and top-grade magic treasures. Goodness, this is quite the haul. Chu Zhuan chuckled, hardly able to contain his glee. Chapter 240, Nascent Soul Technique, the mysterious heavenly ice soul scroll. Over the next period, Chu Zhuan, assuming the identity of Lin Fan, entered the treasure pavilion to exchange for various materials required for the complete root seizing technique. He didn't exchange everything all at once but did so in small quantities over multiple visits. He also exchanged some less commonly used materials or those he might need in the future to confuse any onlookers. For other materials, he changed his appearance and purchased them from markets near the Yin Seoul mountain range. Within just a couple of weeks, Chu Zhuan had all the necessary materials ready. The pills required for the technique were the Sky Mending Pill and the Spirit Binding Pill. With Chu Zhuan's prior proficiency in pill making, crafting these would normally be somewhat challenging. However, now possessing the true blood physique, even if there were slight imperfections in the pill crafting process, just a drop of his essence blood mixed into the pills could rectify their properties. Thus, crafting these two types of pills posed no difficulty. The process of seizing Ling Hanshuang's spirit root was similar to how he had previously taken Wan Feiping's ultimate grade thunder spirit root. The entire procedure went smoothly without any obstacles, and Chu Zhuan successfully obtained the earth-grade ice spirit root. As for the superior thunder spirit root preciously obtained, Chu Zhuan had implanted it into Hu's body, while the original spirit root was placed into Bao's body. This allowed both Hu and Bao to possess their own spirit roots, significantly accelerating their cultivation speeds. Spirit mechanism Jade. So that's how it's obtained. Chu Zhuan murmured in surprise. After extensive research in the Myriad Souls Sex Library, he discovered that spirit mechanism jade wasn't an actual jade but was formed through a demonic array that refined cultivators' skulls into a substance neither flesh nor jade. To craft a piece of spirit mechanism jade, at least one nascent soul cultivator's skull is needed. However, a sufficient number of ordinary human skulls, equivalent in quantity to a nascent soul cultivator's skull, would also suffice. Chu Zhuan pondered this information. Mystic Azure Star was not like the extraterrestrial battlefield where golden core cultivators were as common as dogs and nascent soul cultivators were plentiful. Here, each nascent soul cultivator was significant, and their demise would cause a stir. He was merely recuperating at the Myriad Souls sect and did not wish to cause any significant disturbances. If he could use a large number of ordinary human skulls to craft spirit mechanism jade, it would be ideal. Other cultivators might worry about accumulating bad karma, but Chu Zhuan did not care. Blue Star was abundant with powerful high-level zombies. If 10,000 are not enough, then 20,000. If 20,000 are insufficient, then 40,000. Capturing more is always enough. Once the spirit mechanism jade is crafted, I can use the body seizing technique to also seize Ling Hanshuang's ice soul spirit body. Chu Zhuan nodded to himself. With the earth spirit root and earth spirit body, his cultivation speed was sure to increase exponentially. Chu Zhuan found a desolate desert on Blue Star and set up the spirit mechanism array. This array was not created by true Master Danking but had been devised by a great figure of the demonic path long before. It was specifically used to craft spirit mechanism jade to hasten the understanding of techniques and scriptures. True Master Danking had made slight modifications to the original design, significantly reducing energy consumption and greatly increasing production capacity. This pleased Chu Juan, as the consumption of high-level zombies had been excessively rapid lately. After setting up the spirit mechanism Chu Juan ordered 2 arms, 4 arms, long, Gu, and Bao to capture high-level zombies from across Blue Star and throw them into the array. He then sat in meditation near the array, beginning to study a nascent soul stage technique. Chu Juan placed the jade slip against his forehead and delved deep into contemplation. After a long while, he opened his eyes, thoughtful. The technique was named the Mysterious Heavenly Ice Soul Scroll. It included a comprehensive suite of spells for attack, defense, escape, treasure refinement, soul transformation, physical enhancement, and spiritual secrets. It was indeed all-encompassing. Compared to it, other techniques found in Langhan Shuang's storage bag seemed rather insufficient. Those techniques were either solely offensive or defensive, or specialized in escapism, presenting significant limitations. Of course, despite these flaws, they were not without their merits. Chu Juan estimated that while he cultivated the Mysterious Heavenly Ice Soul Scroll, he could also practice several other techniques in tandem. Selecting a few special techniques to supplement his primary practice would allow him to maximize his abilities. From Langhan Shuang's memories, Chu Juan learned that the Mysterious Heavenly Ice Soul Scroll was a secret core technique of the Reincarnation Divine Sect. The first part corresponded to the nascent soul stage. The second part was for the deity transformation. The third part was applicable to the astral projection stage. Langhan Shuang, as a holy maiden, only possessed the first part. The second part was held by deity transformation elders, and not every one of them had it. Only those elders who had grown up within the Reincarnation Divine Sect, advancing from Foundation Establishment to Golden Core, and then to nascent soul and deity transformations, were privy to it. Deity transformation elders who joined the sect later did not have access to the second part. The third part was exclusively in the hands of the astral projection ancestor Wen Lingshan. After studying the Mysterious Heavenly Ice Soul Scroll, Chu Juan was thrilled. Initially, he thought it was a standard ritus technique, but upon thorough reading, he discovered it contained a method to accelerate cultivation by absorbing ice souls. In the bitterly cold and dark places where wronged spirits wreak havoc, these spirits, over the years, condense a crystal within their bodies imbued with icy spiritual chi. These are not ice souls but ice soul crystals. To purify these crystals into pure ice souls, a special method described in the Mysterious Heavenly Ice Soul Scroll must be used to remove the impurities and resentful spirits within them. Langhan Shuang employed such methods to accelerate her cultivation. The Reincarnation Divine Sect, after all, controls over a dozen stars and can naturally find such bitterly cold and dark places. However, creating wronged spirits to produce ice souls damages one's virtue and can even incur karmic retribution. Thus, even Langhan Shuang, as a holy maiden, couldn't obtain many ice souls, just 5 palm-sized pieces a month. Usually, she had to rely solely on her own spirit root and body for cultivation. Chu Juan, upon learning this, slapped his thigh in excitement. Why didn't anyone mention this fantastic opportunity before? Although Blue Star lacked a sufficient number of spirits, Soul Star had plenty and more than enough. All he needed to do was set up an array and guide the wronged spirits into it. Within at most 100 years, numerous spirits possessing ice soul crystals would appear, ripe for harvest. Chu Juan wasn't concerned about the impure resentful spirits within the crystals. He dealt with corpse spirits on a daily basis. What was there to fear from some impure malevolent spirits? If it could enhance his cultivation speed, he was willing to absorb these malevolent spirits daily. Chu Juan caressed the jade slip, full of praise. This Mysterious Heavenly Ice Soul Scroll, just by its name, indicates it's a top-tier orthodox technique. Truly as expected. I'm off to set up the array on Soul Star. He quickly found an appropriate nascent soul stage array within Langhan Shuang's storage bag. Wrapping the array plate with his soul, he immediately used a soul-splitting technique to separate this part of his soul and transported it through the soul transmission matrix to Soul Star. Chapter 241, Ice Soul Formation. Chu Juan gazed at the yellow spring soul refining array and nodded slightly. It had been a long time since he last visited this formation. During this period, he had only fetched a few items. Each time, he harvested several million wronged souls and vengeful spirits. Yet, the number of ghosts within the formation continued to grow unabated. The strongest of the ghosts had already reached the level of a 9th-grade ghost commander. However, no ghost king had yet emerged. Chu Juan had no intention of allowing a ghost king to arise among them. He planned to construct another formation called the Extreme Cold Ice Crystal Formation on the basis of the current one, a nascent soul stage formation. This new formation would have dual functions. It would accelerate the mutual slaughter among the ghosts, determining the emergence of even stronger spirits. It would also cause the ghosts' bodies to condense ice soul crystals, a strategy that killed two birds with one stone. The ghosts would be devoured by 2 arms and 4 arms to further their own realms, while the ice soul crystals would be reserved for his own absorption to swiftly advance the levels of his mysterious heavenly ice soul scroll. Chujuan had never set up an Ascent Soul stage formation before. His initial attempt was somewhat strenuous. However, everything has its first time, and with more practice, he would naturally master it. Chujuan spent a whole day setting up the extreme cold ice crystal formation. He made many errors during the process, but each was quickly corrected. Before long, a chill began to rise within the bounds of the formation. The ghosts within were subtly transformed by this influence. This process would take a considerable amount of time, but it could be hastened by artificially increasing the chill and yin energy. From now on, it shall be known as the Ice Soul Formation. Chujuan declared casually, waving his hand. This formation consumes a great deal, requiring a millennium-old ice crystal every 5 years. If we wish to accelerate this process, the consumption will be even greater. I must pay more attention to this matter. Chujuan noted this and began to check what messages the spies he had planted had sent back. This detailed? Chujuan was surprised at the information sent by Ghost 3 and Ghost 4. The intelligence included detailed data on the garrison situations and exact numbers of 12 large cities under the husbandry faction. They had even sent back a map. What position have they managed to infiltrate? Could they already be close servants to the greedy king? Chujuan marveled. He truly had picked a group of ghost geniuses. He scrutinized the vast and intricate but exceedingly detailed intelligence, pondering deeply. The strength of those 12 large cities was quite mediocre. Armed with 2 arms and 4 arms, Chujuan could easily storm in and wreak havoc. The ghost kings there were like a tonic for enhancing his soul. Chujuan felt a touch of emotion. Which other cultivator could enjoy such treatment, freely devouring powerful souls? After all, ghosts were a resource. The lands of extreme yin and places of grievous injustice had long been controlled by powerful forces. Not everyone could take and use them as freely as Chujuan. Let's choose Moonlight City. Chujuan decided. Moonlight City was a new large city established by the husbandry faction, filling the void left by the former torrential flow city. However, before I go, I should strengthen my powers a bit more. It would be best to master an Ascent Soul stage soul technique. Chujuan reviewed the jade slips and selected the soul technique he sought. This technique, a high-grade nascent soul stage soul technique called Sky-Tearing Cold Palm, had 2 levels. Mastering the first level allowed one to condense a giant hand of consciousness. Achieving the second level allowed for the formation of 2 such hands, as if tearing the skies themselves. Even just mastering the first level, the attack would carry the essence of chilling delay. Chujuan estimated that mastering the first level alone would be sufficient to ensure no major mishaps. He planned to bring along several ghost commanders as cannon fodder. With such preparations, he would surely rest easy. Having made his plans, Chujuan immediately sat down beside the Ice Soul Formation to cultivate the Sky-Tearing Cold Palm. A year later, he effortlessly mastered the first level of the technique. Within the Ice Soul Formation, he chose 5 spirited ghost commanders and over 100 capable ghost generals. After gathering them into his sky-shielding umbrella, he set off with 2 arms and 4 arms towards Moonlight City. Before long, Chujuan stood atop a mountain from which he could easily overlook Moonlight City. The newly constructed large city, though termed large, was in truth built atop the ruins of a past civilization. The husbandry faction's Spectre Kings had fiercely competed for this new city. A new city meant more breeding grounds, and thus more souls for their voracious consumption. No Spectre King did not wish to become stronger. Naturally, many vied for the opportunity to guard such a city. Now, the guardians of Moonlight City were Hunf and Hun San, 2 souls who had ascended from great specters to Spectre Kings just over a decade ago. Their forces were not numerous, which was precisely why Chujuan had chosen Moonlight City. If he was going to practice his skills, naturally, he preferred to pick an easy target. Even on the Soul Star, Chujuan did not lose his usual cautious nature. He had already silently circled around Moonlight City, laying down a formation. With this formation in place, every soul within the city walls would be trapped like fish in a barrel, none could escape. This was indeed Chujuan's usual way of doing things. At this moment, 4 arms was already itching to start. 2 arms, almost instinctively, pulled out a divination disc to consult. However, after a while, the disc still hadn't settled down. Chujuan, with a hint of amusement, asked, "What does the divination show?" 2 arms scratched his head, offering an embarrassed smile. "It's still spinning, hey hey hey." Chujuan looked down. Indeed, the divination disc was spinning violently as if water were boiling. He waved his hand dismissively. "Then let's not overthink it. Let's go straight in." Woof woof woof. 4 arms, unable to contain his excitement, charged forward. Chujuan face-palmed. Atop the walls of Moonlight City, 2 specters were yawning out of sheer boredom as they carried out their dull guard duties. There were indeed frequent conflicts between the Slaughter faction and the Husbandry faction. However, Moonlight City was far from the Slaughter faction's territory and could even be considered a central location for the Husbandry faction. It was unlikely that some madman from the Slaughter faction would cross such a vast distance to launch a slaughter in Moonlight City. Thus, the city's guards were always somewhat lax. Not exactly strict, their presence was almost unnecessary. Inside Moonlight City, there were plenty of Husbandry faction specters just waiting for death, living their greatest desire to consume the souls of the inhabitants of Soul Star to their heart's content. "This thing smells so good, it's like being in heaven with food everywhere," one specter exclaimed. "Dude, you have such expensive stuff? Share some with me," another specter replied. The 2 specters huddled together, inhaling and exhaling smoke, lost in a dreamy haze. They were smoking a long roll made from the peeled and dried bark of a plant, known as a fragrance roll. When burned, it produced clouds of smoke that induced delightful hallucinations, a favorite among the Husbandry faction souls. For these 2 lowly specters, acquiring even a single fragrance roll was a challenge. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, they heard an inexplicable noise. Where did that dog bark come from? The 2 specters looked up in unison, startled. Their pupils suddenly reflected the image of a trident spear hurtling through the air. With a thud, they were pinned to the ground in an instant. Chapter 242, Destroyed 3 cities in a row. Moments later, Chujuan stood at the highest point of Moonlight City, looking down upon the vast city of the Husbandry faction. He did not need to lift a finger himself. His subordinates, Ghost Kings, Ghost Commanders, and Ghost Generals would naturally slaughter their way through. If he possessed such power but could not take down a mere Moonlight City, it would be a disgrace indeed. Chujuan merely needed to wait here. It wasn't long before 2 arms and 4 arms came before him, dragging 2 Spectre Kings with them. These were Hunf and Hun San, the guardians of Moonlight City. These newly promoted Spectre Kings had never seen such a force before. The numerous powerful spirits surged into Moonlight City and began a massacre without a second word. They were so frightened that their spectral forms dimmed on the spot. Lacking even the strength to resist, they were easily captured by 2 arms and 4 arms. 2 arms announced, "Father, I've brought these 2 for you." Hunf and Hun San exchanged a glance, then knelt down before Chujuan with a thud. "Lord, we are willing to serve you loyally. Lord, we pledge ourselves to your service." To them, the spirits who had captured them so effortlessly were exceedingly powerful. And yet, these powerful spirits were deferential to the one before them. Clearly, this was the true powerhouse. Surrendering to such a strong being brought no shame. Chujuan shook his head, "Too weak and too disloyal. I have no need for subordinates like you." Suddenly, he used the sky-tearing cold bomb, taking control of the 2 Spectre Kings. Under the soul-searching technique, all beings were equal, and their memories were laid bare. After swiftly reviewing the memories of the 2 Spectre Kings, Chujuan casually tore them to shreds. He quickly absorbed and refined them using a melting furnace technique. His soul body immediately swelled by a whole size. Spectre Kings were roughly equivalent to Ghost Commanders. However, the Spectres were somewhat different from Ghosts as they possessed independent thought. Thus, refining a Spectre King was about equivalent to refining 4 to 5 Ghost Commanders of the same level. This was why Chujuan's soul power surged so dramatically. How much was lost? Chujuan asked nonchalantly, wiping his mouth. 2 arms replied, "None, except I ate too quickly and broke my teeth." Chujuan nodded with a smile. "Good." Soon, there was no remnant of any soul clan from the Husbandry faction left in Moonlight City. As for the Soul Star people who had been kept there, they had all been sent to their destined places. Before leaving, Chujuan, as was his custom, cast down a blood evil yin fire. The dark purple flames rose and quickly engulfed the entire city. 10 days later, 2 Spectre Kings, each leading their great specters, arrived at Moonlight City. They stared at the charred remains of the city, their expressions ugly. They were Hun Sheng and Hun Bao, rulers of Echo City, one of the 12 large cities. Echo City, being one of the first established large cities, was rich in resources. The newly established cities of the Husbandry faction invariably had dealings with Echo City. Not long ago, the 2 Spectre Kings of Moonlight City, Hunf and Hun San, had purchased a batch of high-quality Soul Star seedlings from Echo City. Hun Sheng and Hun Bao had prepared the seedlings but had seen no one from Moonlight City came to collect them. Curious about the delay, they had came to investigate and were greeted by a distressingly familiar scene. What's going on here? First, it was Torrential Flow City, now Moonlight City? Hun Sheng frowned. He sniffed the burned ashes. The smell is different from Torrential Flow City, Seems like the flames were stronger. Hun Bao angrily said, "It must be those lunatics from the Fireburn gang. They even burned down a small city half a year ago." The Slaughter faction was large and divided into many factions, generally categorized by their methods of killing. The major factions included the Slaughter gang, the Devour gang, the Fireburn gang, etc. To them, killing was a form of amusement. Hun Shang furrowed his brow. "I don't think so. Many souls fear the light of fire, and even the crazies of the Fireburn gang wouldn't dare to use too much fire. Until now, they have only dared to attack our small cities, never even a medium-sized one, let alone a large city guarded by a Spectre King." Han Bao waved his hand impatiently. "I know you've been dealing with some of the milder factions of the Slaughter faction behind the scenes. Don't make excuses for those lunatics, it was definitely the Fireburn gang's doing." Hun Shang frowned. With many individuals, there are bound to be differing opinions. It wasn't strange for some souls within the Slaughter faction to lean towards the Husbandry faction. Indeed, Han Shang had cooperated with these milder Slaughter factions multiple times, which had also allowed him to gather more intelligence about the Slaughter faction. That's why he believed the Fireburn gang couldn't have done this. Han Shang tried to reason further, but Hun Bao coldly huffed, "Enough, I won't listen. Right now, on this Soul Star, the strongest are our Husbandry faction and the Slaughter faction. We in the Husbandry faction have little internal strife. It must be those lunatics from the Slaughter faction's Fireburn gang. I'm going to find them and fight it out." With that, Hun Bao led his great specters away, full of fury. Hun Shang sighed deeply and also departed. In the following days, Chu Zhuan led 2 arms and 4 arms, along with their ghost commanders and generals, in multiple strikes. They raised a city each month, specifically targeting the Husbandry faction. Everywhere they went, every Spectre King and Great Spectre was swept away. Spectre Kings were soul-searched by Chu Zhuan, then torn to shreds and absorbed through a melting furnace technique. As for the Great Spectres and Lesser Spectres, they were left for the weaker spirits to absorb. In the process, 2 arms and 4 arms naturally advanced to the rank of 3rd-level Ghost Kings. Chu Zhuan's own soul part also swelled significantly, almost reaching a quarter of his original body's power. 3 months, 3 large cities annihilated. Chu Zhuan mused with a smile, stroking his chin. Each time, every soul of the Husbandry faction within the city was slaughtered, not a single one escaped. And afterward, I used Blood Evil Yin Fire to clean up the battlefield, leaving no trace that the Husbandry faction could discern. Chu Zhuan had learned from his spies, Soul 1, Soul 2, Soul 3, and Soul 4, about a faction within the Slaughter faction called the Fireburn Gang. The name sounded almost edible, but their actions were brutal. The Fireburn Gang's specters preferred using fire to kill other souls for their brief pleasure. Unsurprisingly, all these impressive achievements would likely be attributed to the Fireburn Gang. The messages from his spies indicated that the conflict between the Husbandry and Slaughter factions had escalated further. What started as minor skirmishes was now heating up. Just a few days ago, there had even been a clash between Spectre Kings from both sides that ended inconclusively. However, Chu Zhuan felt that things were moving too slowly. He decided it was time to visit the Slaughter faction directly. Given the temperament of those madmen, once a city of the Slaughter faction was wiped out, they would inevitably lash out against the Husbandry faction. Only then would the real battle between the two factions begin in earnest. Let's start with an easy target. Chu Zhuan decided, quickly choosing a large city controlled by the Slaughter faction. He didn't act personally but instead sent 4 arms with a large contingent of ghost commanders to execute the plan. Chapter 243, Merit has no use, after all. Isn't it all about my artifact refining talent? With 4 arms, a ghost king wielding 4 life-bound ghost artifacts, attacking a major city of the Slaughter faction was simply unstoppable. Chu Zhuan had imparted to 4 arms a soul technique called the Hidden Soul Method to conceal his aura. This technique, a skill from the Husbandry faction, could slightly alter the soul's form. 4 arms were thus disguised to look indistinguishable from those of the Husbandry faction's specters. Chu Zhuan had also instructed 4 arms to deliberately let a few Slaughter faction specters escape. This way, the news would spread. The minds of the Slaughter faction's specters were more single-minded compared to those of the Husbandry faction. They believed their only significant enemy was the Husbandry faction, thinking that if they could eliminate them, Soul Star would be theirs. Now, with a major city of their faction destroyed, they would undoubtedly blame the Husbandry faction, further intensifying the conflict. Days later, Chu Zhuan was by the Ice Soul Formation, continuing his cultivation of soul techniques. He received a message from Soul 1. Master, the Slaughter faction's specters have learned that a major city has been destroyed, and they are all furious. Only a few advocate for investigation, most are claiming they will immediately launch a massive attack on the Husbandry faction. Some have already started taking action without a second word. Chu Zhuan nodded slightly. The situation was unfolding exactly as he had planned. Next, he only needed to watch as the slaughter and husbandry factions fought each other to the death. If the ghost kings from both sides died in direct conflict, the situation would escalate even further. Eventually, the slaughter faction's slaughter king and the husbandry faction's greedy king would have to step in to clean up the mess. By then, Chu Xuan would truly understand the strengths of these two kings. His own accumulated power would be considerably formidable by that point, and striking like thunder at that moment would not be too late. I've been on Soul Star for some time now, the spirit mechanism formation should have yielded some results, right? Chu Xuan didn't recall that part of his soul. Instead, he immediately rose, steering the Imperial Sky Mirror towards the spirit mechanism formation. Before long, he hovered over the spirit mechanism formation, looking down at the array filled with shriveled heads. The spirit mechanism formation only refined the heads, other parts of the body were not needed. The parts below the heads were put to full use. These torsos were transported by corpse puppets to other formations and transformed into large blood pearls. At this moment, Chu Xuan fixed his gaze and discovered that among the layers of heads in the formation, some were now emitting a jade-like radiance, the fluid slowly solidifying into shape. Stretching out his hand, he used his spiritual consciousness to retrieve a piece of spirit mechanism jade, gripping it tightly in his hand. At a glance, the spirit mechanism jade was a piece of translucent stone, exuding a faint fragrance. Sniffing it closely, it even seemed to make one's thoughts sharper and more focused. Chu Xuan recalled from the archives of the Myriad Souls sect that carrying this item over time could significantly speed up a cultivator's comprehension of various techniques and scriptures, a truly rare treasure. However, the method of its creation was deemed excessively cruel and thus shunned by righteous cultivators. Of course, while they might verbally reject it, whether they used it or not was another matter entirely. The cruelty of its creation was the creator's burden, not the user's. The materials needed to refine the acquired miraculous jade are now complete. Chu Xuan thought. I could begin the refining process now, but given the high grade of this item and True Master Tanking's specific mention that it has a substantial chance of success, I prefer to be patient. I will wait until there is more spirit mechanism jade before I proceed with the refining. Chu Xuan was not one to rush for quick success. The spirit mechanism formation was set and unthreatened by others' interference. He decided to calm his mind and prepare the materials needed for upgrading other magic treasures. His life-bound magic treasures like the Evil Soul Chain, Blood Beehive, and Sky Shielding Umbrella all required enhancements, particularly the Evil Soul Chain, which had been with him for a long time and was extremely handy. Currently residing in the Myriad Souls sect, apart from completing tasks assigned by the Elder of Myriad Souls, Chu Xuan had little else to distract him. The Elder's tasks typically involved capturing living souls, demanding at least 200,000 at a time. To be safe, Chu Xuan often sourced these souls from zombies on Blue Star to fulfill these tasks. Each completion left him with considerable free time, which he now intended to use to upgrade his magic treasures. Originally, the Evil Soul Chain was a mid-grade magic tool. Over time, after integrating substantial amounts of Ghost Evil Steel, it evolved into a top-tier magic tool. Now, Chu Xuan aimed to elevate it straight to the ranks of high-grade magic treasures. The materials required for this were extensive, most of which could be purchased, except for the rare Blood Resentment Black Steel. Blood Resentment Black Steel could only be created by watering fine steel with the blood of mortals who died violently, a process necessitating slaughter. Such violent deaths imbued the metal with deep resentment. While such acts accumulated significant karmic debts, even if high-level cultivators commanded lower-level ones to perform these deeds, the karma would still affect the higher-level cultivators. Thus, the production of Blood Resentment Black Steel had long been lost to time, with few daring to defy the world's censure to craft it. However, Chu Xuan relied solely on his own efforts. Fortunately, he still held a small advantage: the vast Blue Star was overrun with zombies. Producing Blood Resentment Black Steel was merely a matter of time. 2 years later, Chu Xuan had managed to acquire 10 gen of Blood Resentment Black Steel, successfully upgrading the Evil Soul Chain to a high-grade magic treasure. The spirit within the chain, Hueco, had also made significant advancements. Previously, although Hueco possessed some intelligence, it wasn't particularly bright, requiring Chu Xuan to divide some of his mental energy to control it. But now, it could fight autonomously, freeing Chu Xuan from the need to manage it directly. This meant that Chu Xuan could control yet another magic treasure simultaneously, bringing the total to 5. When Chu Xuan returned to the spirit mechanism formation, he was pleased to nod in satisfaction. The formation had accumulated 4 pieces of spirit mechanism jade. This quantity was sufficient. Even if the success rate was low, a 1 in 4 chance should be enough to succeed. If it didn't work out, he could always blame it on merit. How could so much accumulated merit not pay off? Surely, a bit of complaining would make it effective. After a day of calming his mind and steadying his emotions, Chujuan began the process of refining the acquired miraculous jade. Following the attempt, he immediately discovered that the success rate was not just low, it was terrifyingly low. True Master Danking's comments about the low success rate were an understatement. True Master Danking must have had an extraordinary talent in artifact refining to succeed at making it. Chujuan's own talent in artifact crafting, he realized, simply couldn't compare to that of Master Tanking. Chujuan, use your invincible merit to find a way, he muttered to himself after failing twice consecutively. Taking a few deep breaths, he started the process again. This time, he succeeded. Moments later, Chujuan looked at the pure white acquired miraculous jade in front of him and flashed a confident smile. Merit has no use, after all. Isn't it all about my artifact refining talent? Chapter 244, The Application of the Taddy Tree. Chujuan stood before Lang Hanshuang once more. Observing the stunningly beautiful yet vacant-eyed holy maiden of the reincarnation divine sect, he shook his head slightly. It wasn't just a lament for her tragic fate. Earthly spiritual roots, an earthly spiritual body, a peerless genius, so what? He mused. Without the wisdom to restrain one's brilliance, only attracting calamity. If one provokes those they shouldn't, they cannot escape death. All of their achievements will simply pave the way for others. Seeing Lang Hanshuang's fate only reinforced Chujuan's resolve to continue on his cautious path. Then, he immediately set about using the body seizing technique. Although the process of seizing a spiritual body was slow, its success rate was guaranteed. Chujuan was indifferent to the time it took. 10 days later, Chujuan successfully transferred Lang Hanshuang's spirit body into the acquired miraculous jade. With this, he had obtained the most crucial aspect of Lang Hanshuang. Her physical body was all that remained useful. Given that Lang Hanshuang practiced the mysterious Heavenly Eyes Soul Scroll and had some body refinement techniques, her body was exceedingly robust. Her body will feed the corpse puppets, and her soul will be perfect for my refining and absorption. Chujuan mused, smacking his lips. However, Lang Hanshuang had mentioned that whoever killed her would be marked. Naturally, Chujuan wouldn't do this himself. Instead, he randomly selected a zombie to kill Lang Hanshuang, thereby transferring the mark to the zombie. Considering that this zombie had always been on Blue Star, how could it possibly be found by the old ancestors of the reincarnation divine sect? Meanwhile, Wen Lingshan was deep in seclusion when he suddenly felt a sense of restlessness. Calculating with his fingers, his expression drastically changed. Dead? Hanshuang is dead? He had left marks within both the body and soul of Lang Hanshuang. Anyone who killed her, unless their realm was higher than his, would be marked by him. With this mark, he would be able to find the person responsible for her death. Not only Lang Hanshuang but also the holy son of the reincarnation divine sect, Si Chukong, also carried such a mark. This was a method used by the reincarnation divine sect to deter others. Anyone daring to kill a saint of the reincarnation divine sect, no matter where they fled, even to the ends of the earth, would be relentlessly pursued by the sect. But now, Lang Hanshuang had died silently. His calculations could not even approximate the location of the mark. It was like clouds on the horizon, vague, indistinct, and elusive. When Lingshan looked unwell, his expression grim. The loss of a holy maiden from a prestigious 6th-level cultivation sect was a severe blow. If news of this spread, it would be incredibly embarrassing. His face shifted between shades of anger and frustration. Finally, he took out the inquiry heaven disc, his eyes flashing with the desperate intensity of a gambler. I refuse to believe that I can't divine the answer, he muttered under his breath. Moments later, an angry roar erupted from his meditation chamber. Lost another 300 years of lifespan. Never divining again. Blue Star, over the eastern sea. Chujuan found himself once again on the small island. At the center of the island was a black tree. The tree had only one bare trunk and a few shriveled branches. It did have leaves, but they all resembled large mouths. Numerous aerial roots dangled from the treetops like octopus tentacles. A kilometer away from the black tree was a formation enveloping the entire island, with corpse puppets patrolling continuously around the perimeter. For years, no accidents had occurred. As Chujuan approached, the aerial roots, sensing an enemy, immediately stood erect like cobras ready to strike. I'm here, aren't you going to greet me? Chujuan laughed cheerfully. Snap. An aerial root whipped through the air towards him, but he caught it effortlessly and casually tore it off. The black tree emitted a painful screech from within and quickly retracted its branches, leaves, and roots back into its trunk, much like a turtle retracting its head. Chujuan then took out a jar filled with blood honey and tossed it over to the tree. The tree, like a cat smelling meat, instantly extended its roots. With a crunch, it shattered the jar, and not a single drop of the blood honey hit the ground. The aerial roots devoured it all in midair. Satiated, the black tree became docile and harmless, lazily sprawling on the spot as if it had no idea that Chujuan had just torn off one of its roots. Chujuan observed the tati tree thoughtfully, pondering its unique qualities and potential uses. In Langhan Shuang's memories, there was only a smattering of information about the tati tree. The astral elder of the reincarnation divine sect, Wen Lingshan, had briefly mentioned it to her. A decade to germinate, a century to grow into a sapling, a millennium to become a young tree. To truly become a mighty tree, it must devour the vitality of an entire star. Chujuan pondered deeply. Even if he provided ample sustenance, at most, he could only nurture the tati tree into its juvenile stage. To unleash its terrifying potential, it would need to consume a whole star. However, Chujuan would never commit such an act. Blue Star was, after all, his sanctuary. How could he so readily destroy it? Nevertheless, there is now a rudimentary way to utilize the tati tree. Chujuan mused as he retrieved another jar of blood honey. The previously lethargic tree immediately sprang to life. Numerous black aerial roots pointed towards the jar in Chujuan's hand and swiftly struck. Chujuan snorted coldly, and his evil soul chain suddenly appeared, severing all the attacking roots with a crack. The roots fell to the ground, writhing like serpents. From their broken ends, a red liquid spurted out, resembling blood. The tati tree shrieked in agony and began to retract its roots. But Chujuan swiftly reached out and grasped one of the roots firmly. Despite the tree's desperate attempts to pull it back, it could not match the strength of Chujuan, who was adept in more than 30 layers of body cultivation techniques. Eventually, the tree ceased struggling and lay still, though whimpers could still be heard from its trunk as if lamenting, "What have I done wrong? I'm merely a child. Blood honey for you." Chujuan pointed at the honey, "And lifespan for me," he continued, inserting the root into his crown as he spoke calmly. The tati tree could not understand human speech, but it seemed to grasp Chujuan's intent. Its trunk shuddered violently, and soon the severed roots were restored to their original state. It extended 3 roots in response. Chujuan shook his head. 3 jars? No, only 1. The tree retracted a root. No, just 1 jar. Chujuan stated firmly, unwavering in his stance. Reluctantly, the tati tree agreed to the trade. It consumed the blood honey and inserted a root into Chujuan's crown. After a brief moment of calm, Chujuan immediately felt a mysterious energy coursing through his body via the root. This energy was elusive, not spiritual chi, nor spiritual sense, nor genic energy. This was the most basic application of the tati tree, exchanging blood food for lifespan. Chapter 245, Never See Senior He Again. The infusion of lifespan lasted for about an hour. It wasn't until the aerial root was retracted that Chujuan let out a contented sigh of relief. The sensation of gaining lifespan out of thin air was incredibly exhilarating. The tati tree was still only a sapling, and each time it could only provide around 10 years of lifespan. Yet, those 10 years should not be underestimated. For many cultivators, even a single year was a fiercely contested prize. Perhaps just an extra year of lifespan could allow one to break through to a higher realm and enjoy many more years of freedom. Furthermore, the higher one's cultivation realm, the more difficult it was to increase lifespan with spiritual substances. What worked for a foundation establishment cultivator would barely affect a golden core cultivator, and the same principle applied at all levels. Some cultivators, driven to desperation, turned their eyes to various demonic techniques. Like True Master Dan Kang, who, in his quest for a longer life, even resorted to cannibalism. Even though the tati tree was merely a sapling, if the method of exchanging blood food for lifespan were to become known, even if it only added 10 years at a time, it would surely cause a frenzy among cultivators. Chujuan reached out and gently touched the tati tree, smiling. He had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Now, with the tati tree providing a continuous increase in lifespan, his life expectancy was set to reach a terrifyingly high level. Perhaps he could even consider using secret techniques that consumed lifespan for their execution. Chujuan committed this thought to memory. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely spend some effort to collect such secret techniques. He then reinforced the array around the area and added a few more ghost commanders to guard alongside the corpse puppets. With these arrangements, he felt secure enough to leave. The tati tree was a double-edged sword. If used without restraint, it would backfire. Chujuan did not want his sanctuary to be devoured by the tati tree. Celestial Sound Star. This cultivation star was controlled by the Celestial Sound Zen Temple. Typically, only one nascent soul cultivator was stationed there to guard it. However, this old ancestor from the Celestial Sound Zen Temple spent most of his time in seclusion, only emerging when the monastery faced a crisis that threatened its very survival. At that moment, a figure appeared from the teleportation array, and a powerful aura of the nascent soul stage dispersed into the surroundings. The monks of the Celestial Sound Zen Temple, sensing the formidable presence, immediately went into high alert and quickly summoned the head abbot. Moments later, a middle-aged figure stepped out from the light curtain. "May I ask who the senior is?" inquired the head abbot of the Celestial Sound Zen Temple respectfully. The middle-aged figure responded with a slight smile, "I am Zhao Dankang, a nascent soul elder from the Reincarnation Divine Sect." The head abbot immediately showed a respectful demeanor, "So it is the esteemed true Master Dankang from the upper sects. Has Elder Dankang come to seek our Elder Dehong of the Celestial Sound Zen Temple? Elder Dehong is currently in seclusion. I'm afraid it might be difficult for him to meet with you." True Master Dankang smiled gently, "No matter, I am here on orders from the Reincarnation Divine Sect to inspect Celestial Sound Star. There is no need to disturb fellow Taoist Dehong." With that, he produced a command token personally bestowed by the leader of the Reincarnation Divine Sect. Seeing the token, the head abbot nodded, "Please, Elder Dankang, feel free to inspect any place on Celestial Sound Star at your leisure." True Master Dankang smiled, "That would be excellent." He lightly tapped the ground and vanished like a gust of wind in the blink of an eye. Shortly afterward, he appeared at Long Life Mountain within the territory of Liu Nation on Celestial Sound Star. This mountain housed a fourth-level cultivation sect known as the Long Life Taoist Temple. However, even among all the fourth-level cultivation sects on Celestial Sound Star, the strength of Long Life Taoist Temple was considered to be at the lower end. It had only one nascent soul cultivator, and even then, it was just an early-stage nascent soul. During the last opening of the extraterritorial battlefield, this nascent soul cultivator, doubting his own strength, hadn't even thought to contend for a token to enter the battlefield. At that moment, within a quiet chamber of Long Life Taoist Temple, He sat cross-legged. Recalling his experiences recently, a smile spread across his lips. Not long ago, when the extraterritorial battlefield collapsed, he was fortunate enough to follow other cultivators through the Celestial Sound teleportation formation and return to Celestial Sound Star. After some time, he returned to the Long Life Taoist Temple. Previously on the battlefield, he had obtained a thick earth pill refined by Chu Zhuan, which had advanced his cultivation to the fourth layer of the Golden Core stage. Upon his return, he immediately gained the favor of Long Life Taoist Temple's nascent soul ancestor, who took him on as a direct disciple. Not only did he receive a precious medicine that regrew his arm, but he was also granted one of the best cultivation chambers in Long Life Taoist Temple for his exclusive use. The entire Long Life Taoist Temple regarded him as a rising star. Some even believed that with his talent, he might one day succeed the nascent soul ancestor. Without a thick earth pill senior he bestowed, how could I have advanced to the fourth level of the Golden Core? And how could I speak of today's treatment? He mused thoughtfully. I wonder how senior he is doing now. With his formidable strength, he must have escaped the extraterritorial battlefield. Senior he is a cultivator from Mystic Azure Star, alas, not from the same cultivation star as mine. I fear I may never have the chance to meet senior he again. He sighed. In his eyes, Chu Zhuan was indeed his benefactor. The thought of never meeting his benefactor again was a lifelong regret. Just then, an overwhelming and irresistible aura suddenly descended upon his quiet chamber. He felt as if he were being crushed under the weight of thousands of leagues of seawater, making even breathing exceedingly difficult. In just an instant, he passed out. True Master Dankang appeared swiftly and effortlessly abducted He without alerting anyone. Moments later, atop a high mountain, True Master Dankang placed his hand upon He's crown and performed a soul-searching technique. After a while, he withdrew his hand, frowning deeply. He knows very little about He Liang. The only thing he knows is that this person comes from Mystic Azure Star's Heavenly Seal sect. True Master Dankang shook his head. Mystic Azure Star is very close to the Heaven-Shaking Divine Sect's Blood River Star, likely to become the first target of the Heaven-Shaking Divine Sect. I must make haste to Mystic Azure Star before the Heaven-Shaking Divine Sect makes its move, to see if I can find this He Liang. With a casual gesture, True Master Dankang caused He's face to contort in pain. In the next moment, he shockingly drew out He's soul alive. Looking at He's soul, he spoke indifferently. Ling Han Shuang went missing while searching for He Liang. You have some connection with He Liang, perhaps through you, I might find him. Do not blame me, if you must blame someone, blame He Liang. True Master Dankang then stuffed He's soul into a bead and casually destroyed He's physical body. He erased all traces around them thoroughly before vanishing without a trace. It took a long time before Long Life Taoist Temple realized that He had mysteriously disappeared. They searched for a long time but could never find his whereabouts. A Golden Core cultivator had vanished as if evaporated from the world, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 246, Met Wan Wuing again this cultivation speed. Chu Zhuan marveled as he refined the ice soul crystal before him, feeling the robust growth of his nascent soul. Now imbued with the acquired miraculous jade, He possessed an ice soul spirit body along with his earthly grade ice spirit root. Coupled with demonic spiritual objects like the ice soul crystal, his cultivation speed for the mysterious heavenly ice soul scroll was astonishingly rapid. Additionally, Chu Xuan had previously received the heavenly Dao Du, which had substantially enlarged his nascent soul. Now, truly embarking on the cultivation of the mysterious heavenly ice soul scroll, his progress surged dramatically. In just 10 years, he had thickly accumulated and thinly emerged, reaching the third layer of the nascent soul stage. He now stood at the pinnacle among early nascent soul cultivators. Regrettably, the formation of the ice soul crystal is still too slow. I need to find more millennium ice crystals. Chu Xuan lamented, crushing the now dim and lusterless ice soul crystal in his hand. His supply of millennium ice crystals was nearly depleted. It was time to find more. Myriad Soul Sect, Treasure Pavilion. Chu Xuan found himself visiting this place again. Previously, it was here in the Treasure Pavilion that he had exchanged for some millennium ice crystals, claiming he needed them to cultivate a secret ice technique. Ah, who was that? Chu Xuan entered the third floor of the Treasure Pavilion and noticed two people conversing. Brother Wan, in this vast Treasure Pavilion, feel free to choose anything you like. The master has instructed that you may take one item. One of them said. I shall respectfully take you up on that offer. Responded the other. Chu Xuan followed the voices and saw two figures selecting treasures. One of them had a familiar silhouette. The two men also noticed the movement behind them and turned around to see Chu Xuan. One was a tall, muscular cultivator with a fierce scar across his brow. The other appeared somewhat aged, with flecks of silver in his temples. Upon seeing the face of the second man, Chu Xuan was surprised and even found it somewhat amusing. Wan Wu'ing? How had he appeared in the Myriad Souls sect? It seemed he had become a golden core cultivator of the Myriad Souls sect. Chu Xuan bowed to the scarred cultivator. Greetings, Senior Brother Bei. This scarred cultivator was named Bei Jingkun, the second disciple under the Myriad Souls Elder, a cultivator at the 6th level of the golden core stage. Bei Jingkun glanced at Chu Xuan and sneered internally, though his face remained expressionless. It really is Junior Brother Lin, it's been a long time. Bei Jingkun greeted with a jovial laugh. He then enthusiastically introduced Wan Wu'ing. Brother Wan, let me introduce you. This is Lin Fan, Junior Brother Lin, who has taken charge of the Black Evil Peak. Your assigned Extreme Yin Peak isn't far from Black Evil Peak, you two should interact more often. Bei Jingkun turned towards Chu Xuan. Junior Brother Lin, this is Wan Ying. He was gravely injured and saved by our master, and now he is also joining our Myriad Souls sect. Wan Wu'ing glanced at Chu Xuan and bowed. I am Wan Ying, newly joined to the Myriad Souls sect, greetings to fellow Taoist. Chu Xuan smiled. Lin Fan of the Black Evil Peak, pleased to meet fellow Taoist. Wan Wu'ing nodded and then continued browsing the treasures. He didn't pay much mind to Lin Fan. In the Myriad Souls sect, there were many golden core cultivators, and he, being a cautious person, had quickly familiarized himself with the ins and outs of the place. He was well aware of Lin Fan's status as a golden core stage cultivator, but that was all. Wan Wu'ing was a golden core 5th level himself. A mere 1st level golden core cultivator was not worth his effort to remember.